Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the 266th meeting of the council to order. We have two items of business as a council to accomplish before we review the agenda. But first, I'd like to begin the meeting with an acknowledgement of the lands that we're meeting on. We want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the council regularly meets and its staff office resides in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. The council wants to honor the Dena'ina, the indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We are glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. Next item of business is to administer the oath of office to two council members, newly appointed Mr. Sukata and returning Mr. Down. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, it's my honor to administer the oath of office for newly appointed and reappointed council members. And gentlemen, I invite you to stand. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
Kenny Down.
As a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council.
As a duly appointed member of a regional fisheries management council.
Established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act.
Established under the
Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. Hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America. You can read it, that's fine.
This version that we have in front of us.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
That's why they were
fascinating. All right, let's take this slow. Established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act.
Established under the Fishery Management Council and the Stevens Act.
Hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America.
Hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America.
By carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
By carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee
of the nation's marine fishery resources.
the nation's marine fisheries resources.
Being careful to balance competing private or regional interests.
Being careful to balance competing private and regional interests.
And always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
Always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements.
Commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements.
Of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law.
Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law.
And shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
And shall conduct myself at all times according to the rule of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Congratulations.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Sukata and Mr. Down. Glad to have you for one more term. Next item of business for the council is election of officers for the next year, and the floor is open for nominations. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Angel Drobnica for chair.
Thank you. Do you also have a nomination for vice chair?
Yes, it would be you, Mr. Toit.
Thank you. The floor remains open for any other motions regarding nominations. Seeing none, a motion has been offered by Mr. Jensen for Ms. Drobnica as chair and myself as vice chair. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Kimball. Is there any need for discussion, or are we ready to vote as a council? All right, seeing no need for discussion, call the question. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Drobnica. My brief tenure comes to an end.
Thank you. This is quite the honor. Really appreciate it. Also appreciate your patience as I go through my learning curve with this new role, this meeting. So thanks. So our agenda for this meeting is available on the e-agenda link for the public and members of the council. We have a full agenda and I expect to be very busy over the next 6 days. If necessary, we may have to work past 5 to stay on schedule. And as always, we intend to follow the schedule in order, but we may have to take up issues earlier or later, depending on how we progress. I guess I'll ask if there are any agenda or any additions or changes to the agenda at this point. Okay. Seeing none, I think we have an agenda. So we're now ready to go on to B reports. We have 9 reports under this section. Some of them are written only. However, I will allow council members to ask questions on those reports if there are any. As a reminder, the public, we will be taking up public testimony after the conclusion of these reports. So please do sign up before B9 if you're interested in testifying. So with that, I will hand over the microphone to Mr. Witherall. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations. Also to you, Mr. Twite. As you noted from the oath of office, we have a new council member, Mr. Rudy Sukata. He was his first term. He's filling the vacancy left by departing Simon Canine. Mr. Sukata is the Chief Operating Officer of the Coastal Village Region Fund, one of the 6 CDQ groups. He's also a well-known Alaska sport fisherman targeting halibut and salmon from a kayak in South Central Alaska. And Mr. Sukata, I believe I've seen you off of the Homer Spit fishing before. We also have a new State Department representative, Mr. Dimitri Varmus. He's replaced Dave Moore, and we hope to see him at the next meeting. And additionally, Mr. Kenny Down reappointed, and congratulations to all of you. Additionally, I want to report that Council staffer Nicole Watson recently completed her dissertation defense and has completed all the requirements for her PhD at Michigan State University in the Fisheries and Wildlife Department. And so I just want to give a congratulations to Dr. Watson. If you recall, in June, there was a presentation on the proposed rulemaking for revising the guidelines, the Magnuson-Stevens Act guidelines for National Standards 4, 8, and 9. And the deadline for those comments was September 11th or 12th. And at the direction of the council, I prepared a letter with some assistance from council members and submitted that before the deadline. But in doing so, we notified National Marine Fisheries Service that we were planning to potentially have follow-up comments. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And if there is interest in the council having additional comments or wanting to make a follow-up letter, we could do that and discuss that under staff tasking. Based on your direction to staff in June, we contracted with hotels on meeting locations for the rest of 2024 and 2025. And you'll note there's some changes. We have a new meeting location set up for June of 2025, and that's in Newport, Oregon. The other thing I'd note on the schedule that we posted is that for our October meeting in 2024, we've got a couple of challenging dates here in the Hilton, and so we're looking at other venues or some other solutions for that. So that's still a little bit up in the air. For meetings beyond 2025, the executive committee directed us to evaluate Vancouver, Washington as a potential location, and we're still exploring how to have meetings in Juneau, Sitka, and Homer. The executive committee will discuss that in December in detail, particularly with an eye towards finances. And so we'll bring another report back to you in December. We, relative to the Inflation Reduction Act funds, there is NOAA Fisheries received $1.2 billion, and the councils as a group are slated to receive $20 million of that money. And so we have a couple of reports here from staff. The first report will be from Dr. Bob Foy regarding how NOAA Fisheries is using the money and some of the projects that is intended to be funded from that money. And then we'll have a follow-up presentation from council staff, Ms. Diana Evans, to talk about possible ways and approaches that council could use to spend that money and make a proposal to capture that money. So we've got two presentations. I'm going to ask Dr. Foy to come up and provide the first presentation on IRA funding.
Morning, Madam Chairman, members of the council. My name is Bob Foy, Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I was asked to give a presentation to provide an overview of the national process for how the Inflation Reduction Act funds were brought into the agency and our plans for those funds within the agency. And I'll also focus a bit in on what the focus is for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center too, what the Alaska region can expect from these funds for the next few years. So the Inflation Reduction Act was broken up into three separate buckets. So the act was signed in August of 2022 for a total of $3.3 billion going to NOAA. Those funds were divided into these three buckets. The first one focused on coastal communities and climate resilience. The second, forecasting weather and climate. And the third, facilities, permitting, aircraft, and more. NOAA's equities are within each of these buckets, and Alaska also has funds from within each of these buckets. So I'm going to walk through each of them and then the subset of each as well. So focusing on the National Marine Fisheries Service, our expectations are to receive $1.2 billion. This shows a bit of a structure that we've put into place in order to define how we're going to utilize these funds and to implement this plan through 2026. So as you can imagine, this requires quite a bit of administrative overhead, quite a bit of administrative focus in already taxed systems. So we were very careful to be very clear about how we were utilizing these funds, who's responsible for various aspects of these funds, all the way down to the individual program managers within the centers that are utilizing these dollars. So that's partly what you see here is some of that executive level structure within the National Marine Fisheries Service, all the way up to our administrator, Janet Coit. On the bottom here, you can see the various buckets that are specific for the National Marine Fisheries Service. Climate ready fisheries is where the majority of our funds are coming in, $349 million. Tribal priorities, $390 million. Climate ready coasts, $394 million. Facilities at $95 million. Specific Arctic work, $2.9 million. and efficient and effective review, $15.5 million. So I'll walk through a few of these buckets specific to Alaska in particular here. So breaking down the climate ready fisheries bucket, the first one, those funds have been distributed on a number of different topics. Some of them are more general and are still being fleshed out in terms of how their priorities will be developed over the course of the funding. Some of them are specifically identified to crises throughout the nation, specific species, specific topics. So the first component here, EDA, and that is focused on data analysis, data collection, essential data acquisition for $105 million. That's the largest part of this one. We've got the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative. I'll speak to that a little bit more, but you'll recall we have brought the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative to you from an Alaska perspective already. This builds on the ACLIME program that we've been working on for over a decade in Alaska. So this is a nationalization of that process. And again, I'll speak to it more in a moment. Modernizing data. The modernizing data bucket in particular will focus on strengthening and identifying clear data standards and accountability practices within the agency, scoping and implementing a cloud-based solutions for the future. As you know, working in the cloud has become more and more a viable option for how we hold the many data sets and the information that we have and how we distribute that to the public. So utilizing these resources to transform how we do that will be a major focus with these funds. Fully enabling open science, making sure that the information that we are collecting is available as clearly, as transparently, and as soon as possible. Will be part of that open science focus. And then lastly, refining and formalizing our operating models. So how we work within the agency and within each of the regions to move those data and make sure that those data are secure. There'll be some focus on red snapper in the southwest part of the United States, North Atlantic right whale, Pacific salmon. That will focus on the West Coast and ESA species in particular. And I want to note with those three funding pieces, they are focused on other species in other regions, but there has been a strong effort to make sure that what is developed within them is something that's valuable to us as well. So the North Atlantic right whale funds, for instance, will be developing methods that we can then in turn use for North Pacific right whales or other cetacean studies that we're conducting within Alaska. Similar, the Pacific salmon funding should help develop some tools that are available to us in the future as well. $20 million for councils, as Mr. Weatherall noted, and we'll discuss that more in a moment. And then lastly, the administrative overhead that I mentioned before. Before going on, I also wanted to note that the goal here is to acknowledge that these funds are only available through 2026. So the idea is to bring them in, have them be transformative, meaning they change the direction of the agency in a positive way without requiring additional burden on the agency when those funds go away. So we're working within each of these pots of funds to make sure that that is front and center. How do we bring these funds in? How do we utilize them in a way that's responsible and moves the needle forward on what we're accomplishing within each of our regions? So I'll go through briefly each of the specific items now with a bit of a focus on Alaska. So the essential data collection, advanced technologies, this is the 1.45 billion total within that total. This is partly to mitigate the recent loss of our survey capacity. So right away, we invested $5.5 million in Alaska surveys. So this will assure that we are whole through next year, through 2024. This allows us to make sure that all of our bottom trawl surveys are conducted. As you know, it's a perennial topic that I bring to you. So that's a positive and immediate outcome here. Secondly, we will be using some of these funds to support protected species surveys. So a portion of the overall funds were focused on protected species. And our focus this next year will be on an ice seal survey that will be followed up. That's in the Bering Sea. That'll be followed up the following year in the Chukchi Sea, a bowhead whale survey supporting co-management with subsistence the following year, and a large cetacean survey the year after that. The additional funds within this pot are focused on next generation data acquisition. So considering how we collect data, not specifically what platforms, but be more open to what platforms we could be using. And the idea is to transform how we collect those data. Can we be using satellite data? Can we be using drones? Can we use eDNA to collect the information that we need to move forward that addresses both the changes that we're going to have in climate, the changes that we have in resource availability, be more flexible, be more nimble. So that is the focus with these funds. Modernize and transform the advanced technology, as I just mentioned. We'll focus on a multiple strategic initiative working groups. And it's a single sentence here with a ton of effort that has gone into this. We have multiple working groups throughout the nation. These are national programs that Alaska has representation on, focusing on UXS. On the marine mammal side of the house, this is looking at drones that can look over the horizon. This is focusing on drones that can work with our survey fleet to conduct operations in a broader area throughout the North Pacific, throughout the Bering Sea, utilizing technologies such as acoustics, et cetera, and augmenting what we do now and increasing our footprint, which, as we've communicated, is going to be important moving forward. Working with omics, using the tools to better identify our species, our stock compositions, and potentially use these tools to augment some of our data collections. eDNA, for instance, is being used in other regions to come up with abundance indices. That's something that we would consider using in the future if only to identify where we have species in areas where we are seeing more opportunity would be very valuable use of and transformative use of these funds. Active acoustic systems. So that's building on what we have really championed and led the way on in Alaska with our acoustics in the pelagic fishery industry. So how do we do that better? How do we increase the technology both on the equipment side as well as on the analysis side to turn analyses over quicker, to provide better expertise so that we can do this with multiple species as they're moving. Passive acoustic systems, so that's listening for marine mammals in particular. Optic systems for lower trophic levels, remote sensing satellite information, and social science. And social science is being developed right now as a focus to identify transformative ways of collecting information and bringing that information forward in the context of fisheries management. Next, funding focused with territorial and tribal data acquisition. So activities will support coordinating existing knowledge networks that are out there and building capacity in remote Alaskan communities. I'll speak to that a little bit more in a moment. Supporting climate resilience in communities that are dealing with climate change as we speak. So these are all coastal communities of Alaska where we're looking to build partnerships, internships, educational opportunities, thinking about the future workforce of the science and management entities that support this body through our communities. The Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative. I won't go into detail here because you're well acquainted with this program. Our focus with these funds, and as you know, up until now, nationally, this was unfunded. And the ACLIME program was focused within Alaska. This is a really exciting opportunity now to work with our colleagues at OAR to bring in funds that will allow us to expand our efforts in Alaska and build these operational ocean models and support systems. And the goal here is to improve and consider how we can build robust forecasts. Can we project into the future some of the changes we expect in the ocean? Can we develop risk analyses that we can bring to you to consider the impacts of these changes? So the goal right now is to hire 4 people, increase the capacity, within each of the regions in the country. The first focus will be on building out robust ocean forecasts and projections. Again, this is working with our colleagues in the oceanography realm, high performance computing, et cetera, to make sure that we are bringing the best models available to downscale climate information into our backyard. The second focus is accessing the ocean model data, making sure that not just our analysts within our program have access to this information, but they're available in a way that academic colleagues and others can see the information that we're using and bring a broader scope of interest to the kinds of predictive models that we're looking to develop. Producing climate-informed advice. This is the most important one, and that threshold that we've been waiting for here in the North Pacific to get over, so that we're bringing to you ideas of how to utilize this. We've very much appreciated your support up until now, identifying all these tools we could use. This will push us over that goal line to bring tools that are usable by you. So this is, again, very exciting. And then lastly, focusing on the decision-making, which is a secondary piece to that. Other funding focus specifically on the Arctic. And here we're identifying the Arctic as they do globally, that it includes the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea. So the focus of these funds is on underserved communities in particular, and on data with respect to climate resiliency in the North Pacific. So this would focus mostly on the Bering Sea region. We'll be using these funds to coordinate data on how marine mammals, for instance, are shifting distributions throughout their range, how subsistence harvested in particular marine mammals are being affected by ocean conditions, working to co-develop information that we need in this region with our academic partners, our international partners, and our indigenous partners. So reaching out better than we have now to bring the collaborative expertise to bear on one of the fastest changing regions in the world, again, in our backyard. Supporting, coordinating the existing knowledge networks that exist, and this would be to build on the NOAA fisheries and environmental justice strategies. So we'll be building out a regional environmental justice strategy this next year that'll focus on Alaska, and some of that focus will also help us identify how we want to spend these funds as well. The funds associated with this in year one, for instance, and I should note on the right-hand side, I mentioned that these were, it was 2.9 million focused on National Marine Fisheries Service, but it's part of an $11 million effort across line offices across NOAA, all focused in Alaska. So our particular focus with 2023 funds, focusing on students, supporting engagement for ice surveys, seal ice surveys in the North Pacific. We'll be putting out notice of funding opportunities this next year to identify partners that can utilize these funds outside the federal government and work with us on coordinating some of these data collections. And then we're developing the spending plans for out years. That still remains to be seen where we're going to go there. So next and final piece that leads into council presentation here, and the funds associated with the fisheries regional management councils. I'll just identify some of the background language that's within these documents and then pass it off to council staff for further discussion. $20 million was made available through FY 23 to 26. Proposals need to focus on fisheries management and governance topics. Potential actions associated with IRA and the goals, the overarching goals of these funds are to implement fisheries management measures necessary to advance climate-ready fisheries. Climate-ready fisheries has been a major point and a transformative point throughout all of the use of these funds. The idea is to improve climate resiliency, adaptation, responsiveness to the climate impacts that we're receiving are all part of that. Secondly, development and advancement of climate-related fisheries management planning. So assisting you all with considering how we move forward in an era of non-stationarity and an era where we have really already seen the effects of this with some of our extreme weather events, our extreme climate events that have impacted this body dramatically. and promises to do so more in the future. So focusing on that with an emphasis on underserved communities. And last slide here, some of the priorities associated with this potentially operationalizing climate vulnerability assessments. So this is focused on ecosystems in particular. How do we better understand where we expect to see changes and how important are those changes going to be? How do we get in front of that next stock collapse? Operationalizing climate scenario planning. So thinking about what might happen in the future will benefit us moving forward. Developing management and implementing management changes or processes that allow us to address this, considering how we can move forward. Examples include revisions to harvest control rules, for instance. Again, focusing on topics that are important to underserved communities that are more affected by the changes that we're seeing with climate. Developing measures and processes that increase the responsiveness of allocations or other management measures to climate impacts. Developing and advancing climate-related fisheries management planning. Again, conducting these scenario plans, as I mentioned before, implementation efforts with a focus on some of these underserved communities. So, Madam Chairman, that is what I have for you today. I'm happy to answer questions or pass it on to council staff.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Foy, for the presentation. I very much appreciate the detailed information on the work your agency has done thus far to outline the priorities for this unusual process of funding, unusual and unprecedented in my time in this process. So I just wanted to put that out there for a moment. And so my question is not so much about the details. It's really to try and help me as a council member and maybe the public that can't track the details so much of this entire process. But the most recent interaction that I recall here at the council in terms of the climate ready fisheries initiatives at NMFS was, as I recall, the fairly recent finalization of the Alaska Climate Science Regional Action Plans. And so that was really, I personally, as the state of Alaska, provided some comments on that. And so as a state of Alaska representative, that's sort of in my mind what the agency's plan was in terms of climate initiatives prior to this Inflation Reduction Act funding. So was that, sorry, this is a really basic question, but were those climate region action plans? We have an Eastern Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, and Beaufort and Chukchi Sea climate regional action plans. Can you give us a really basic, does this IRA funding mean you can essentially do more than you thought you could ever do in those climate action plans, plus additional things that have been on the back burner for a long time? I'm trying to get a sense and just so we can communicate. Sometimes it's hard to pick up the scale and the importance of these things. And I'm sorry if that's a difficult question, but that's what I'm trying to get at.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you very much for that question. And I can completely understand the direction you're going here as we have looked to absorb this, these funds, which has been complicated, but extremely exciting at the same time. So we've had those same questions, how do we build these funds into the existing strategies that we've discussed, that we've received input on? Those strategies are the regional action plans, for instance, the ACLIME program, for instance, the programs we've developed with you are these long-term programs that we expect to continue, well into the future. The funds that we're receiving now will allow us to do them more effectively. It will allow us to increase our capacity to achieve those goals. We probably will use very few of these dollars to go out and collect the information in the regional action plans. What we hope to do, though, is increase our capacity to do so in a more efficient and effective way with resource situations as they may be in the future, but allow us to get to them. Right now, those are plans we can't get to. We're hoping to use these funds that will provide us tools to then go get to them. as we move forward past 2027. So hopefully that's a clear enough answer. The objectives and goals within each of those plans are informing the tools that we need to achieve them. So we looked at those plans and said, well, what would help us better understand the climate shifts we expect in the Northern Bering Sea, for instance? How is, which species are more or less vulnerable? What information do we need? Well, we need more survey data, right? We need more information on how ecosystems function. The IRA tools will help hone our ability to do that.
Mr. Toy, did you have a question?
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple questions, but first just a comment. Dr. Foy, as I was listening to your whole presentation, it seemed to me I sort of seeing the footprints of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the North Pacific Council's objectives and priorities sort of throughout this on a nationwide scale. And I assume that you're one of the parties responsible for that and wanted to thank you for that. I think it's appropriate both in terms of a recognition of the work that we've done here in the region, particularly through the Fisheries Science Center. The recognition of the value of that work extends beyond just the North Pacific Council's region, but extends nationally and even globally, and also just a reflection on the quality of the work as well. So I don't know that these funds would have been applied as smartly if we hadn't sort of built what we've built, and I really do appreciate that. Couple questions. The first one is fairly analogous to Ms. Baker's question in a lot of ways. As we've talked about before here, there's so many moving pieces. And this does help give me a much clearer picture of the resources for how we're going to accomplish these moving pieces. But how are they going to fit together? Timelines. When are we going to have a conversation about timelines and how these fit together, and what we can expect as a council for particularly this last page, as I look at these bullets, what should we be thinking about and doing as a council to be ready for these things? So obviously you're not in a position to really provide an answer by yourself to that, or certainly not today, but what are your thoughts about developing a timeline and developing a schedule for beginning to really take advantage of this work at the council level?
Through the chair, Mr. Chwai, thank you very much both for the comment and the question. With respect to the comment, I think we can all be very proud of what we have done here in the North Pacific, and being on the front of the wave, acknowledging the need to change and guiding the national process is hugely important. It's great to see the acknowledgement nationally for the importance of responding to climate change in time to take care of our communities and to take care of our resources is critical. So I appreciate those words. With respect to timelines, also a good question, and I think time is of the essence is my initial answer, is that this has provided us an opportunity to move quickly. You might recall I had one slide that hinted towards these funds in the June presentation. And if you can imagine between June and now, talking about how we're going to move hundreds of millions of dollars, that in and of itself is an acknowledgement that we need to do this quickly. With these funds we have from 2023 to 2026. So 23 is in the books. The goal right now is to identify how to move the rest of this as quickly as possible. So let me talk a little bit more specifics. Again, we should be thinking about tools that when we wake up in 2027, we feel like we have moved the needle forward. So this is where we need to have the vision to say, if we have this in 27 and we get it done between now and then we move forward with our mission, which we've had a hard time doing given time and resources, and that's people resources as well. So I think in terms of what we accomplish in the next few years, bringing new capacity to this, bringing people to bear, not the people that are already overburdened trying to accomplish our day-to-day mission, but bringing that expertise to bear, new expertise to bear now, again, to move that needle will be critical. This is what we typically don't have resources for. We have those resources for the next 3 years. So I think people capacity is something that we should be considering in the timeframe of 2024. With respect to the broader time scale, I think in 25 and 26, we should be thinking about how we're moving towards that implementation phase. So how are we utilizing these funds in a way that brings a common understanding to bear? So how are we bringing people together to understand where we're going with this? This shouldn't be a siloed group of people working in one direction and we all hope that in 27 they're moving somewhere. This should be us all working together with those experts we bring in 2024. I hate to put specific dates on it, but you can hear me moving things quickly. But allowing that to mature in a way that then brings all our voices together in 25, 26 and making sure that we're all on the same page. So not a specific answer for you, but hopefully, at least my opinion on how we move in the next few years. I think in terms of the bigger picture, up until now, we have not had the resources for a regime shift in how we think about our ecosystems. I use that word on purpose. We haven't had the opportunity to think about how we bring these resources to your table in a way that's transformational and in a way that's representative of everybody in the process. We haven't had the time and resources to do that. So I think in the long term, I again talk about 27 a lot. I hope we wake up in 2027 with a clear path forward. I hope we wake up and see in 2027 that we have the tools available to us to do it in a timely manner.
Thanks for that challenge. And I heartily second your hope. If we don't have a path when we wake up in 2027, then I greatly fear for the state of our fisheries, the state of our ecosystem. Sort of a sub question then of that larger question. One of the issues that our executive director is about to address in the remainder of his report is research priorities. And as I was looking at the funding priorities that are laying out here and thinking about the rest of your presentation as well, I'm wondering how we make sure that our research priorities exercise this time is linked up to actually synergistically build off of these resources that the agency is able to bring to the table over the next 3 years. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how to synchronize those in the very near future.
Through the chair and Mr. Twite, again, thank you for that question. I would say I would start from a different perspective. Instead of building from these resources, I would start by helping define how these resources are used. I think that this body has an opportunity now to also help guide the agency in where the future of the resources go. We still have not made detailed decisions on where we go with some of these funds in 24, 25, and 26. So I think to your initial statement about how these pieces all fit together, they should be one-to-one. I'm hoping that what we develop in Alaska with these resources directly responds to where this body has gone, where we as an agency have gone and trying to build out ecosystem-based fisheries management and now trying to absorb climate resilience into that. So I'd start with, please reaching out to us on guidance in the use of these funds. I think in terms of how this body can also, build on how where these resources are already identified, if you will, where some of the pots are. I think that keeping in mind what resources will be available, the innovative tools that will be available moving forward. I mean, at some point, this body is going to see data from a drone. They're going to see data from an instrument, from a water sample collection. Is that something this body's thinking about? Because it's coming. So I think in terms of building the two pieces together, seeing what is happening in the background, it's akin to ecosystem status reports of 2 decades ago, documents this thick. We're all wondering how we're going to move forward with them, how we're going to absorb them. Look at us now. So we're in that same position. So let's look at some of these other dollars that are coming in, some of these tools that we're talking about, and realize that in a few years, we're going to be trying to figure out how to pull them into this process. So the sooner we have that conversation, the sooner we whittle this document down to something that we're using.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation, Dr. Foy. So you've characterized over the years, especially recently, that the sort of situation at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is because of budget constraints, your staff has been forced to do more with less. That's been a pretty steady message we get from you every year. And now you have a staff that is doing more with less, and now you have more. And so what I'm wondering, I'm assuming that you'll do some combination of funding partner science and hiring staff, at least in a temporary capacity. I'll take that leap so I don't burn a question asking you that. But what I'm wondering is, when we fund science at NPRB, typically we don't get the results back for years afterwards because it takes time to do that. I would assume this will be no different. So you're setting an expectation in 2027 to have a roadmap of where we're going, but that science may be going on for years after that to get the roadmap filled in. Is that a correct assumption, or is this you're expecting to have such an effort over the next couple of years that we'll actually see finished products in 2027?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, we definitely expect to increase capacity in staffing in the short term. These are 4-year funds. So what we don't want to do is increase staffing in a way that puts us at harm in 2027. So we're increasing staffing in a temporary way. We're definitely working with partners in terms of bringing in, and that is, you heard throughout this presentation, a goal is to bring in expertise and get that buy-in from external expertise, academics and others, that then is longer lasting, past 2027. That's an extremely important part of this process. So the roadmap, if you will, that we're building is to raise all boats by 2027. So we have turned down projects that don't look like they're going to provide product by 2027 in favor of projects that are either shovel ready or are bringing a tool to bear that will be ready in 2027. So there's a strong effort in that direction. Let's be realistic, right? A lot of this research does take a long time. There will be a heavy component of what we're working on that will play out over years past this increase in funds. Again, what our goal is to be careful not to overburden our staff in a way that harms what we do every day. You need us to do what we do every day. And our situation in terms of how we're able to do that as inflationary costs change isn't changing in the background here. That's still a similar situation. What this is doing is allowing us maybe to do some of these things more effectively. I'll speak in a report later today about an effort that we're going to put into now that will help us in the future have a smaller footprint and address some of those resource fund issues in the future. So hopefully that answers your question. It's yes and it's a little bit of both.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ford, for your presentation. You've identified several times that this funding really has a window of 23 through 26. And in your EDA box, in the discussion points you had there, we talk about mitigating the recent loss of at-sea survey capabilities. You spoke about waking up in 2027. One of the challenges, if you're backfilling, if you will, for at-sea survey capabilities, and when you wake up in 2027, you potentially have that same hole sitting there that we have today. Have you thought about how we're going to deal with that? I realize 26 sounds like a long ways away, but it's really not. And so I support certainly mitigating those at-sea capabilities, but recognizing that potentially there's a hole back there again when we wake up in 27.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for the question, and you're spot on. Again, the background state of our resources and need to accomplish our surveys does not change. If costs continue to increase, that affects what we're able to do past the increase of these funds. So we're very happy to have been able to take some of these funds to keep that moving forward, to provide us some breathing room, if you will, for 2024, that allows our staff to consider some of these other ideas. We have communicated this in our 2025, 2020, we will for 2026 communications through Congress in what our needs will be in the future. But again, to be clear, these funds won't help us then with that core survey.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have two questions, and one is really basic. Dr. Boy, about, you didn't provide any kind of definition of what the agency thinks climate ready fisheries are. And I think that's because we've been talking about it and using that term so often, but I've been hearing really different definitions, and that's the overall objective of a big chunk of this funding. And so some of those that I've heard have been really tied to achieving a certain state, in the Bering Sea, or achieving some kind of stock size that more mirrors historical trends. And when I look at all the projects you've got, even in a general sense, it looks more like a process. It looks like climate ready fisheries are incorporating climate and environmental data into our decision making. It looks like we're better able to anticipate changes or drastic changes than we have been in the past. And so to get everyone on the same page, I just wondered if you could either validate that or modify what NOAA thinks of climate ready fisheries is.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you as well for the question. As you were saying the word process, I was writing the word process. That's exactly what this is about, is building. We don't know exactly which species are going to be hurt. We were not able to predict the snow crab situation or the cod situation in 2016. But what we do know is we will be in that position again with other stocks in the future. So how do we put a process together? And part of the process is the science side, making sure you have the data you need for your management side process. But how do we make sure those processes are in place for the next one so that we can decide if we are able to react more flexibly, more nimbly? Do you have the information in front of you to make decisions that you maybe didn't have the last time? So in terms of what the agency is defining as climate ready fisheries, I would say that is an evolving definition as well, which thank you for noticing it's not here, because it's still being developed. And I think it represents an opportunity in the regions to define that. I think it looks differently in different fisheries. I think it looks differently in different regions that have different communities to serve. So I think that we have an opportunity here to help define that as we move forward. And again, hopefully what we do is put the tools forward that allow us to do that.
Thank you. And my second question is a little more granular. It's, the agency got over $1 billion, and all 8 councils together are splitting 20 million. And so I think we're looking through the next presentation on how to use that money wisely, maybe $2 million. So I guess I'm looking for some validation that you're not going to let the council fund something that you're already going to be doing with your $1 billion. When we're looking at many of the similar projects, how do we modify harvest control rules to be more incorporating environmental data? How do we modify our tier system, or do we need to in order to incorporate climate data? How do we modify, survey capability, like you said, not just what kind of mechanisms we use, but where we are and when we are. So I guess it's less of a question, or the question is, can you please not let us duplicate anything you're going to do with our small sum of money attached to this act?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I couldn't agree with you more. We have to do this in lockstep. The council, the agency, communities, the state. We all have to be working together, I think, to be successful. And again, the real exciting part of these funds is it allows us to do that. We're often not always able to work in concert because of resource limitations. We don't have that right now. We have the luxury of being able to leverage each other in this process, which is what I hope comes out in this, is that the goal is to leverage both sides.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. I have a question before you leave, to follow up with Ms. Kimball's question. So, and maybe it's too early to answer this, but at what point do you think the council would get visibility, as they're developing proposals, whether or not there may be some duplication in the future with the agency's efforts?
Madam Chair, thanks for that question. I think I haven't thought through the specifics, but I'll commit to making sure that I continue to be in front of you as we move forward. Maybe as soon as December or February, I can be sitting here talking about any, evolution and where we're going with some of our funds. And again, I'll be tracking what decisions you make moving forward as well. And I think just making sure those lines of communication are open is the way to best do that. But I certainly commit to continue to bring this back. We'll be talking about this a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to comment that I would anticipate that Diane and I will work closely with Bob between now and December as we begin drafting the proposal to make sure that we are in alignment.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Ms. Evans?
Good morning, members of the council. Diana Evans, council staff, and Sarah's just pulling up the presentation. Okay, so you've had the introduction now from Dr. Foy, providing the overview of the IRA funding. The intention of this staff paper, which I'm presenting in this presentation, was Mr. Witherell and I, when we were discussing how to approach response to the information of this funding opportunity, seemed like a good opportunity to put before the council and the public an opportunity to pull together the threads of climate ready fisheries, climate resilience that have been taking place in this council for the last 2 to 3 years. And so what we tried to do in the staff paper is we worked with contractor, Ms. Katie Latanich as well. She helped pull together some of this information, but go back to some of our recent conversations and documents, including the climate regional action plans that Ms. Baker referenced in the previous presentation, the SSE workshop from February 2023 that contained a number of suggestions to move forward, the work of the Climate Change Task Force and their climate readiness synthesis, and tried to pull those and other conversational threads together in one place so that you can provide some better direction for Mr. Witherell and myself as we're putting together a proposal in response to this funding. So I'm just going to highlight, I'm not going to walk through all of the detail of the paper, but just try to highlight what's in here and what we're looking for from the council, sort of the timeline for the process going forward. So as you've heard from Dr. Foy's presentation, NMFS has set aside $20 million for all 8 regional fishery management councils. Our understanding is that $3 million of that will be allocated initially, potentially as soon as this fall. And so the council will receive $375,000 funding initially, and then that remaining pot, 17 million, we can compete against other councils for proposals that would meet the preliminary objectives that have been provided by National Marine Fisheries Service. We have some preliminary guidelines in Mr. Witherell's executive director's report and also in this paper. But the expectation is that at the CCC meeting, which occurs in a couple of weeks' time, that National Marine Fisheries Service will provide some more exact details. We haven't received those yet. Our current indication is the grant money must be used certainly by the end of 2027. It's a little bit unclear whether if we receive funding in 2026, if we'll be able to use it that final year, but certainly within 3 or 4 years. And then as Dr. Foy noted, that these proposals are strictly focused for the councils on fishery management and governance topics. And the agency is really focused on operational or implementing language, things that we can do that have concrete outcomes. These are the priorities. Dr. Foy already walked those through, but just recognizing that the themes that come out of those priorities, climate vulnerability assessments, climate scenario planning, specific management changes, looking for climate resiliency. Those are things that this council has already been talking about. And that's, again, what we're trying to do in the staff paper is to remind you in one place of the different aspects or the different areas where those conversations have come up in the past as a guide for how to go forward. So at this October meeting, what we're really asking from you is some direction as to where do you want us to focus? There's a broad range of topics, projects, interest areas that we could pursue under the overarching goals of this funding. And so we're looking for you for some direction is where do you want to put our attention? Where is the council interested in integrating this funding opportunity in with priorities that you already have for the council, with an understanding that while we are potentially receiving this extra money and this extra funding, there are capacity limitations, and those aren't just staff. We can't just hire our way out of finding more capacity. You also have a limited agenda time. We've had other conversations about moving the council from 5 meetings to 4 meetings. So inevitably, doing work under this funding opportunity has an implication for the rest of the council's portfolio. So trying to understand how best to position our proposal going forward in a way that meets with the council's intent and interest and priorities. In the paper, we highlight a few specific questions that might help you as you think about this question of providing some guidance to us about how to focus in. And one of them is, are you interested in setting kind of objectives of what you want to achieve with this IRA funding? Dr. Foy talked about that a little bit as well. In 2027, having had access to this funding opportunity, do you want to identify an objective of where you as a council want us to be in terms of our planning and our moving ahead with our climate resilience and climate readiness, because that would be one way to structure a proposal, looking from the end goal that we're trying to achieve and kind of working back, what are the building blocks that we can put in place with this funding to help us achieve that. Are you interested in focusing on existing priorities? As you can see from the paper, there's been a lot of conversations around this council table with respect to climate readiness activities. Do you want to use this funding opportunity as a way to extend those, maybe broaden accessibility or do some contract work on specific projects to help analytical work to help move those forward? Or do you want to use this as an opportunity perhaps to look at priorities or topics that you haven't yet considered because you have a full plate? Is this an opportunity to maybe look outside the box a little bit? And then this, I think, conversation has been highlighted well in the previous conversation, but just recognizing that we do want to build in the synergy with work that is being done with National Marine Fisheries Service, particularly the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So the reason we're coming to you this October is trying to get some initial information is so we can have those conversations back and forth with the agency to ensure that we are all working appropriately together and explore that capacity before we submit a proposal. I'm not going to walk through all of the themes that are highlighted in the document. I think that hopefully you've had a chance to read that, but just recognizing that working with Ms. Latanich, what we tried to do was pull out both what initiatives are happening right now in terms of current council initiatives, whether that be through the fishery ecosystem plan and the climate change task force work, other projects that you've taken on, whether whether the work through National Marine Fisheries Service work, whether that's ACLIME or through our stock assessment process, but just highlighting that there are sort of 3 overarching themes that the council has been talking about. One is looking at ways in which the council process itself can be either more proactive or more responsive in time, so more timely to respond to changing climate conditions that we are seeing in the North Pacific. Are there changes that we can make to our process in how we identify, for example, the learning from past experiences and what if scenarios when we look back to those situations like the snow crab collapse or the Gulf cod collapse. What would we have wanted to know before those happened that would allow us to better position ourselves or react in a more timely way or in a more proactive way? And by doing some retrospective studies, is that something that will help position us to make those changes better in the future? Looking to that second kind of overall theme, building climate information on-ramps, there's opportunities to look at the ways in which climate information comes into our process. A lot of that information was included or highlighted in the climate resiliency, climate readiness synthesis prepared by the Climate Change Task Force. But ways that what is the best way for climate information to influence the activities of the council, whether that's through the specifications process or through other processes. Talking about risk is another important component of that. Where and in what way, and do we have a shared understanding of how we talk about risk and how the council approaches risk with respect to some of these new climate conditions that we will continue to see over the next few years. And then the last theme is that has been highlighted a lot in our council conversation is how do we include stakeholders and partners in this process? How do we make sure we're leveraging all knowledge bases, strengthening engagement with communities, making sure that as we talk about new and different processes and new and different information sources and tools, that everybody is on the same page about understanding what those offer us and what the uncertainties are with respect to the use of that information and those tools. So some opportunities for increased communication and more regular communication, both with between the science and management components of that come into our process, but also with businesses, communities, other partners. So highlighting that, there's a table in the document that tries to summarize some of the specific, this is on page 10 of the document, that highlights some of the specific projects. And the intention here was really just to get you thinking, and you and members of the public as well who might want to testify to you about where do you want to identify your priorities, things that you have already got initiated, you already have ongoing. In June, you made a motion to initiate the programmatic EIS. That certainly is something that your focus there was looking at adaptive management framework in the face of significant climate changes. Looking forward, that seems that project would fit very well in with the goals of the IRA funding. We haven't assigned staff to work on that as of yet in a meaningful or in a comprehensive way. So certainly that seems something that could be well suited to be something that is augmented through the use of IRA funding. We also have the final work of the Climate Change Task Force anticipated for 2024. They're intending to hold a series of workshops. Is there a way to use those workshops to maybe air some of the questions or the priorities that the council might be interested in with respect to specific changes, looking ahead for climate scenarios? There's also projects that have come up through the council process, but maybe haven't gone to the next level of planning yet. Out of the 2023 SSC workshop, we highlighted a number of ideas for future SSC workshops. The SSC had a conversation about IRA funding at the beginning of their meeting at this October meeting as well, which you'll hear about in their full SSC report. But in the 2023 workshop, the SSC talked about their 2024 workshop and some ideas that they're interested in pursuing for that workshop going forward as well. We've already talked about some of the other projects, but we do have fishery ecosystem plans. We've talked about a Gulf fishery ecosystem plan. That's something that the council has talked about. Is that something that you're interested in pursuing, or how would you like us to prioritize various directions going forward for a proposal under this IRA funding opportunity? And then at the bottom half of the slide here, you can see just other ideas that have come up either through the workshop reports or the climate readiness synthesis, looking at perhaps funding some retrospective studies to better inform the management going forward about what is the information that's most useful for managers when you are faced with declining stocks due to environmental factors. Some discussion through ACLIMB. There's a case study moving forward about OI cap performance. Is that something that you want to perhaps bring into the management arena and begin to talk about how that might provide you opportunities in management? Climate resiliency, climate resilient fishing communities. How do we understand what that means and then identify if there are actions that we should be taking as a council to promote climate resilient fisheries? Is that something that you want to focus your attention on, or risk policy in general? We've had a number of different conversations with aspects of risk policy and how to better understand that and include studies that would help better provide tools for the council moving forward with respect to risk. And then finally, we tried, just in the spirit of being comprehensive, to think about if you wanted to look at things that were outside projects that the council has talked about so far in the halibut ABM analysis or comments from the Environmental Protection Agency. There was a discussion of understanding the impact of greenhouse gas emissions from respect to our fisheries. That might be a study that we could contract for under this type of funding, and trying to think outside the box if there are other things that you want to use this funding opportunity for that you might not otherwise have access to that type of funding. So with that as the range, we're also, in addition to asking you your general objectives or issue areas that you would like to focus on, we have some process questions for you as well, if you have any thoughts at this point at this meeting. But what level of proposal review do you want to have in December? Is this something that you'd like to see an in-depth agenda item where we go through and talk about, provide us some direction, we'll do a deeper dive exploration of how we could move those projects forward and work with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the Alaska Regional Office to prepare a more detailed proposal that you could review in December. Do you want that sort of as an update through a B report? Do you want to perhaps ask your finance committee to maybe look a little bit more in depth from a funding perspective or a cost perspective? With just some sense from you of how much time you want to spend on that in December would be really helpful. And then as we think about costing the proposal, what do you envision for ongoing management? So how do you see the efforts or that you might be looking towards for strategically using this funding for climate readiness for the council? In terms of costs, we're thinking that our preliminary staff idea is that we would look to hire at least a new staff person. Do you want to plan for some committee level oversight of progress so that, as these projects go forward, you have an opportunity to manage the progress with those projects and making sure we're aligning with the timelines and the implementation goals that we've set out in our proposal? Are you interested in the concept of workshops as a way of providing more access to a broader public interest, interested parties who want to influence the council on these discussions? For example, we could fund an annual workshop once a year for the next 4 years that would provide a way to update the council and have the council focus in on climate questions. Probably, similarly as we have done with the SSC workshop last year, find a venue for that. And obviously then we would also be looking to use contractors to help with analysis of specific projects that's beyond the capacity of our staff. So if you have any sense of where you particularly want us to direct us to use funding, it would be useful to hear at this point, because as we understand the timeline right now, and I think my next slide might be the timeline, we'll have a very short time between the December meeting and then having to turn this proposal in early January. So the more information you can provide us generally at this point is helpful. So as I said, in this October, we're really looking for just a first cut look from you as to what direction you want us to go. Are we focusing on specific projects? Are we trying to extend the work that the council's already initiated? Do you want to cast a broader net, or do you have particular interests that you want us to look into? We'll spend the time between now and certainly a December meeting developing those proposals, meeting with the National Marine Fisheries Service staff to make sure that we're coordinating in an appropriate way and other partners as appropriate. Some level of update in December. We'll submit a proposal as we understand now in early January. We'll know more after the CCC meeting. At some point in 2024, that'll get funded. Perhaps, obviously, I can't presuppose it'll get funded. And then we'll work on that. And as we understand it right now, we would be able to spend that money through the 2027, but that needs to be confirmed through the CCC. But we do need to make sure that we are coordinating, particularly with the regional office, if there's anything in terms of management measures that we want to implement. We also need to make sure that the regional office has capacity to do the work to provide that implementation work in the appropriate timeframe. I think that's where we're at. As I say, we're looking for your feedback. Mr. Witherell, and I think we're suggesting that perhaps if you take the space of the meeting to think about that, you could provide that feedback during staff tasking when you will have had the benefit of the SSC and the AP reports on this issue. I'm not sure if the AP will plan to provide comments, but I know that the SSC did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. We'll see if looks like there are a couple questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Evans. I'm just wondering, as we think about this over the next week, is it desirable, if we're going to consider workshops as one way to do this, to be specific about having it be facilitated by a third party? Does that reduce the workload for the existing council staff, or does it not really matter? It's still a lot of work one way or the other, I guess. So we can come up with some suggestions that are based on the realities of staff capacity. It would be helpful to know that.
Through the chair, that's a great question, and also one that is explicitly one that we're interested to hear from you now, because I think we would build a facilitator costs into a proposal for those workshops, so that we would have some contract with somebody additional to help us organize those. Inevitably, any workshop that we organize takes staff work. The SSC workshop in 2023 took considerable amount of effort, both largely on the part of the SSC members, but also from our staff trying to organize a more interactive and a larger kind of advertised process. And we've already had discussions that without kind of additional capacity from somewhere, that's not something that the SSC can sustain on an annual basis. But through the use of this type of funding, that's one of the things that we think that we would be able to do, is hire somebody to take on board a lot of that work. Possibly the new staff person that we hire might be able to provide that skill set as well. We'd have to talk about that internally.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on one of your slides. It looked like there was an opportunity to hire full-time staff versus contracted staff. And I just wondered if you could provide more detail on that opportunity, given that the funding is only available for 3 or 4 years. Would we just assume that we'll get additional base funding to support a new staff person, or what's the thinking there?
Through the chair, the conversations that we've had so far, Mr. Witherell and myself, have been focused on putting potentially, depending on the result of this conversation at this meeting, potentially putting a hiring announcement out for a term position, for a 4-year term position or 2 to 4 year term position. As we understand it, we should have money to support the first 2 years of funding from the initial allocation that we are likely to get from the agency. And then that would be extended based on approval of a proposal that we put in for a longer term. We'd build in that extra funding. I think in terms of the overall proposal, if we were to, put in a proposal that would approximate our share of the council money based on, being amongst 8 councils, then we would anticipate that we would be able to support a full-time staff person, some level of workshops, and also some contract work. But obviously, we'd have to be selective, and we'll cost out exactly how those things trade off with each other.
Thank you. And then, okay, so that doesn't help us backfill some of the positions that we've already lost and have not replaced, like our economist position. Okay. And then just briefly, one of the projects the council's already initiated that's in your list in the paper is the programmatic EIS. And can you just detail what what would we use the funding for in a programmatic EIS? Is that also a staff position to coordinate that project?
So through the chair, we do have a staff lead already identified for the programmatic, Ms. Sarah Cleaver. And obviously she is tasked with other projects, but that is something that she has planned to lead. The programmatic at this stage, while you did pass a motion in June, there is, from a staff perspective, we are looking for some more clarity. We will be looking for some more clarity from the council as we decide on an approach to analyze that project, the alternatives that, or the alternative that the council identified gives us direction, but as we apply that to across the FMPs and sort of the detailed language of what we would analyze under that alternative for each FMP is something that we still have some staff work to do. So I would anticipate for the programmatic that we would either be able to assign, depending on, again, who we would be able to hire, either a new staff person would work with Ms. Cleaver on that project, or we would perhaps be able to get some analytical contract help to further develop the specifics of how we identify, what is the change that we would anticipate under the action alternative versus the status quo. We would have the opportunity under the status quo analysis to look at our current management program and identify the ways in which we can see that it is climate resilient, where we have tools that are available to us that we may or may not be fully utilizing that provide opportunities for on-ramps to climate information or new tools that are available. I forget the specifics of the motion, but I think that in terms of your question, I think we would use a combination of staff work and contract work. What we would gain by using the IRA funding is the potential to move that project along faster by being able to have more staff devoted to that project. Right now, it's Ms. Cleaver. And I think that's a project that has a large scope and will require quite a lot of analysis. We would have the opportunity to potentially use a workshop or some more communication work. There's a lot of interest you'll hear through your ecosystem committee report and staff tasking. There's a lot of people who are really interested in how that programmatic progresses. So we could use some funding from the IRA for that in support of that as well. So analytical work, either in terms of staff and or contracts, and then potentially workshops or other accessibility tools.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Evans, we're going to hear a presentation from the agency in the next agenda item that describes some fairly fundamental changes in how we do NEPA business and how we're required to do NEPA business. And one presentation had to go in front of the other, but really it's important to sort of understand both together, I think, in order to have a full grasp of both the potential, but also the guidelines that we have to be thinking about this under. I'm wondering what you from your seat would suggest that we be listening for in the presentation on NEPA that we're going to be hearing that relates back to the decisions that you're putting in front of us here. Can you give us kind of I'm asking you in a way to kind of steal some of NIMS's thunder, but you need to be able to think ahead on this.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So one of the things that you will be hearing is that for NEPA documents going forward, particularly for environmental impact statements, from the time that the agency publishes a notice of intent, there is a 2-year statutory requirement that came into place in June that the agency needs to have completed a decision on that action within 2 years. So the record of decision is the final agency determination based for environmental impact statements. That puts a time sensitivity, a much heightened time sensitivity to completing analyses than we have had in the past. And you'll see this, you'll talk about this a lot more with respect to Chum Bycatch EIS, because that is an action that's in front of you that has had that notice of intent published. You'll also circle back to it in staff tasking when we talk about the programmatic, because we did not publish, or we asked the agency not to publish the notice of intent, even though that was part of your council motion in June, because we were concerned about binding the council and the agency to that time frame for an analysis. The difference in the programmatic being that the alternative set is far less developed, and it's we still have a lot of questions on a staff perspective, how to move that forward compared to the Chum Bycatch EIS, which has much more defined and much thoroughly scoped alternatives. So the relationship between that understanding and this IRA funding is that, just referring back to the discussion with Ms. Kimball, through the IRA funding, we now have access to some additional resources to be able to bring to bear on completing a programmatic within that time frame. If we are trying to do that NEPA level analysis where we are required to meet with those statutory timeframes, we now have some additional funding that will help us look at that. I think the big picture question with the programmatic is it's also this opportunity for a strategic document and a way to look at your management policy, your management approach. And through that process of taking that strategic look about how do you move forward and how do you understand climate readiness and what is this council looking for in terms of your objectives and your management framework, that sets you up for the implementation of specific tools that help you achieve that vision, that goal statement into the future. And so being able to have the funds to do that programmatic analysis in a timely way, in a priority way, might set you up well for also some of the specific actions that you're interested in, that you may be interested in taking or have certainly talked about in the past, whether that's harvest control rule changes or others.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Evans. I don't want anybody to take from Ms. Evans' response to my question an impression that staff somehow made a decision to delay, to recommend to the agency that they delay beginning work on the notice of intent for scoping. When the council voted on that is in June, as Ms. Evans suggested, the council voted on that without knowledge of the change, this fairly dramatic change in timing that the federal statutory rules have created. And at least as I reviewed it in discussion with staff leadership, that's such an important element that if the council had known that, they might have made a different decision. So I thought it was important to recommend to staff and to the agency that they delay notice of intent, because this council needed the opportunity, in my judgment, to be able to go back and reconsider that decision in light of that very changed timeline. So I just wanted to make sure that those who are listening and those who are present today don't think that that was a staff recommendation. That was a council leadership recommendation based on the knowledge that the council themselves didn't have all the information at hand that they needed to make a fully informed decision. So giving the council an opportunity to revisit that decision if they chose to, given the new information.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Twite. We'll see if there are any other questions for Ms. Evans. Thank you for your report. I'm sure the council will want to provide some more direction on your specific questions, as well as other direction after hearing from public testimony and our committees. Thank you. With that, I think if Ms. Harrington is available, we'll move on to B2.
Madam Chair, I have a couple more.
Oh, I am so sorry. We will not.
Thank you.
Apologies.
I wanted to let the public know that the Marine Resource Education Program, MREP, is going to have its second workshop in the North Pacific at the end of February in Kodiak. And the objective of those workshops is to allow the public and those interested in fisheries to learn more about fishery science and the council process and how to engage effectively in the process. So applications, I put the link in here. They're looking for applications by November 1st. And of course, the travel and everything in the workshop is free to the participants. So I'm encouraging those that are interested in learning more about the council to apply and attend. Just a second, we have a question.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Witherell. I appreciate you putting this announcement in your report. I just wanted to highlight this Marine Resources Education Program opportunity. And for those of you that participated in or were aware of the first North Pacific workshop earlier this year, I just wanted the public to know, and anyone interested in applying to attend the second workshop. As with any first-time program, there were some growing pains, some lessons learned, and I just wanted to assure folks, I've been getting some feedback in terms of both constructive and positive related to the first workshop, that the organizers at Gulf of Maine Research Institute, working with the North Pacific MREP Steering Committee, and that steering committee includes, I think, at least 3 council members, several members of our advisory panel, and other really active participants in this process, to incorporate the feedback from the first workshop and really learn from what we're hearing for this second workshop. And I just really encourage anyone who's interested to follow that link in Mr. Witherell's report, contact any member of the MREP steering committee or Gulf of Maine organizers directly, and we can help with your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay. Mr. Witherell.
My next topic is the Research Priorities Portal. We are ready to deal with research priorities this year. We do that every 3 years, and we've opened up a portal for the public or anyone else to provide their ideas on research priorities through the end of the month. That's the priorities are topics to address key questions or knowledge gaps and how those might align with council management. I put a link in the executive director's report, and there's an informational flyer attached as well. The next topic is to remind the council and the public that last year, the council received reports from the Bering Sea crab and groundfish fishery participants on voluntary measures to reduce mortality of crabs in the Bering Sea. And at the time, the council invited participants in those fisheries to provide any information to the council on the efficacy of those measures in December of 2023. So I just wanted to remind everyone of that. And if people are planning to give an oral presentation, that they notify staff or me directly in advance. Thank you.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Witherell, in your report, I noted the focus on bycatch mortality and discard mortality, and the October motion language that is reprinted in your report there is, I think, a bit broader, looking at efforts to reduce crab mortality in the non-directed fisheries. So I think it's important to also encourage industry members to be prepared to speak to unobserved mortality to the extent there's any information they can shed on that as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Also in June, under staff tasking, the council noticed the public of an intent to consider changing the public testimony times in the council, so they were consistent with the testimony limits that are established in the SSC and the AP, which is 5 minutes to any individual, regardless of whether or not they're testifying as an individual or an organization. And the council is looking for feedback on that before making any change. So people may want to provide testimony to council on their opinions. Consistent with our comment policy. I'm reporting back that we had no submitted comments that were removed that didn't meet our policy. And I have a list of recent staff activities, council member activities, and upcoming committee meetings or past committee meetings that have occurred since the last council meeting. I did want to highlight to you, bring to your attention that we do have an executive session at 4:30 on Friday. That's tomorrow. Really to get at some of the administrative aspects of the IRA funding, getting a little bit more detail about, say, a position announcement and some of the financing involved. So it shouldn't take too long. Also, you'll note that there's a flyer in the B1 agenda item that notifies folks that tonight there will be a work presentation from Oceana on Gulf of Alaska habitat conservation, and that will take place in the AP into their business. So that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. See if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for Mr. Witherall, I just noted on your report that you reported on the number of comments that were removed from the public comments for the June meeting, and I'm just wondering why there's this lag and this delay. It should be October, I think. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Down, and good eye. Maybe I'll send my draft to you to review before I finalize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to notice for members of the public that the workshop that Dr. Stram and I were invited to attend recently in Seattle that was hosted by UW San Diego State and Environmental Defense Fund regarding new species distributions under climate change was very much oriented towards management responses to species distribution changes. And it was the announced intent of the workshop organizers to have this become something of a continuing effort through their website. And I think they'd be, if you should be able to find the information, I believe, on the EDF website, Environmental Defense Fund website. So if you're interested in tracking further, just from a national perspective, both the scientific thought as well as some of the management approaches that are being discussed to species distribution, encourage you to find the website. I think you can actually then sign up to receive updates or participate in at least the ongoing work virtually. Both Dr. Stram and I found it a really useful workshop, both in terms of an opportunity to track further what's going on in the rest of the country, but also we thought it was important to bring to the workshop what the North Pacific Council has been doing through the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and through the council's own efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything else from council members? Okay, I think we're getting actually close to our mid-morning break. So let's go ahead and take that and we'll resume with our B2 agenda item, our NIPS report, and we'll come back at 9:55. Thank you. Members, please come back to order. Thank you, council members. I think we are ready to move on to agenda item B2, our NIMS report. So we have Ms. Harrington with us.
Good morning, members of the council. I am Gretchen Harrington with NOAA Fisheries Alaska Region, and I will be presenting the NIMS B2 report. We have a number of items that I'll talk through, some of which have attachments linked in the agenda. So I'll try to highlight where we're at. So first of all, progress on rulemaking. We've made quite a bit of progress since the June council meeting. Notably, we published a proposed rule to modify the monitoring requirements for catcher processors using pot gear in the BSAI, and we're currently working on the final rule for that action. On July 26th, we published a final rule to modify the Area 4 vessel use caps from 23 through 27. We also published the notice for the crab rationalization fee program. One of our big items is effective September 7th, we published the final rule for the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program, and we're in the process of implementing that program for the 2024 fisheries. And also on September 7th, we published a notice of a decision announcing that NIMS has approved Amendment 53 to the crab FMP, which is the snow crab rebuilding plan. So we have an attachment linked to the agenda that provides the status of all of our ongoing actions. As part of the PCTC program implementation, we've had 2 workshops with participants to explain the program, answer questions, and those have been very successful, I think, and well attended. Just to remind folks, applications are due October 10th. October 15th is the requirement for Aleutian Islands communities to notify NIMS if they intend to process Pacific cod, if they have a processor to process Pacific cod for the 2024 fishing season. November 1st is the deadline for the application for cooperative quota. And then December 31st this year is the deadline for the intercooperative agreements. Those are due to NIMS on December 31st this year. In the future, they will be due with the annual application for cooperative quota. We also published advance notice of proposed rulemaking to announce a control date of August 1st, 2023 for that may be used to determine future participation in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod fishery by LLP license holders, vessel owners, and vessel operators of catcher processors, vessel owners and operators of catcher vessels greater than or equal to 60 feet length overall. So this responds to a request by the council. And comments were requested until October 2nd. That comment period just ended. A couple of other things.
Ms. Harrington, before
sorry.
you move on, I think we have a question. Mr. Dwight.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Dwight.
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Harrington, I apologize. I was sort of falling behind and tracking you. Just one question about rulemaking. I don't see reference to the council action regarding the allowing the use of pots in the longline fishery for turbot. And I may have just missed it, but I'm wondering if you can give us an update on where that rule is at.
Sure.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we're in the process of developing the proposed rule for that action.
And do you still expect that to be roughly on time in terms of when it's going to be able to take effect? Or and the reason I'm asking is I know we're really sort of struggling with, even though you're doing a great job getting stuff through, that still, I know you're struggling with having the resources to sort of keep up with council actions.
Again, through the chair, Mr. Twite. So, you know, we have a goal, or we've established a process with the intent of publishing rulemaking within a year from council action. And so we don't think that we're going to meet that goal for this action, but we do anticipate, we would like to be able to publish the rulemaking by next August. So that's within a year from, or a little less than a year from now.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. So excuse me, Ms. Harrington, sorry, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. My question, I just want a clarification on the control date that you mentioned for the potential use by the council. It was published in the Federal Register. You mentioned that it was for CPs and CVs and Pacific cod and that, but I don't think you used the word pot, and I just wanted to clarify that that's the pot fishery, just to avoid confusion in the public that we're setting some control date for Pacific cod when it's really Pacific cod exclusive to the pot CPs and CVs. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Down. The rest of that sentence was who participate in federal groundfish fisheries with pot gear in the BSAI. So I apologize. All right, moving on to halibut abundance indices. So the council's action for halibut abundance-based management, there's a requirement for abundance indices from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the IPHC. And so we've reminded both of those entities that about the requirement for these indices and the deadlines established in the proposed rule. And we've provided letters and we've received the abundance indices from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. That's linked under the B2 report. And we expect the abundance indices from the IPHC before December 1st of this year. Before I move on, another question, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. And I did appreciate those letters being included in this agenda item for the halibut abundance indices, both the outgoing letter to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the IPHC, and much appreciated Dr. Foy's response. In addition to the actual index number that you're looking for the rulemaking, you requested and received, at least from Dr. Foy, sort of additional information related to the derivation of those numbers. Do you anticipate this process being undertaken every year, or what is that going to look like? Because I think having the additional information to support the actual index number is really helpful. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about that, so thank you for highlighting that in the letter. But can you provide a little more clarification on what the process will be in upcoming years?
Thank you. And through the chair, Ms. Baker. So yes, we do anticipate sending a similar letter every year. You know, this is very similar to the letter we send to the state for the 3 system index as well, so that we can just be able to provide for ourselves and for the council and for the public the changes that happen, because we know changes happen in how abundance abundance is estimated. And so being able to provide that in the letter, we think is also very helpful. So I'm glad that you find it helpful as well.
Thank you. Excuse me, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at risk of asking the same question, but does that mean, Ms. Harrington, when we receive a word back from the IPHC, that we will understand the methods used to create that estimate of the index for halibut biomass in Area 4, especially absent an Area 4 survey? Is that what we're talking about? Okay, I wanted to be more direct. So we will get an explanation of the methods, given that they did not survey an Area 4, and that's what our index is based on.
Through the chair, yes, that's what we hope to have, that the information of, what's changed since the council looked at this when it chose this index method and what's changed. Again, it's similar to what we asked for with the 3-system index for Chinook salmon from the state, because we recognize that things do change and it's nice to be able to have that documented.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions.
All right, moving on to the NEPA changes. So we do have a slide presentation under the B2 report, but I was not planning to present it. It's similar to the presentation that our Alaska Region NEPA coordinator, Bridget Mansfield, made to the Ecosystem Committee. I was just going to highlight that the two big changes in statute were the time limits and page limits. And we're currently working with council staff and nationally to understand what those mean for the council process, and how we best follow these requirements and still, achieve our goals. So the time limits are 2 years from the publishing, as Diana Evans mentioned, 2 years from publishing the notice of intent, that there would need to be a ROD signed. And then page limits are 75 pages for an EA and 150 pages for an EIS, unless it's very complex. And then the page limit is 300 pages. Now, there's not a limit on appendices. And so we're just trying to figure out, and there'll be more guidance from headquarters on exactly how to apply these changes, plus additional changes to the CEQ regs that are detailed in the presentation. And you'll hear more about this with the Chum Salmon EIS, because that's the EIS the council is currently working on, and how we're trying to dovetail the council process with these new requirements.
Okay. Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. On the NEPA changes, can you talk a little bit more about the time limitations on getting the action done, and what happens if we don't meet that deadline? We've had plenty of actions where we get pretty close to final action and then we find there's something that's problematic and we have to do another round of review, or we just heard about the turbot pot regulations being delayed, and that's going to take more than a year, which feeds into that timeline too. And so it concerns me a little bit. And so I'm trying to understand, do you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater and start over? Do you get an extension of some kind, or is it just a mea culpa and a report and here's what happened and why, or what happens if we don't meet the deadline?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven. So that's one of the things we're looking for guidance on. And, this statutory change applies to all federal agencies. And as council knows, we worked very, very hard in the past to try to really coordinate the NEPA and the Magnuson Act process to one we think uses NEPA to provide the necessary information and analysis to support council decision-making. And so I think there's a lot of folks thinking about how do we implement this change because it's in statute, it's a requirement, but still maintain the informed council decision-making process. And I can't say right now exactly what that will mean or how we will apply this new statute to the process, but I know we're working very closely with council staff and with our national NEPA coordinators on how best to do this. But I think those are very good questions that a lot of people are puzzling over.
And Mr. Dwight?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Harrington. Couple questions and then a comment. You mentioned when you talked about the new restrictions regarding length, that there was an exception to the sort of standard if the issue is very complex. I think there's some impression that there may also be an exception to the 2-year timeline if the issue is very complex. And I wasn't aware that there was one. And so I'm wondering is there any exception to the timeline similar to the exception to the page length?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight. So as far as I'm aware, there's not an exception in statute. And if something's in statute, the agency can't make an exception. But I think a lot's going to happen in the next 2 years as agencies come close to this time frame and how we deal with the page limits and the time frame issue. I think as we talked about at the ecosystem committee, I think today we just need to focus on trying to comply with these requirements and doing our best to meet the intent of the statutory changes and try to figure out the answers to these complex questions, but we'll probably arrive at those over time.
To be clear, then when you're referring to statutory changes, you mean that that's something Congress actually has enacted. And that's very different than the agency rulemaking process where people can comment, there's an opportunity to review the draft rules and all that. This is just a done deal as of the date that Congress passed it and the president signed it. Is that what you mean when you say statutory?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Dwight, that's what I mean.
Thanks. That's helpful. I sometimes forget there's a distinction there and tend to treat everything as a rule, but in this case, I shouldn't do that.
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, this is statute, but the Council on Environmental Quality is integrating these requirements into the CEQ regs. And that's all detailed in the presentation. So there will be regulations that implement it, but the regulations can't change the requirements of statute, right? The regulations have to implement the requirements of the statute.
To me, at least, this is a really big deal change, the 2-year fixed timeline. You've got a lot of experience implementing NEPA over the years. Can you give me a sense of how the council might work with the agency to still fit within the actual requirements of the congressional statute, but maybe still have a lot of the iterative process that we're used to that can take much longer than 2 years? Does the council still have the latitude to work really before do some of its work on an action before the agency files the formal sort of notice of intent for scoping? In other words, can we approach this constrained time frame by changing some of how we work?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight. Yes, I think so. I think that's a lot of the conversations we're having now of how to keep the council's deliberative process with the analytical documents and when exactly does something become an EA that starts the clock? So trying to figure that out and plan it the best we can, realizing all of the advancements we've made in being able to align NEPA with the Magnuson Act requirements. So I think that's kind of the process that's ongoing to best figure out how to do that. A comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. Then just a comment. The presentation that the agency's prepared that is in the e-agenda, I think is extremely useful. Okay. I guess I was a little dismayed that you weren't just going to walk through it, Ms. Harrington, just because to me, at least, this change is something the council's going to have to, and council's going to have to really wrestle with getting used to over the next couple of years and not shortcutting our process, not producing an inferior product because of it. And I think stakeholders need to really understand the breadth of the impact of that. What looks like on the surface is a relatively minor change, but it's not. It's really major. And I hope the agency will sort of continue to look for ways to help both council members, but also stakeholders understand this in a way that we can all sort of collectively figure out how to maintain the desirable parts of our process while still meeting the legal ramifications. So I just strongly encourage the agency to take every chance they have, and strongly encourage stakeholders to look at this PowerPoint, think about these issues, and be ready to provide their creative insights into how to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to comment that this is a major agenda item for the upcoming CCC meeting next week. And as you know, we've integrated our MSA process, the council process, and with NEPA. And there are guidelines that help us do that. Our whole regional operating agreement is built around that, in fact. And I would imagine that NIMS will be preparing new guidelines to help with that and understand exactly what Ms. Harrington said is, when does the clock start when you do a NEPA analysis? How can we use the council process to have the time we need to develop a good regulation with plenty of opportunities for input? So I would imagine we're going to have the initial discussions about changing those guidelines and how we might address that. And it might take a year or two or even longer, but I think that's what we're talking about here, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Twite asked my question about the time frame and complexity, but I might just make a comment that over the course of the last couple of days, the AP had quite a bit of discussion about complexity and in this very same arena. And at least it was my impression when we left that room that they think complexity, or at least most of the members there thought that complexity also applied to the time frame as well. So probably some additional clarity beyond where we are at the moment may be necessary to be sure everybody understands that complexity does not apply to the time frame that has been applied to this process.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Harrington.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Williams. Yes, we will look into that. I think that came up under the CHUM agenda item with the CHUM EIS scoping. And I will make sure and circle back and we can be clear on that and that agenda item.
Thank you. I think we're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our next issue is Cook Inlet salmon. We are working on the proposed rule for that action. We intend to publish that here very shortly. It's a secretarial amendment, so it has a few different requirements under the Magnuson Act, namely that both the FMP amendment and the proposed rule have a 60-day public comment period. And there's also a requirement to provide information and discuss the FMP amendment and the proposed rule with the council. And so we intend to do that at the council's December meeting. And this will provide the council the ability to understand the proposed rule before the comment period closes. And then we will move into developing the final rule if we approve the FMP amendment. So moving on, so this is a new development. We just published yesterday a notice of intent to prepare an environmental impact statement for the incidental take of ESA listed species in the Southeast Alaska salmon fisheries. So we put together this notice of intent as part of a comprehensive process to address the court ruling in the Wildfish Conservancy case. The agency, as we explain here in the write-up, the agency's preparing three things. One, a new biological opinion and incidental take statement, an EIS on what we call the prey increase program. And that's being coordinated out of the West Coast region. And that notice of intent published this summer. And then we just published a notice of intent to look at the court specifically found that NIMS failed to conduct a NEPA analysis for the issuance of its ITS exempting take of ESA listed species associated with the Southeast Alaska salmon fisheries considered in the 2019 biop. So we're specifically responding to that. And the notice of intent is published. So we invite public comment on any of the issues of concern or response to information we have in the notice of intent. Mr. Toy, I think you may have had 2 questions already. I'm not sure. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I know that there's some diverse.
I have had 2
Ish.
on the previous agenda item.
On the previous
So,
agenda item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, on previous part of, well, sorry.
Yeah,
not you.
I guess I sought some clarity on this. I think the current limit is per presenter, not, yeah, and I know that it's kind of,
I can answer.
Okay. thank you.
So,
Thanks. Please proceed. Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition, the notice of intent is posted under the B2 agenda item, so it's available. We have a couple of behind the scenes things we've been working on. One of them is the integrated fisheries application, so that the goal there, the vision is to really improve our process for the public in applying for permits, and then how we issue permits, permits, and then also things like quota share and IFQ. That program, we're hoping to roll it out with the PCTC program, and then add other things. So this replaces some kind of antiquated systems we had been using. So we're hoping it makes it easier for us, but then also easier for the public. We are working on the crab rationalization crew share issue. So this year we had an application period for crew share IFQ. This is an issue I know the council is looking at. And so we provided a little bit more information than usual on an application, but we just go into a little bit of detail on what we saw from the application process. We are aware of 28 folks that may not receive either they may have their quota share revoked, or they may not receive IFQ for the upcoming fishing year. So we just provide a little bit more information. You know, one of the, moving on to our federal regulations, one of the things we've been working on is looking at our MRA regulations, maximum retainable amount. These regulations have evolved a lot over time, and they're not as clear as they could be for
for the agency and the public. And so we are looking at ways to improve those regulations, to improve clarity, make them more efficient and more effective. And we are putting together a discussion paper, and we've started to look at some of the issues that I'm laying out here. Just to make the regulations more clear. And then moving on to another behind the scenes. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gretchen. Ms. Harrington, my question is on the MRA. So the discussion paper that NIPS is creating on this, when is that going to be available? Because I have a feeling, just talking with some industry representatives, that this is a great concern. It's very difficult. And I know as a vessel manager, it's very difficult for the captain on board to try to determine whether he's under an instantaneous deal or a weekly deal or end of a trip deal. It's very, very confusing. So I'm was really happy to see this in your report that you're taking some action on this. When would we see some more information on this discussion paper?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I think we will talk about this more during staff tasking, and we can lay out a schedule.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to another behind the scenes thing that we think is going to make everybody's life a lot easier. We are working on what we're calling the HTML rollout for e-landings. So it's an improvement to the interface that processors use to report e-landings data. And we're working on improvements to the oh, sorry, I lost my place here. We're working on our long-term goal will be to replace the electronic reporting interface for at-sea users as well. So this will make our information improve how we're collecting our monitoring information from processors. We've also published a crab guide. This is posted on our website, and that for identification of crab species. The guide has descriptions and photos of all the crab species with instructions for identifying them in English, Spanish, and Tagalog. This is also for use primarily by processors, but really by anyone who would like a good discussion of how to identify different crab species. So moving on, now we have a couple of marine mammal items. We've published a proposed list of fisheries under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. So this is an annual activity where the agency looks at the categories of fisheries based on their interactions with marine mammals. There's more information here, including the proposed rule. We're accepting comments through October 13th. Of note to the council, there's two changes. One is to move the southeast salmon drift gillnet. Two changes are proposed. One is to move the southeast salmon drift gillnet fishery from a category 2 to a category 1 based on interactions with harbor porpoise. The other one is for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pacific cod pot fishery, and that's to move it from a category 2 to a category 3. The description of the categories is also provided of exactly what that means, and we're inviting public comment. The next agenda item is North Pacific right whale 12-month finding. And we have a web story that's linked in this also. The 12-month finding on a petition to revise North Pacific right whale critical habitat was published in the Federal Register on September 26th. NIMS concluded that a revision to critical habitat is warranted and outlined how we intend to proceed. And I will turn the next item over to Mr. Kurland, and that's discussing the killer whale incidental catches in Alaska.
Thanks, Madam Chair, Ms. Harrington. So as many of you know, there have been a number of killer whale entanglements in fishing gear in the Bering Sea this year. The National Marine Fisheries Service released a statement about this on September 21st, noting our awareness of 10 killer whales incidentally caught in Alaska in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish trawl fisheries in 2023, plus one incidentally caught during the Alaska Fisheries Science Center's longline survey for sablefish and groundfish. As we normally do for interactions between marine mammals and fishing gear, NOAA Fisheries has been evaluating these incidents to try to understand what happened and why, and what can be learned from these incidents to prevent such interactions in the future. The trawling incidents involved catcher processor vessels. 9 of the incidents involved non-pelagic trawl gear and 1 involved a pelagic trawl. At least 1 of the whales appeared to be previously dead when captured by the gear, and 1 was released alive. These incidents occurred between May and September of this year and ranged in geographic locations by more than 600 nautical miles, so not all geographically in one place. Before publicly releasing more specific details, we're completing preliminary data processing and analysis. Typically, this can take several months, but we're expecting the analyses for stock expediting the analyses for stock identification, and expect to have some preliminary results on that within the next few weeks, which we will make public as soon as we can. Each marine mammal stock has what's known as a potential biological removal, or PBR level, identified under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And that is defined under the MMPA as the maximum number of animals, not including natural mortalities, that may be removed from a stock while allowing that stock to reach or maintain its optimum sustainable population. And there are 3 stocks of killer whales in Alaska that could be involved in these incidents. There's the Eastern North Pacific Alaska resident stock, which has a PBR of 19 whales. The Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands, and Bering Sea transient stock, which has a PBR of 5.9 whales. And the Eastern North Pacific offshore stock, which has a PBR of 2.8 whales. The number of bycaught killer whales observed in Alaska fisheries so far in 2023 is higher than what we have observed before in any previous single year since stock assessment reports were first compiled in 1995. And candidly, we don't have a good explanation for that at this point. But we've been in communication with the relevant sectors of the fishing industry over the course of the summer, and I know they don't want to be catching killer whales. I'd characterize them as being extremely cooperative and forthcoming about their attempts to avoid further interactions by changing fishing operations and examining potential gear modifications. There's really no specific action for the council to take at this point. Once NOAA Fisheries completes the process of assigning the takes to particular stocks based on the genetic information and assessing the take levels relative to PBR, we'll be in a better position to identify any conservation concerns, and we will keep the council posted on that. So again, nobody wants to see whales in fishing gear, and NOAA Fisheries is working with the industry to try to understand these interactions and what can be done to avoid them in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin. The 3 stocks that you identified for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, are any of those listed as threatened or endangered? It seems to me that we would probably have lower PBR numbers if they are. And I guess the 3rd one you identified at 2 point something just caught my attention and made me wonder if any of them are listed.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, no, we have no killer whale populations in Alaska that are listed under the Endangered Species Act.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thanks for that additional information. If a whale is already dead and gets entangled in gear and is brought up, that's clearly visible to an observer. Does that count against the PBR that you've mentioned for orcas in particular, or any marine mammal? How does that work? And do you have information on that from your initial evaluation? And also wrapped up in that question is you do not have the genetic information yet. When would you expect to have that?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the PBR calculations are based on mortality and serious injury. So if it's determined that the animal is dead and was not killed or seriously injured by the gear, then that does not count against PBR. And as for the genetic analyses, as I indicated, normally that's a process of months, but we have expedited it in this case and would expect to have that information within weeks. And as soon as we have it, we'll make it available.
Mr. Oliver.
It's a question really of curiosity, John. I think you said there was one taken in the sablefish longline survey. Is that highly unusual? And is that like an entanglement, or how does that?
Through the chair, Mr. Oliver, yes and yes. It's unusual and it was an entanglement.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the report. I guess my question is just that this is an ongoing problem that started in approximately June and has continued into September. What was the rationale for announcing that now instead of at the end of the year, when you could look at the total take for the year like you normally do? I'm pretty sure the PBR is based on an annual take. So I guess I'm just wondering what made it that you announced it at 10 and not 9 or 7 or at the end of the year? What was the rationale for that?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, I appreciate the question. There was no bright line. Essentially this series of incidents has unfolded over the course of the summer since May. Gradually we realized, hey, there's something unusual here. And obviously there's a lot of public concern about this. And in particular, there was some misinformation that suggested that the number of interactions may be substantially higher than it actually has been. And so we wanted to address that and put out preliminary information to acknowledge that, yes, we're aware of the incidents, that the number is lower than some people have suggested, but that we're still reviewing information. And as per our normal process, we would, as you say, do that at the end of the year and consider all sources of mortality and serious injury, not only those directly attributable to fishing gear entanglements. So it's a little bit of an unusual situation. We're trying to be forthcoming without getting ahead of where we are and understanding the facts of the situation.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Curlin. Would it be unreasonable to ask that you just follow up in the December meeting to see if there's any further accidental take of those and maybe present the genetic information just for our own knowledge so that we can see if it's a continuing problem or if maybe this is the end of it?
Madam Chair, Mr. Mesro, if we have new information, we'll absolutely share it in December.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Curlin, I want to confirm what I think I heard you say earlier. There is no action, though, for the council to take regarding this issue at this time, at least. Was that what you said to us?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Ms. Harrington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moving on to aquaculture opportunity areas. Excuse me, we are continuing to develop those for Alaska. The next step is we're preparing a request for information to be published in the Federal Register this fall to invite public comments on identification of areas of study, data, and analyses relevant to identifying aquaculture opportunity areas in Alaska state waters. And we have a flyer that's attached under the B2 agenda item that provides more information. And we look forward to further engaging with the council on this process. And in the B2 report, we've provided some helpful links. So one thing I forgot to mention is we also have as an attachment our in-season management report. And that's posted. We're not planning on providing a oral report at this meeting on that, but it is posted under the B2 agenda item. Next is we have a lengthy section on our tribal relations updates. So we've been doing a lot to improve relations with Alaska Native tribes and organizations, and that's detailed in our B2 report, including engagement ahead of the October council meeting. And our consultations and our news, link to our newsletter that provides information for folks on issues before the council that they may wish to have consultations on. So this is all detailed here in the B2 report. I'm not planning on going over specific details unless there are any questions. So, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, I thank you for highlighting this section of the NIPS report. And I just wanted to ask for a little bit more detail about that tribal engagement session ahead of the October council meeting. I don't recall seeing that before. Is that essentially an opportunity to review items of interest of, to Alaska Native tribes on the upcoming meeting agenda?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Baker, that's the goal of that, to provide, a lot of the feedback we were receiving and a lot of the work that we're doing is the communicating of the issues so that people know what things they want to attend the council meeting to be aware of, to point out the issues that the council's considering so that tribal representatives or entities can be prepared to participate in the council meeting. All right, moving on to some personnel changes. I'm going to read this next part. We are very sad to report that our friend and colleague Steve Lewis passed away on Saturday, September 2nd, 2023, after a battle with cancer. Steve started working with the Alaska region in 1998, and he was a very dedicated public servant and had incredible work ethic. He was an analytical bedrock for the Alaska region, serving as our principal GIS coordinator and spatial analyst, providing a foundation in innumerable analyses related to sustainable fisheries management, protected species, and habitat conservation. He mentored coworkers and students and brought a lot of intensity and creativity to his work. Steve conceptualized and developed the Catch and Areas database that Alaska region relies on for many years to understand the spatial distribution of fisheries catches and evaluate the impact of new management measures. And he was always refining and improving it. He also pioneered the extensive Shore Zone database and web application that allows users to view data and photographs of coastal geomorphology and habitat features across almost the entire state of Alaska coastline. He worked tirelessly to refine GIS shoreline data to allow for better spatial resolution of fishery management areas, pinniped haulouts and rookeries. He received a number of awards from Esri, the preeminent GIS software company, for his innovative work. Steve also served the public in other ways. He was a proud member of the Alaska National Guard, where he flew Black Hawk helicopters, including service in the war in Iraq. Steve was a founding member of the Juneau Mountain Rescue and proudly served as a team leader and committed volunteer for many years. He was also co-owner of The Gym, a Juneau small business. So we greatly miss Steve, and I think his passing will have impacts, well, emotionally and then also in the work we do. He's really, we wouldn't be where we are on a number of issues or have been able to do the amount of complex things we've done over the years without his work. So shifting gears, we are very excited to announce we have a number of new hires. We're very happy to be able to bring new folks into sustainable fisheries. And we have a couple that are now going to be located in Anchorage. So first off, I'd like to introduce Joel Kraske. He's here. So Joel, you may have met him. He was also a lantern detail with us earlier this year. He's been with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division, the Observer Program for a number of years. And he is helping us with things like our electronic monitoring proposed rule. So we're very excited to welcome Joel. In our Juneau office, we are joined by Andrew Olson, he'll be in our cat shares branch. And Andrew previously came from Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and we're very excited for the projects that he's going to be working on. So there's a write-up for each individual in the B report. So you can read more, but Andrew is highly motivated and passionate about sustainably managing our fisheries and is continually searching for ways to progress and apply new research and management strategies. And we're very excited to have Andrew. We also are joined in Juneau by Amanda Oliver. She'll be our new administrative assistant. SF has not had an administrative assistant for quite a while, so we're very excited to bring her on board, and she's coming up to speed on all the complicated things we do. Also in the Anchorage office, we've hired Doug Schaftel as a fishery management specialist. And there's Doug, you'll see him around at the meetings. He has a Master of Advanced Studies degree in marine biology and conservation from Scripps Institution of Oceanography, where he studied climate change impacts on the marine environment and coastal communities. And he came to us from the Alaska Sea Grant. Prior to receiving his master's, Doug was an attorney for many years, representing state and local government in real estate, land use, and environmental issues. But we're very excited that Doug has joined us. Also in Juneau, we were joined by Adam Zaleski. He'll be in our in-season branch. He started last month. He came to us from the salmon hatchery in Juneau, DIPAC, where he worked on database management, catch accounting, return forecasting, and he supervised the evaluations and lab department. He has a Master's of Science degree from fisheries from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, studying the endangered western population of Steller sea lions. So those are the new, we'll have a couple more new folks to hopefully announce in December, but we're very excited about these additions to our team in sustainable fisheries. We have Habitat Conservation has also hired some new folks. Notably, Kathy Kuhn joined the Habitat Conservation Division as the ARA, so my counterpart. So Kathy, say hi. You'll see a lot more of her. So I'll go ahead and read her bio. She brings with her a passion for ocean sustainability. She served with the Department of Interior's Bureau of Oceans and Energy Management as an advisor on science and policy with an emphasis on Arctic issues, and as a branch chief for the Alaska Environmental Sciences Program. Prior to her federal service, she worked for the North Pacific Fishery Management Council on essential fish habitat issues. And Kathy has a degree in biology from the University of Arizona and a master's degree from the University of Alaska Fairbanks College of Ocean and Fishery Science. And she originally came to Alaska as a fishery observer, as a number of people such as Joel that we hire also, and Adam. And I hope I'm not forgetting somebody, but off the top of my head, they also came to these positions starting as a fisheries observer. So Habitat has a couple other folks. Mason Smith, who was with Sustainable Fisheries, moved to the Habitat Conservation Division because he has a background in spatial species distribution modeling, and I think he'll be a good asset to Habitat Conservation Division, but still working on issues as applicable for, with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. And then there's also write-ups for Luke Biker, who joined HCD in Anchorage, Maggie Stodgner, who is the new admin for the Juneau office for HCD and PRD, and Mallory Yeager, who joined HCD in Juneau. And Mallory earned her PhD in ecology from Northeastern University in 2021, and she brings a valuable experience to NIMS in quantitative fisheries ecology with practicable interdisciplinary experience. So as you can see, we've got a great group of new folks, and I hope when council joins me in welcoming them when they present information to the council, and know that they're busy working on all of the projects we're trying to implement. So with that, that concludes my B2 report.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Appreciate all of the updates, and we are all very sorry to hear about Steve's passing. Many of us worked very closely with him in this process, and he was always very professional and gracious and responding to requests, and often ran into him in Juneau, big part of the community, especially at the gym. So condolences to your team and his family. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Gretchen, for your presentation. The question I'm going to ask you at every meeting for the next 4 meetings that I'm still sitting at this table, and I'm sure you already know what it is. I just wanted a progress update on the recreational quota entity. I saw that it wasn't included in your list at the beginning of the presentation, and I'm going to try to get an update from you at every meeting, if that's okay.
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Mesereau, we are working very hard on that action. As you know, there's some complexities. It's a new way of doing a lot of things, but I feel we've made great progress. I think we've been reaching out to other parts of the federal government that do similar things to what the council intended for the RQE program. And so I think we're learning a lot on the best. I think we all agree the best, most simple way to implement the program to achieve the council's goals. So I would say we're making progress. I can't tell you right now a schedule for a proposed rule yet, but I can say for sure we're making good progress, and I think we're finding solutions to a lot of the issues we were wrestling with.
Thank you. Don't see any further questions. Thank you again. Yeah, I think we're moving on to the NOAA and GC reports. We have a written report. Mr. Fortenberry, do you have anything additional to add? Okay, I'll see if there are any questions on the written report. Give council members just a minute here. Make sure they can open it. Facing none. Thank you. I think we are, it's Dr. Foy here. So moving on to B4, Alaska Fisheries Science Center report.
Morning again, Madam Chair, members of the council, Bob Foy, Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, with a short presentation. Thank you. So my goal today is just to update you on a few topics, a couple of staff updates. I know you like to hear where we're at with our surveys, so I wanted to provide you an update there. And then bringing a new effort your way in its initial stages for your awareness. For staff updates, these are just our leadership team updates. I wanted to make you aware of some of the changes in our program managers and in our divisions. We have added Julie Keister to our RACE program, Resource Assessment Conservation Engineering program, as our program manager. She's from the University of Washington. She was a professor there working on climate change and marine communities, and we look forward to her participation in our ecosystem-based fisheries management portfolio. Melissa Haltuck there in the SSMA program for REFM, also a program manager. She was working at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center in stock assessment. She was also on the Pacific Council SSC and brings a wealth of experience to this process and overseeing some of our stock assessment programs. Third, Jason Janot there from the FMA Analytical Services Program as a new program manager there. He was also at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center focused in their observer program. He also worked with IPHC as a data manager. So we welcome him into our FMA program. Lastly, on the leadership team, Angela Doroff was just recently appointed as the Deputy Division Director at our Auk Bay Laboratories. Angela comes to us with a wealth of experience, many years with the Fish and Wildlife Service, career working on the Sea Otter program, also coordinating the Ketchimek Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. So she will also be a great addition to our team, focusing on the Auk Bay Laboratories division in Juneau. Briefly, a couple of acting positions. We've got a number of people that are on details throughout the country. So the Deputy Director, Jeremy Rusin, is out of the center for a few months. Julian Lartigue is acting in his place. He directs the Restore Science program down south. We're enjoying his participation in our process. Chris Mellery from within our programs, our Office of Fisheries and Information Systems. He's the acting director of that division right now. As we look for a replacement for that division. Megan Bryan is our acting planning officer. This is a person that often liaises with many members of the science community and management community. She is in this acting position while Laura Holberecht is on a training detail. Marisha Koyak is leading our economic and social sciences research program as we backfill that lead position. That's a program manager position for our socio-econ team at the center. Next, I wanted to just give you a brief update on survey status. There's not a lot of detail here. I want to let you know what we were able to get done in 2023. Talk a very little bit about 2024, which I already mentioned with some initial funding for the year. The very last column here is 2023. If it's green, it means we intended to do it and we did. If it's red, it means we intended to do it and did not. If it's yellow, we did a portion of the intended survey. So what you can see here, and actually, we should start making the vessel 3 in the Gulf of Alaska an empty clear box. As you remember, a few years ago, we decided not to do the 3rd vessel in the Gulf of Alaska. Our existing survey design allows us to cover that, some of those deeper stations, not all of them, but some of those deeper stations with our survey design with the other 2 vessels. Otherwise, we'll be able to complete those we completed those surveys in 2023. Our long line survey continued. A lot of yellow boxes associated with the Oscar Dyson here. So these are our acoustic trawl surveys in the Shumagins, Shelikof, Gulf of Alaska summer survey, our ichthyoplankton survey, as well as our age 0 survey. We weren't able to completely meet all of our mission in these areas due to staffing issues, some maintenance issues, but mostly staffing issues associated with the availability of that vessel. Our teams did yeoman's work to identify how to adjust on the fly, collect the data that we needed to make sure that the information going into this process is as sound as possible. So we'll be seeing the results of that work as it works its way into the stock assessments through December. And then a number of our smaller programs in the Gulf of Alaska continued in 2023. Moving on to the Bering Sea, you can see all greens this year for the most part. Our bottom trawl surveys, acoustic surveys, the Northern Bering Sea vessels all went forward. Our deep sea slope groundfish longline survey went forward. And then our ecosystem work, which is in the bottom box here, is all our ecosystem work combined. We got everything we intended to get done, except for a small portion of our ecosystem and moorings work, again, associated with loss of ship time on the Oscar Dyson. But you can see here, we were able to get most things done. I also just wanted to identify that any of the bottom trawl surveys here, the top two, and potentially the Northern Bering Sea here are part of those IRA funds I mentioned previously that are already forward funded for next year. And then lastly, it was an off Aleutian Islands here. So that's all I have on updates on surveys from this past year. Next, I wanted to move to a short topic on survey modernization. We have talked in the past about some efforts that have been going on that we have led internationally to talk about how to address changes in resources, changes in stock movements, changes in survey design and technology that's available to us now. And after a few years of these international engagements and scientific publications, we're ready to move forward with rethinking how we do our Bering Sea survey. This has been discussed previously. It was discussed in SSE, in the SSC at previous meetings and in the SSC workshop, acknowledging that now that we're going into the Northern Bering Sea, we need a consistent survey design, acknowledging that with the loss of our ability to work on the slope, we need to come up with a design that allows us to work in that area, acknowledging that there's different statistical assessment tools available to us now, acknowledging that we're going to need to be open to other data sources, as I mentioned in the earlier presentation, that might be available to us. So how do we put a survey together in a very intelligent, slow, methodical way that addresses these needs for the future? It doesn't mess up a 30 plus, 40 plus year time series that has been our staple in the decision making in the Bering Sea region. So why are we doing this? We need to adapt to this survey for a number of different reasons. As I mentioned, we've been doing, historically, we did 3 different surveys in this region. We want to do 1 survey in this region, meaning consistent gear, consistent survey methodology, et cetera. This will allow us to increase our survey efficiency, optimize effort for allocating stations. It has been a standard survey design, meaning we always went to the same station every year for decades. This is different from what we do in the Gulf of Alaska now. That is a more random design that allows us to be flexible depending on what our questions are, depending on the ship time we have available to us, et cetera, and still provide a quality product with an understanding of uncertainty and an understanding of variance for this process. This is where I was going here with this last bullet, flexibility in the survey that allows us to be responsive. The need to redesign our survey gear and change sampling methods. So our gear has become obsolete. The doors we're using are decades old. The floats, nylon mesh bridles, and I don't mean the gear themselves necessarily, but I mean the technology is decades old. So working to make sure that we've got the best gear available to us, that we have materials to build our nets, which, as you know, we do in-house for consistency, making sure that that's available to us, and it's very quickly not available to us. So identifying gear and moving forward there is important. Improving our fishing methods, utilizing technologies that fishers in the industry have been using for quite some time to improve the performance of our nets, which makes sure that the number of fish and crab that we catch is provided against the fishing effort and against our known footprint of that fishing gear. It allows the area swept information to be more accurate. And then lastly, to improve to make some efficiencies in the survey. We have 30-minute tows right now. Can we go to a 15-minute tow, improve some efficiencies without affecting the information that we're providing to this process? So I should have started with that this modernization for anyone who's a little fearful of what I just said is going to take years. This is a multi-year project. We're just getting started. This has just come up recently as a window of opportunity, given some of the IRA funds, given that the Bering Sea is in a cooler phase right now. So we have a lot of redistribution of fish back to their southern extent. Given that all those pieces coming together, there's an opportunity to do this now and disrupt our current operations as least as possible. And we acknowledge the value of a long-term time series, but also acknowledge, more importantly, being able to provide the best product moving forward. And there's an incredible window. This should take multiple years in order to move forward, and we will intend to report out and engage industry and engage stakeholders throughout the process. So why is this necessary? I mentioned some of the
Dr.
change.
Foy, excuse me, before you continue, it looks like we have a question. Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Apologies in advance if you're going to get to this, but I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit on where there would be opportunities for industry and other stakeholders to weigh in on that survey modernization process over those years. Is that just like a plan team SSC kind of a comment window, or are there other opportunities?
Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, thank you very much for that question. I will mention at the end of this a workshop that we're putting together in the short term at the end of this month as kind of an initial scoping workshop. We're open to other alternatives. I think if as we move forward and we do socialize this at the science level through the plan teams and the SSC, if there is interest from industry in an evening session or a workshop or more input, we're very open to that. We acknowledge that this is a major shift and would not want to go forward alone without that input. So absolutely, we're open to that. So please provide that feedback along the way. If ever anyone doesn't feel like they've got enough information on what we're doing, let me know and we'll make it happen.
Ms. Kimball, excuse
Thank
me,
you.
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a better strategy to wait till the end since you only get 2 questions, but I can't do it either. So mine's slightly related. How much is the survey modernization project based on the need to use our funding more efficiently? Like understanding that we're never up to speed with the level of funding to keep up with inflation, to do all the surveys that we want to do or that we've done in the past. And how much is adapting, just because I don't see it super clearly, to what we've heard from stakeholders and participants in the fisheries just continually the past maybe 7 years, I would say, about especially the crab fishery, talking to us about changing the survey and survey stations and the way in which we do the survey. And even in groundfish in the Gulf of Alaska, asking for the center to consider the need for at least a period of time doing a survey every year as opposed to every other year, because we're missing so much and things change in the Gulf, especially when we're in a marine heat wave year. There's a lot of other suggestions that have come through from stakeholders on a need to what I was thinking was modernize surveys in maybe a different way than is explained here. So can you just touch on that a little bit, Dr. Foy, about is the agency coming from we need to use updated technology and save money? Or are we also taking into account these real direct input from stakeholders that we've had? I agree with Ann, great that we're allow for that opportunity, but people have been coming to us consistently asking for modernization in the way that I described. So if it's not too much, a little more explanation on that would be really helpful.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, both and. This is very definitely being led by the acknowledgement that we need to be more nimble and flexible moving forward. We cannot do that with the static type of a survey that we had previously. So that has been acknowledged. So first and foremost, I would say that the goal here is to create that survey so that we can be flexible. Is it flexible enough to provide enough time to do a survey every year in the Gulf? Probably not. That would require additional resources. Would it let us be flexible and collect additional information in different parts of the Bering Sea, depending on what crises is in front of us? Yes. And the example is crab. So we had to stop doing the slope survey. There's some concern since the crab crash that perhaps there's some crab in that area. We haven't been able to extend into that region. This process will allow us to do that. This process will allow us to address that question by adding stations in a way that makes the data meaningful. That's not a separate time series that the stock assessment authors have to figure out how to stick into our existing process, it should flow more directly because of the statistics. So I would say that the reason we're doing this is very definitely in line with how you articulated it. The gear pieces are forcing our hand. The IRA is providing an opportunity. So that's why all these pieces have come together, and we weren't even planning on this presentation a number of months ago, but the pieces are coming together. We've identified the need. This was all coming forward, and we said we had to get this in front of the council for an initial view. So I think I answered your questions, but the hope is that this will provide a more adaptable stance. Will it be enough for all those big questions? No, additional resources would be needed for that. But it certainly will allow us to do it in a way that where we're not saying, sorry, we just can't do anything with this existing survey. It's so rigid. It allows us that flexibility.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing for that question. And I do very much appreciate getting this presentation in an oral form. And we've asked about this multiple times, and having it laid out for us is really, really helpful. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you. I think we're ready to proceed.
Okay, so why is this necessary? We've talked about this a bit, and I want to highlight again, I think I've said it a few times, but standardization is critical. This time series that we have held on such a high standard for so long is critical. So we do not do this lightly, and we shouldn't. This process shouldn't allow us to do this lightly. We need to make sure that there are lots of voices here. The challenges to standardization, which is what we have been trying to do for years, are common, but they're difficult to overcome. So we've got new survey technologies coming. How do we incorporate drone data into what we've been doing? Our survey gear that I've mentioned, traditional sampling methods are changing around the country right now. We're expanding our questions to incorporate ecosystem questions. Can I continue to provide ecosystem information to you with our existing survey structure? The answer is we'll be able to do that more effectively with a new survey structure and make sure that we keep that ecosystem information flowing. And then changing survey objectives. We get new requests for new information all the time as we see changes in the Bering Sea in particular. So this will allow us to address those topics. Economy, politics, social considerations, obviously forcing our hand to make sure that we're putting equitable information in front of you, meaning that we are out collecting the data in a way that makes sure you have the information you need. Having a flexible survey does that. New statistical methods. We're looking at AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning to help us move forward more efficiently in the future. Considering subsistence in local communities, making sure that our footprint is representative of those communities in our survey. As we have moved forward north, we have done that, but it's been difficult to maintain. And then lastly, the new types of information, like I mentioned, relative to climate. So what does it take to do this? It takes funding, takes time, takes people. It's going to take a few years to do this. Had we not had IRA, had things not settled down in the ecosystem in the Bering Sea, this would have been a much heavier lift again, which is why we're bringing this here now with a strong plan, making sure that we bring all of our partners together right now so that we have the information, we have the feedback from industry and other stakeholders right now. And testing. Like I said, this has been part of an international effort and an international acknowledgement that the way data is collected to support fisheries and marine ecosystem management needs to change. So we've been leading that effort and bring that to bear as well in this process and what we've learned there. And then a transition period. This will not happen overnight. Why do we need to start now? We all know our stewardship responsibilities, and we acknowledge that our priorities are to put the best information available in front of you. Fostering a healthy and sustainable marine ecosystems means that we have to adapt at this time, given the changes in stationarity. And improving our own expertise within the Alaska Fisheries Science Center to make sure that we can provide that. making sure that the continuity of management advice can come forward regardless of gear. I don't want to stand before you and say we don't have enough nets to move forward. And that might seem fairly obvious, but the dire situation of gear design and gear information, gear part pieces, et cetera, is in front of us. And we need to work now, and we have the stakeholders to do this. So we're not doing this in the blind. We've got the expertise within the Science Center. We've got the expertise within the state of Alaska. We've got the expertise within the industry to bring to bear to do this right. So we're not worried about redoing this in a way where we're not sure of what the outcome is in a handful of years. Project components and some timelines. So we started working on sampling design this past year, considering what areas we would work in, what sampling density changes we might have, topics of frequency come up on a regular basis. So those are all part of the analysis. We're not doing these things. We're proposing analysis of these things, which you would get an opportunity to see. I mentioned the 15-minute versus 30-minute tows. That's not minor. How does that change the catchability of species that are not randomly distributed in front of the net? Combining our survey data, we started working in 2023 to consider how to do the slope and shelf data. That's in direct recognition of what this council has said to us about the need for some of those deeper stations, the concern with crab, the information associated with turbot, and acknowledging that we could no longer do that survey the way we did it before. Bottom trawl gear and fishing method redesign. So we're planning for a workshop focused specifically on the gear themselves. This is phase one, just to get some people in the room, start talking about the gear, consider what this looks like in the long run. How big of a shift is this? So that's, you'll see something, we'll make sure the council's aware of that and can send that information out sometimes towards the end of this month. There's some uncertainty with our programs right now. So we haven't put a specific date on that, but suffice it to say, we're moving forward quickly, and it won't be a one-off opportunity. There will be a lot of opportunity for engagement. Survey gear calibration. Can't do this in a vacuum. You must use your existing gear along with the new gear in order to create a quantitative side-by-side that gets reviewed back through the plan team and SSC processes, and make sure that at the end of the day, we're all comfortable before we step forward with the new design. Survey time series calibration. No start date yet on this one, but this is going to be a heavy lift. This is going to be important for the analytical folks to consider how they ingest this and how they ingest this in a consistent manner across our stocks, so that we're not living with a change and uncertainty in the meantime. It's not minor. We acknowledge that, and our teams are starting to build, a strong momentum right now to consider how we do this moving forward. It could be that some of these pieces get slowed down. It could be that we don't have the ability to do a full meal deal change up right away, and it takes multiple years, again, based on the specifics of how we analyze information and bring it forward to you. So that's all part of this. And again, when you bring an initiative forward like this and it's really nascent stages, it means there's going to be change. But again, I'd rather bring it forward and have all those voices than bring anything forward that's been developed. Specific milestones. I've mentioned a lot of these. We're hoping that in 25, we're able to bring forward some of the initial gear design, rebuilds on gear, some of the comparative work. 26, we would be focused on the results associated with that, the design, the specific design and the calibration of the gear, and then out to 27 with some of the more analytical tools and hoping for transition. But this is the best possible scenario. Again, funds, people, input would all be required for us to match this timeline. I suspect it could go longer. Lastly, and the real intent here is a call for stakeholder engagement. Again, I'll get that information out to you for the end of October. Anyone who has access to these slides can contact Nancy Roberson at any time if they want input with right away from an email. There's a number of our project contacts. You'll note our some of our highest leadership is involved in this in our survey programming. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Dr. Foy, Madam Chair, through the chair. Appreciate the presentation on this and the early information, well, with what information you have available. And so my first question relates back to slide 12 and talking about the transition period. And in particular, the first bullet on that slide that you covered, what does it take to change the survey? Am I looking at the wrong? There you go. Money, time, and people. And then there's a note that, as you mentioned, this may take a few years and may require temporary return to the biennial sampling in the Northern Bering Sea. And just noting that, given pretty significant discussions over the past several years, particularly, recommendations from the SSC and here at the council, and in terms of stocks shifting and changing ocean conditions and really prioritizing that Northern Bering Sea. And the agency absolutely did do that. Appreciate that responsiveness. So this may be of concern to people. And so I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit about what temporarily returning to biennial sampling means with respect to what you know now, and kind of, excuse me, some of the reasons for that.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, certainly, and thank you for asking that question. In order for us to accomplish this, it requires money, time, and people. So without bringing new people in, which we would not want to do just for this effort, we would want to use the experts that we have in place. The one solution is to not do the Northern Bering Sea every other year for probably 2 cycles, in order to then use those years potentially in 2024 and 2026 and start conducting this research in the Eastern Bering Sea, where we do the side-by-side research, for instance, we test gear, for instance, et cetera. It is, we acknowledge that's not ideal. We would, as we have said, and you all have supported, that we would like to be in the Northern Bering Sea every year. It could be that there's some middle ground here. Our analysts are still considering how we can do that, how this affects assessments. Perhaps we're doing a partial survey. That has yet to be worked out. But suffice it to say, without stopping for a period of time what we currently do in order to make this switchover, we can't do this switchover. The nice thing is, with IRA funds, that is providing us this buffer through 2026 in terms of funding for some of this work, which allows us to make the move with no additional costs. So we're not standing here saying it's going to take millions of dollars in order to do this switchover. What we're saying is we would like to do it within the context of what we're already responsible for doing and what we've already got some funding to do, at least in the short term. So it remains to be seen exactly where we need to go with that, Ms. Baker. I really appreciate the question. It is a very important question given the value of the Northern Bering Sea. As I mentioned earlier, moving back to a colder time period is helping with that. I would say if it was still extremely warm and we still had the majority of, for instance, the cod stock sitting in that region, that we would not be putting this in front of you. The timing is right from that perspective, and it might not be right in a handful of years. As we expect future heat waves, we expect to see that trend to the north continue. So these best of both worlds. Thank you very much for the question. And again, please continue to ask those questions about things that you support, so that we make sure that we're articulating that as we go through this process.
Thank you. Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Foy. I appreciate that. My second question relates to a challenge on sort of the current survey structure that you spoke to back in the earlier slides, particularly for the Gulf of Alaska, when you were going through the update there for the surveys, mentioning the staffing challenges that are just a continual issue over the past several years. And so your discussion, understandably, of the survey modernization process was really focused on the technical aspects, the gear, the survey design, those technical aspects. Is the survey modernization process, does it give you the potential? I've been concerned about that long-term impact of the staffing challenges. Does that process give you the potential to expand the scope of who and how you staff the surveys, and is that included in that process?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks again. Yes, is the short answer. We're working with our colleagues at OMAO, who run the NOAA White Ships. We're considering what tools we can use to augment that ship time. We're identifying ways of collecting information that could happen on or off those NOAA white vessels to make sure that the portfolio and the data collection continues to move forward. For instance, the drones I mentioned before and some of the drone work we conducted this last year, we looked at a drone system in tandem with the Oscar Dyson to see whether or not we could move these smaller 21-ish foot vessels on and off. These are drones that we could then deploy with the ship and address any, if we had less ship time in the future, that would help us still meet mission. That would help us still cover the huge area that you all know that we're responsible for in a more timely manner, in addition to increased coverage of the Northern Bering Sea and the complexities that are happening in the background. So the short answer is yes. That is being considered at every step here. Is how we again become more nimble and in dealing with whatever's happening in our environment and whatever's affecting our ability to collect data. And again, you've heard me say data collection over and over here. We're trying to change the mindset to be about what information do we need, not how do we keep working on that exact same platform at that exact same time. While that still is the goal in the background, it changes the mindset a bit to make sure that we're bringing the information forward the best way we can, which means being adaptable to those changes.
Okay, Mr. Dunn.
I think Miss Kimball had her hand up before me, but I'm not sure if she's.
She's allowing you to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Miss Kimball, and hopefully maybe I'll ask your question, Miss Kimball. But I just want to, Dr. Foy, I'd like to give you a chance to clarify what we're really replacing here on the slope survey with this vision that you have of using the same net in the Bering Sea shelf survey as you would use in the slope survey, and there are some limitations on that. And I just wanted to say publicly also thank you for I don't want to get into comments here, but I want to thank your staff, Lyle Britt and Sean Russell, for being accessible on this issue. But my understanding is that what you're proposing doesn't really, and I'm asking this because I've asked you several times over a course of many years, what's going on with the slope survey? And the final answer I finally got from you a year or two ago was, we're not doing the slope survey anymore. So I quit asking. And but now this will replace some of what was in the slope survey. But my understanding is that for turbot, for instance, the fishery takes place at around 300 to 350 fathoms, which is much deeper, I think, than you can go with a Bering Sea net configuration and wire and doors. And so this only be a partial replacement of the slope survey. The way that I'm seeing it, we're not really going to be getting the slope survey information back on the deeper depths of what we used to see. We're just going to be at some shallower depths, and we probably won't get information on things like turbot, but we might on crab. I'm just checking my thinking on this, if that's, because you didn't clarify that, but I think we could leave the people with the impression that we're going back and going to get all this information we used to get from the slope survey, and I don't think that's what you're proposing.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for first the comment about staff. We can't make these changes if we didn't have staff that were forward looking. most of this is not top down. This is staff bottom up acknowledging how we need to better do business. So thank you for the recognition for the staff. It's a huge undertaking. Everything that I've presented today is really has that groundswell of subject matter experts that are leading the charge. With respect to the slope survey, you're correct, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I was too maybe light in saying that we're going to replace all of what we were able to do with the slope survey. You're correct. We will not still be able to do the deepest stations. I have not seen analysis on how this would affect turbot, so I have not seen whether or not there's any portion of that distribution that this could help with. But we do acknowledge that there is interest in that information, and that we are trying to find ways to go and get it. If not with this this new survey gear, then potentially other ways. So I'll certainly come back full circle with you on that and let you know what we're thinking in terms of how deep we'll be able to get. The analyses, I think, are still underway there. In fact, I believe they did some stations this summer to help with some of that information to see what species we had access to. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Second question, Madam Chair. Dr. Foy, so on the timeline, you mentioned something, I wrote it down here, but I don't, so I might not have got exactly right, but it basically said, this is going to take a while, but no real timeline. So my question is on the timeline, and the way that I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking we've got to have these workshops and get input, and then there'll be design and testing, and then you still got to go through the years that it will take for calibration studies. So I'm thinking 5 years from now, we're still not going to be at a place where we have replacement for the current gear. I'm thinking it's somewhat longer timeline than that 5 years might be really super optimistic that we would be there in 5 years, being the need for calibration studies in multiple years, I would guess. So is that correct? This is a pretty long-term proposal that we're looking at, I think.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, yes, this is a long-term proposal. If everything works perfectly, and again, funding, staff, decisions to be able to work instead of the Northern Bering Sea in the next couple of even year periods, the earliest that we're providing something is 2027. So being optimistic, we hope to be able to turn that around quickly so that we're not caught in a situation where we don't have the gear that we need. Realistically, absolutely, this could take longer. We intend to fully vet the new gear. We tend to fully vet the new analyses ahead of time. And if that ends up taking longer, we could be past 5 years for sure. It's not a minor undertaking. But we have put together a timeline where we could achieve this within that 5-year time period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Ms. Kimball, do you still have a question?
It's a brief one. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back on the 2023 Gulf surveys and the partial completion of several of those, have you had time already to talk to folks at the center or stock assessment folks that would let us know whether there's a concern there for having partial surveys for several of those acoustic ones in particular, especially if 2024 is not scheduled to be a Gulf year. So in a sense, then we're not getting complete data for 2 years. I don't know if you've had a chance to have those conversations, but given that we're having specs at this meeting and the next meeting, it'd be good to understand if we should be concerned about this or not concerned.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, we should always be concerned when we don't get the data we need. But my understanding is that the way we've augmented our surveys, we limited that to our best ability. In terms of how that's affected the stock assessments, I'm not clear on that. That has not come out yet. In particular, that question has not been asked of the analysts yet. They're still just absorbing the data after the end of the survey season. But we'll make sure that that's front and center and addressed as it goes through the plan team process and we discuss the assessments. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Foy. I don't see a mention in here of increased uptake of data and information from vessels of opportunity. And I'm wondering, is that a sort of a separate effort or is that lower priority at this point? How does that fit into the long term?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, great question on how we use vessels of opportunity. This particular effort here is really focused on our existing time series and making sure that those stay solid within the purview of what we cover, what we staff, what we move forward. In terms of vessels of opportunity, it's always on our mind as to how to better collect information, better use fishery dependent data, better use other survey vessels that may or may not be available or might have information, for instance, on ecosystem information that we could incorporate. But I would say that that is not a full court press right now in terms of thinking outside the box on what kind of information could be used. I would say that it's always part of our consideration, and we're certainly open to ideas if they're out there, but not part of the modernization program as it currently exists.
Particularly if beginning to find greater use for AI as a means of sorting through data. It seems to me that it might be becoming easier. Easier is probably absolutely the wrong word. I apologize for that. More achievable to begin to incorporate some data streams from vessels of opportunity. And part of what got me sort of thinking about this was in your response to Mr. Downs' question, where he was pointing out that we may still be not getting information from some of the depths that are most important. There will still be vessels fishing out there, as Mr. Downs pointed out. And so sort of continuing to supplement. We know you can't be everywhere all the time, even with all these great improvements that I think are really exciting, but you certainly can. You've got a cooperative industry and the ability to make use of some of their information. Seems to me that it'd be great for filling in some of those gap areas in particular.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, absolutely. And I appreciate the prompt and the suggestion moving forward. We completely agree with you. I think right now from the AI perspective, for instance, we're dabbling on the edges of what is really possible there. Some of our programs have been using machine learning and AI for quite some time with particular process work, identifying plankton, identifying species composition from optical data. I think the broader use of AI for some of the more key items, reference point items associated with surveys and indices are probably a long way off, but it's still on the radar. We continue to work with external partners whenever we can. We've been meeting with Microsoft lately and a number of entities there to think through topics like that. That topic has come up. So suffice it to say, we continue to keep a toe in that door, given our staffing limitations and just keeping our eye on the ball. But we're open to and aware of those additional opportunities. So certainly if there is interest from industry or ideas from industry, and we can think outside the box on how to better utilize some of those data, we're open to it. I think our stock assessors do that. They take the information from the fishery dependent information, the catch data, to help inform the process already. The question is, can we do it in a more rigorous fashion? So I think that's definitely in the future, and someday we'll be talking about it more.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, I think that brings us to the ADF&G report, which is a written report only. I'll let council members pull that up, and I think we have Ms. Henry and Ms. Bush here for questions, if there are any. Mr. Mesereau? Ms. Henry, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Henry, for your report. I just noticed that in your report, there was nothing mentioned about the Prince William Sound pollock fishery. And I was hoping that either you could share with us the information about that fishery and any salmon bycatch that may have occurred. There was a great deal of interest among the public here in Anchorage and other places about that fishery itself, and it's not in your report. If you don't have that information, maybe you could provide it in the future. Just give us that as one of the fisheries that the state manages and their bycatch of salmon in particular.
For the record, this is Kendall Henry from ADFNG, and through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I don't have that information right now, but that is something that we can provide in these reports in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Henry? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much. Okay, we will move into our B6 Coast Guard reports. I think we have the Lieutenant Commander Rasky here. Thank you. And this was a written report, but have him present. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Lieutenant Commander Jed Rasky with Coast Guard District 17 in Juneau. First, I'll mention that Rear Admiral Megan Dean, the District 17 commander who took over this summer, she intended on being here at this meeting to introduce herself, but her travel schedule didn't work out this time. She does intend to be present at the December meeting, so I'm working with her staff to make that happen. So the purpose of this short presentation is to relate information to the council on the September 2023 Russian Navy Bering Sea Hydropack navigational warning, the interactions with the U.S. domestic fishing and research vessels, and the Coast Guard actions. First, I'll run through the sequence of events as we saw things develop in Juneau. So first off, on September 10th, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or NGA, published the Hydropack, identifying Russian military missile operations in a portion of the Bering Sea between September 14th and September 19th. And this area is highlighted in red on the slide. So that was on Sunday, September 10th. And then on the morning of Monday, September 11th, the Coast Guard District 17 became aware of the Hydropack, and on the 11th and 12th notified the U.S. domestic fishing fleet through various industry groups, the North Pacific Council, and using electronic means such as AIS transmitters, notice to mariners, radio broadcasts, and the Marine Exchange of Alaska. Fishing vessels began notifying the Coast Guard of Russian naval vessels inside the US EEZ portion of the defined Hydropack area, and Coast Guard cutter Kimball, a 418-foot national security cutter, repositioned from the northern Bering Sea to the US fishing vessels located in the southern portion of the Hydropack area. Then on September 13th, U.S. research vessel Sikuliak notified the Coast Guard that they would be entering the Hydropack area to conduct planned research. And also on September 13th, the Russian military extended their duration of their Hydropack until the 24th. On September 14th, the first day of the Hydropack that was in effect, the research vessel Sikuliak was overflown by the Russian military. I'm not going to pronounce this right, but I think it's Ilyushin 38 Maritime Patrol aircraft. An image of this overflight can be seen on the slide, top right corner. Also on September 14th, the Russian Navy frigate and Russian submarine were observed near the only U.S. fishing vessel that was still inside the Hydropack area at this time. And the Coast Guard cutter Kimball remained on scene to monitor the situation and ensure the safe continuation of U.S. interests and commerce in the area. Later in the day on September 14th, Coast Guard cutter Kimball observed 2 missiles launched from the Russian submarine and determined there was no threat to safety of U.S. vessels from the launch. On September 20th, Russia canceled the Hydropack and terminated missile operations hazardous to navigation. Now I'll go over the Coast Guard response. So after the missile launch on September 14th, Coast Guard cutter Kimball and District 17 continued to monitor the Hydropack for possible conflicts with domestic interests and commerce, but none were observed. Additionally, Coast Guard District 17 engaged Department of Defense and Coast Guard headquarters to provide tactical information in case there was any diplomatic dialogue. Looking at this slide, we've depicted the locations of the various vessels and Russian military assets with the dates of the interactions reported to the Coast Guard. Originally, there were 3 U.S. fishing vessels in the southern portion of the Bering Sea hydropack area on the 11th of September, but 2 departed before the hydropack went into effect on the 14th. For the way ahead, after the 2020 incidents related to the Russian naval exercise Ocean Shield that many people should remember, and the impacts on the domestic fishing fleet during that time, the Coast Guard actively monitors these navigational warnings, such as hydropacks, to anticipate potential impacts with U.S. interests and commerce. By engaging with the fishing industry and maritime stakeholders, and by strengthening lines of communications, the Coast Guard was able to act on the lessons learned from Ocean Shield 2020. We applaud the fishing fleet and their industry leadership for maintaining good two-way communications during this hydropack. Military operations and exercises in international waters are lawful. However, we will continue to ensure there are no disruptions to U.S. interests or commerce in the maritime environment around Alaska. While the United States respects the rights of the Russian Navy to conduct exercises in international waters, the U.S. domestic fishing fleet retains the right to legally fish within the boundaries of the U.S. EEZ. The U.S. fishing fleet is not required to depart the legal fishing grounds of the U.S. EEZ if directed so by a foreign country. However, safety of life at sea should always be paramount, and managing the safe navigation of any vessel on the high seas is the responsibility of the mariner with firsthand situational awareness. The responsibility of safety within a military exercise firing zone in international waters and on the high seas belongs to the military service and the nation conducting the exercise. Other nations should have due regard to the rights and duties of the coastal state, the U.S. in this situation, and shall act in a manner compatible with international norms. And for everybody's awareness, please remember that everyone on the high seas has a responsibility to themselves and one another to operate in a safe manner. And we encourage mariners to subscribe to these navigational warnings via email, especially because the email notifications actually come out a day before the website's updated, which we learned from this incident. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report, Lieutenant Commander. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Commander Rasky. From your perspective, how well did the notification system work? Did you encounter any companies or skippers who were unaware, or did it achieve our, I think the objective, which is complete awareness, complete situational awareness? Did it achieve that pretty well?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think overall, the fishing fleet was not aware when the message first came out. I don't think many people monitor the messages as closely as the Coast Guard does. I personally have a reminder on my calendar to check the website for the hydropacks. And I learned that if I subscribe to the emails, they actually get pushed out to me a day earlier than they show up on the website. So it was one of the people in our office that actually subscribed to those emails that brought it to our attention. And then once we started to make notifications, the way we did this, we looked at it from a tiered approach. We looked at the immediate area to see who was going to be affected immediately. So we looked at the vessels and looked them up to see which either industry groups or cooperatives they belong to. And we reached out to those industry groups. Nobody really stated whether or not they were already aware of the hydropack. They basically just thanked us for the information. And then that started the two-way communications. And then we started working away from the hydropack area to determine which other fleets could be impacted by this activity, potentially which vessels might be transiting into the hydropack area. But I think once communications were established, it was just a very good flow of information. We were getting pictures from both the research vessel Sikuliak in the upper right-hand corner of the slide, and also the Frontier Mariner took that picture of the Coast Guard cutter Kimball, and then the Russian naval frigate on the other side. So we were getting really good comms in real time from everybody on scene. So I think comms were very good.
Thanks, Lieutenant Commander. Second question is just about the presence of the Kimball, which it strikes me as having been extremely important in terms of this response. was really gratified you were able to get the Kimball there. Was that partly luck that the Kimball was nearby, or were you actually, would you, under other circumstances, would you have had the Kimball or another equivalent cutter able to respond that quickly?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight. So the Kimball actually wasn't in the area on the morning of the 11th. They were up in the Bering Strait area. They were patrolling the MBL between the US and Russia in the Chukchi Sea. So we had them up there because there were some Russian fishing vessels that were not anywhere close to the line by any means, but that's one of the routine patrols we do just in case anybody's not transmitting AIS, that we would have to do some enforcement to make sure they weren't fishing on our side. So we repositioned the Kimball pretty far south, actually. It took a little while to get down there. The good news is that we had plenty of notification of the hydropack. We were monitoring it. It hit the website and email about 3 or 4 days before the hydropack went into effect. So we were able to get the Coast Guard cutter Kimball on scene well before the hydropack actually went into effect. And when I say hydropack went into effect, that means that on the 14th, between certain time of day, the missile operations were going to proceed. So having the Kimball there was great because we were able to monitor the situation, but it did take a lot of muscle movement to get the Kimball there for sure. And actually, to answer the second part of your question, if the Kimball wasn't able to respond, then we do have other assets that we could have potentially used. We could have taken a C-130 from Air Station Kodiak and blown it out just to monitor the area and make contact with the U.S. fishing vessels to make sure they weren't being negatively impacted by the activity. Last year, or not last year, 2020, the Ocean Shield exercise, we had Coast Guard cutter Alex Haley as the Bering Sea cutter, but she was actually in port in Dutch Harbor at that point, and she wasn't able to respond immediately. So once we were aware of the activity in 2020, we were able to get the Alex Haley underway and directly proceed to the maritime boundary line.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just aside from the exercise, what you mentioned in the written report about 7 detections of fishing vessels suspected to be fishing in the US waters. And so were those then all determined to not have crossed the line and been in the US EEZ? There wasn't really a conclusion in the written report.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. So this is a issue that the Coast Guard has routinely kind of tried to figure out the best way we can crack this nut. So we are monitoring the maritime boundary line constantly, and we're looking at the fishing vessels that are crossing, potential Russian fishing vessels that are crossing the line on AIS as one of the, which is an anti-collision system, but we're able to monitor that to see if the vessels are crossing the line. We very routinely see that vessels have crossed the line. A lot of times it has to do more with the crowding of the vessels on the maritime boundary line. So in order to maneuver around each other, they might have to cross into the US EEZ, but not fish. So what we're looking at is information, it's dots on a map with speeds and times, and we're trying to determine if that was actually fishing activity. The hard part is if we don't have an actual on-scene asset able to take pictures or video of nets in the water or lines in the water from a Russian fishing vessel, then it's really hard to prove that that was actually fishing inside of the US EEZ. What we'll do is we'll take these suspected incursions and we'll transmit those to the Russian border guard through the computer system that we have set up for maintaining comms with them. And we basically encapsulate all the information, present the evidence to them, and then it may take a few weeks or even months to get resolution on every single case, but we transmit it to them as a suspected incursion. And then sometimes we'll get back, okay, from the Russian border guard, we've contacted that company, told them not to cross the line anymore, or in some cases, they'll actually get a fine, not for fishing on our side, but the Russian legislation prohibits them from crossing over to our side without notifying the Russian border guard. So we try to get quick resolution on a lot of these cases, but unless we have an asset, either a C-130 aircraft or a cutter in the area, it's really hard to determine if fishing activity actually occurred. And the last point I'll make on that is that the incursions are not very deep. We're talking a couple hundred yards. So it's really, really hard to determine if somebody's actually fishing on our side. Not only with the information that's presented on AIS, but then you look at the depth of the incursion as well.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you again, Lieutenant Commander Bresky, for your reports. We have probably a couple minutes here before lunch is ready. But we have our next report is written only. It's the B7 Fish and Wildlife Service, and we'll let council members take a moment to review that. And if there are any questions, maybe we can direct them to Mr. Fassbender. Okay, seeing none. Thank you. I think we will break for lunch and come back at 1:05. And we will start with our B8 report, the North Pacific Fisheries Commission report. Thank you. And I'll remind any members of the public wishing to testify to please do so before the end of our B reports. Thank you. Council members, please come to order. Thank you. We are on agenda item B8, the North Pacific Fisheries Commission report. We have Mr. Dan Hull with us, and I believe we have Mr. Breaky online. Is that right? Yes, we have a visual on you. Welcome. So whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Greetings, council members. Thank you, Chair, and council members and the council staff for allowing me to join virtually. I wish I could be there in person with you today. But did want to introduce myself, given I'm relatively new to the North Pacific Fisheries Commission portfolio, provide a quick introduction to myself, as well as background on NPFC and highlights of recent developments, and then turn it over to our non-federal commissioner, Dan Hull, who very capably representing the council on our US delegation. So my full-time day job is the deputy director of our NOAA Fisheries Office of International Affairs, Trade and Commerce, based in Silver Spring. So I'm involved in a lot of our international fisheries coordination through both RFMOs like NPFC and bilateral engagements and other regulatory programs. But I'm joining you here as the head of DEL for the US delegation North Pacific Fisheries Commission and the alternate commissioner acting in the federal commissioner role. I think we have the slides here. We can go ahead to the next slide, please. So just a quick background for NPFC. I know some of you are familiar from previous council meetings, but some of you may be new. North Pacific Fisheries Commission is a treaty-based RFMO. The convention area covers the high seas in the North Pacific, so areas outside of the EEZs of coastal states, and the competency in terms of fisheries resources includes those stocks other than those covered by other RFMOs. Among the notable examples would be the WCPFC in the Western Pacific and IATTC in the Eastern Pacific that cover tuna and other highly migratory species. Next slide, please. So the United States became a party to this RFMO in 2017. It's a relatively new RFMO, still sort of in the process of organizational development. We, on a normal year, will meet annually in the commission to make decisions, as well as meet annually through different subsidiary bodies that help us progress work. And some of those subsidiary bodies are actually active in an intersessional basis as well. It's a relatively small RFMO, both in terms of the membership and in terms of the fisheries that it covers. You'll see there's only 9 members. The EU is a relatively new member. We've worked very closely with Canada and other like-minded members. Given the membership as well as the convention area, a lot of the challenges that we've had there relate to some broader geopolitical issues, including related to Russia, China, dynamics with Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. And there's one cooperating non-contracting party, Panama, that's active as in terms of carrier vessels and transshipment. Next slide, please. So the general priorities for NPFC as an organization and us as a delegation relate in part to the management of these pelagic species that are not covered by other RFMOs. The most important generally in terms of the importance for different coastal states and fishing nations is Pacific saury. That's also a stock that has been overfished, and every year there's negotiations over appropriate catch limit and allocation. Also bottom fisheries, there's not a lot of catch in those bottom fisheries, but they have important implications for us in terms of some of the stocks that are targeted, as well as our broader interest in preventing significant adverse impacts on deep sea VMEs. One of our key priorities related to the development of MCS tools and compliance monitoring frameworks to combat IU fishing in the North Pacific, as well as really to build up the scientific capacity of NPFC and our own engagement and contributions to that as a US delegation. Next slide, please. So I wanted to quickly highlight, as being new to this role, I've only been the head of Dell for about a year. I'm not sure when the last presentation to the council was, but I wanted to highlight that there were some particularly acute challenges for NPFC in the 2019, especially 2020 to 2022 timeframe. Of course, every RFMO was significantly challenged by COVID-related disruptions in terms of its effect on our ability to meet in person and make progress and do much more than keep the lights on, as well as some of the impacts on operations that are of interest to the United States. I'd say being familiar with some RFMOs, those problems were especially severe for NPFC. Part of that related to some concurrent turnover in the secretariat. That meant that the organization did not have stable leadership during that period of turmoil and disruption related to COVID-19. There were some specific issues that made it hard to meet in person, partly COVID, but also there was a Russian chair of the organization who was both frankly not very good at chairing the organization, but also after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it was very challenging for many members to be able to meet in a multilateral forum with Russia or with the Russian chair. So when I came on board last fall, we didn't have an executive secretary. We didn't have a chair that we could work with capably. We hadn't met in person since 2019. And as a result, there hadn't been much development of NPFC, and in some respects, there had been backtracking as some of the work that we need to do to make progress as an organization had really stalled significantly over those years. Next slide, please. So in the past year, we have made a lot of progress, made up for lost time at the in-person annual meeting in March 2023 in Japan, and I'll talk about some of the highlights of that meeting. Before that even happened, we were able to get around some procedural objections that Russia had to making an executive secretary appointment, and we have an experienced individual from Canada, Robert Day, who is both active in different international fisheries fora and had been active in NPFC, and so he's now the executive secretary. I got involved as the U.S. head of delegation as a result of some turnover from the previous head of delegation out of the Alaska region. We also have become more active at different levels of the delegation in terms of the subsidiary bodies, with Dan playing a very important role as the FACT chair and Alicia Fahlberg stepping up as the chair of the Technical and Compliance Committee going into last year's annual meeting, and then starting a new term at that annual meeting. Next slide, please. And we did get a lot accomplished at that annual meeting in terms of our priorities and negotiations. A lot of those related to institutional development and ensuring that this organization, as an international organization, could function effectively and consistent with its rules of procedure. Those are not always the most exciting things, and probably not of the most paramount interest to the council members in terms of fisheries management and science. But unless the organization is effective at those things and running as an organization, it's not going to be effective at the basic obligations related to fisheries management, science, compliance. So that was really priority number one, was getting that leadership in place and improving some of the rules that, frankly, some of the other members of NPFC had allowed to be abused in terms of the way in which the organization was not being as transparent as it should have been in terms of observer participation and sharing of documents with the public, things like that. So we made a lot of progress on those important issues at the meeting. We also addressed some of the COVID-related concerns, both in terms of our ability to meet, but there had been some particular decisions of NPFC that had led to differences of interpretation with some of our challenging members like China in terms of whether there could be boardings under the high seas boarding inspection scheme during COVID-19. We resolved those concerns at the meeting and clarified our ability and other members' ability to conduct those boardings, which are a very important part of our posture and our efforts to combat IUU fishing in the convention area. Like with many RFMOs, the United States came forward with a proposal on considering climate change in the work of the commission and was successful in adopting that. Also, as I mentioned, made progress in adopting a measure to rebuild overfish sorry by reducing some of the total level catch in the high seas convention area. Worked on some other measures related to shark bycatch and management and marine pollution. And then very importantly, replaced the Russian chair that was problematic for several reasons with a very highly qualified chair from Japan and a vice chair from Korea. Next slide, please. We have a number of priorities. I already touched on many of them. A lot relate to the broader interest in combating IU fishing. Even though we don't have a fishing presence in NPFC, it's important for us to be engaged in terms of ensuring the process of NPFC is on the right track, and also that we're able to combat IU fishing, support our broader maritime security interests through compatible efforts like North Pacific Guard, and that the right MCS tools are in place in the convention area and in the NPFC fisheries to ensure that the measures that we adopt are complied with. NPFC is still at a relatively nascent state with a lot of its scientific capacities. So we're really trying to build up the quality of the stock assessments. I'm personally interested in over the next year of thinking about ways that we can build on some of, I know previous delegation priorities related to management of bottom fisheries including Alfonsino, and the protection of VMEs in the convention area, including on emperor seamounts, and then further the kind of organizational development. So that's the high level overview. I know your time is valuable and you have a lot on your agenda, but I wanted to thank you for allowing me to introduce myself to the council in this role at NPFC, and I'll turn it over to Dan, anything he wants to add in the room from the non-federal commissioner perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Excuse me, Mr. Hull.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, council, and congratulations on your appointment as council chair, Ms. Drobnica, and to Mr. Twite, Mr. Downs, and Mr. Tsukada for your respective roles. For the record, I'm Dan Hull, serving as the council's designated representative to the NPFC, and it's a role that began when I was on this council. I want to provide a few brief comments on my experience and the importance of this council to keep tabs on the activities and the progress of this regional fishery management organization, or RFMO. A couple of details on acronyms. So I think maybe some of you don't know that Alicia Fahlberg, as chair of the TCC, that's the Technical and Compliance Committee, and the FAC is the Finance and Administration Committee, which I chair. One detail to add about the U.S. commissioners to the NPFC. The implementing federal legislation specifies that there are 5 U.S. commissioners, 2 of whom shall be appointed by the president from the Department of Commerce, Department of State, or the Coast Guard. And we have Michael with Commerce, NIMS, and then a representative from State Department as the other presidentially appointed commissioner. And there are 3 others of us representing the 3 federal fishery management councils adjacent to the NPFC. So that's going to be this council, Pacific Council, and the Western Pacific Management Council. And we're all appointed by the Department of Commerce. So it's not presidential appointment, and then thereby we have acting commissioner status. First, I want to highlight that we currently have a really effective and productive U.S. delegation. And I attribute this to the emphasis of this federal administration in strengthening U.S. participation in RFMOs generally, the change in leadership with Michael as our current head of delegation, and the positive developments within the NPFC with the appointment of the executive secretary from Canada and the new chairs and vice chair that Michael highlighted. It's important to remember that this is a relatively young RFMO, and that the pandemic and geopolitical factors have delayed progress on a variety of fronts the past 3 or 4 years. Nonetheless, I think the potential now exists to make substantive progress at the commission on some fundamental elements necessary for a well-functioning RFMO. Again, as Michael outlined in his remarks. Second, you may be wondering how important it is to engage with the NPFC, given all that you have on your plates. And the fact that the U.S. does not have any fishing interest in the NPFC convention area, and there are no significant straddling stocks to be concerned about. In my view, broadly speaking, it is important to understand how the U.S. engages in the international arena to meet overarching U.S. commitments to sound science-based conservation and management and other goals that are consistent with our own federal fishery management system. More specifically, there is a nexus with the NPFC in areas of ongoing interest, such as high seas enforcement. You all know we have a significant presence by the Coast Guard in federal waters, and it extends into international waters. And also understanding ecosystem changes throughout the North Pacific that may be of interest or importance in the long run to this council. There are also interesting and informative lessons to be learned from the challenges that other nations are experiencing with declines in particular species and the resulting social, cultural, and economic impacts to coastal communities. And I'm thinking of the analogous circumstances of Pacific sorry in Japan and some of our salmon populations in Alaska. The analogy isn't perfect, but it's worth highlighting. And it's something that I know I'll be interested to keep track of. Lastly, I'd be glad to continue representing the council over the next 2 years that I'm serving as the Finance and Administration Committee Chair at the Commission. But I will suggest that the council begin to think about transition to another representative after that time. And be happy to talk about that offline. And then that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to take questions now, but also if after this meeting, council members have other questions about what's happening at the NPFC, where maybe some specific areas of interest or concern are, you can all please reach out to me and be glad to discuss those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hull. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Oliver?
Question for Dan, or maybe it's for Michael. I was involved in the early days of the NPFC formation in 2014-15. And at the time, there was a lot of focus on VMEs and identifying and protecting vulnerable marine ecosystems. And there also some concern on the U.S. side as to what position the U.S. government would take and how that might relate to consistencies in domestic policy, for example. So leading up to my question, when you say considering opportunities to strengthen management of bottom fisheries and protect VMEs, including on emperor seamounts, and then the last part of the phrase, and for overlapping fisheries interests in the U.S. EEZ, can you help me understand that last part and a little context for that and what the overlapping interests, what it's meant by overlapping interests? Just curious.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for the question. Good to see you again. Thank you, Chair, through you. I'll quickly try to answer that question. And I know this had been an issue that the U.S. delegation under Glenn's leadership in previous years had focused on as well. Part of it related to the overlapping fisheries interest in the U.S. EEZ, as I understand it, relates in part to North Pacific Armorhead and Alfonsino. And I think Armorhead in particular being an overfished stock in the US EEZ in the Northwestern Hawaiian Islands. And that fishery has been closed for a very long time and has not recovered according to the scientific information that we have. Meanwhile, there's been fishing occurring for that stock and other bottom fishing stocks in the North Pacific in the convention area by other fleets. And I would need to get smarter on the specific stock issues around that, but I think there's been concern that some of the effort on the high seas could affect the ability or the probability of the stock in the US EEZ to be able to recover, even as we have closures in place. So that's one reason why we want to look at it from a kind of fisheries management point of view. I will note that the fishing effort and catch in those fisheries has gone down pretty considerably over the years. So there's not a lot of catch in the North Pacific Fisheries Commission for those bottom fishing species, but under the broader kind of best practices as promulgated through UN and FAO frameworks and followed through other RFMOs, so it should be especially precautionary and follow the precautionary approach in management of those stocks, and ensuring that we have good stock assessments and scientific advice before we're authorizing those fisheries, and also that we're ensuring those fisheries are only undertaken where we think that we can prevent the significant adverse impacts on BMEs, as well as when we have encounters with BMEs, appropriately precautionary measures in place to stop fishing activity, have move on rules. So I think there are a lot of different facets to this issue. The measure itself that is in force, and there are measures for both the Northwest Pacific and Northeast Pacific, are very complicated. And so I think we'll be looking at both if there are particular area closures that we should consider where we have reason to believe that there might be VMEs present. It would be hard to prevent that adverse impact from any bottom fishing, but also ensure that we develop the right scientific advice and put controls on place in the fisheries and have appropriate move on rules, and thinking about both consistency with the domestic management frameworks, as well as the hard work that's been done through other RFMOs to manage those bottom fisheries, related bottom fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you. And good to see you, Mr. Hall. And my question is your first part of your remarks about, and thank you for delineating kind of why the council should be, you said keeping tabs on what the NPFC is doing. And is now that you're meeting again and meeting in person, is the intent that this kind of a relationship through regular reporting in the B reports is what you meant by that engagement, or was there some other way in which you envision the council engaging?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. Primarily through an annual report to the council. If there are specific issues that come up, the council wishes to pursue further, there could be other opportunities, but that would be my expectation.
Thank you for that response. And then my second question is on the U.S. interests and priorities slide, and one of those is to contribute to growth in the NPFC's scientific capacities to support science-based management. And so could you give us either of you more detail on what you mean by that, or what you hope to accomplish there? Is that sharing with member countries, or is there some research component to the NPFC that I haven't followed?
I don't know if you want to try first, Michael, and I'll fill in.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. So within the NPFC, one of the subsidiary bodies is a scientific committee, and the United States participates in that scientific committee with representatives from our science centers. Currently, that's staffed out of the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center, given some of the convention area doesn't fit neatly in any particular region or science center purview. And so we are trying to contribute more of our own expertise from science centers to build up the stock assessment capabilities of the NPFC. So through that scientific committee, members will work together to develop stock assessments and data needs for these shared stocks managed through the NPFC. And so kind of for the US delegations, making sure that we're able to contribute to that. And I think it's particularly important that we contribute significantly to that development, given the small size of the organization and the limitations of some delegations in terms of their own scientific expertise or their English language abilities or their own political will to engage in that work. That's one way in which the United States both contributes to the development of the organization, the science-based management of these fisheries, and kind of the broader engagement we have with other delegations to make sure we progress that work.
Thank you.
And if I might, Madam Chair, just to point out that the commission does not have a standing scientific body. So all the scientists are contributed by the member countries. In addition, the U.S. recently provided some voluntary contribution to the commission to conduct, I think it's the chub mackerel management strategy evaluation around stock assessments. I believe that's it. Michael can correct me if I'm wrong. So there are a variety of ways that the US's engagement is increasing and in support of the science that's needed for the organization. But again, as a young organization, some of those fundamentals are lacking.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have two questions and then a comment. Mr. Hall, it's really good to see you again. Thank you for being here. First question is about the conditions that were added to, my understanding is were added to the international agreement when Poland joined. It's my understanding that Poland came into this agreement much later than the other countries, and that as a result of the negotiations about whether or not to allow Poland, one of the outcomes was that a fairly large closure area was adopted in the northwestern portion of the convention area, just essentially the areas offshore from Japan and Russia. So my question is, why wasn't there some consideration of similar closure areas off the US EEZ? And I understand that the US EEZ is a much larger boundary on the North Pacific Convention than either Japan or Russia's is because of so many areas. But still, it seems like it would have been an opportunity for some additional both conservation and fishery management safeguards at the same time that Japan and Russia were achieving those. So question again is just, why didn't we get something similar on our side of the Pacific?
I'll give it a try. So when you refer to Poland, it was the EU that was admitted. And I cannot remember the circumstances of their admission offhand and those particular closures. I think you're referring to perhaps there were seamounts in the northeastern side that were of concern, but I would have to do some digging to fully understand the question you're answering. So I don't have a specific answer for you now. I think that the capacity of the US at a time when during the pandemic and the status of the commission itself probably factored into the lack of a focus there.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the question. Just to clarify, and ensure there's no misunderstanding, you might be referring to the Donut Hole Convention, which relates to the management of pollock resources on the high seas. And that is the convention that Poland had been a party to, and then the EU has been trying to become a party, given its competency over fisheries resources for the EU member states. And if that's correct, that's what you're referring to. That's
It's not correct, actually. I don't think I misspoke. I thought I said that the EU was a late joiner to the North Pacific Fishery Commission. I thought they came in 2022.
yes, they did, but Poland was not a party before that.
I don't think I said Poland. If I did, I apologize. That was a mistake. I was referring just to the EU. I do have a comment about the Donut Hole Convention and the transition there from Poland to the EU, but I don't think I raised that in this question. If I did, I apologize. It was a misstatement. But my question was specific to the North Pacific Commission and the convention, and my understanding is the agreement that there'd be substantial additional closures of the waters of the northwest portion of the convention. But certainly speaking, as Mr. Hull suggested, from the perspective of there are some seamounts off US EEZ that potentially are deserving of additional protections, but also speaking to the issue that you raised in response to Mr. Oliver's question about potentially providing some additional protection on armorheads, and I can never say it right. Splendid Alfonsino, is that? I got it for once. In international waters, and the potential ripple effects or the potential benefits to domestic management. If there'd been some additional closures adjacent, similar to the ones that were adopted in the Northwestern Pacific off the US EEZ, it could have addressed a couple of potential problems.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the additional explanation on the comment. I agree completely. I think in terms of the issues you outlined, that's exactly why it's a priority for the United States. Unfortunately, it's the kind of issue that we'll need to get consensus among the members to make those changes or adopt those closures. At this stage in the process, it's not kind of built into any of the convention text or the measures themselves, though it does contemplate that we should consider those closures where appropriate. So that's certainly what we're looking into as a matter of priority for the delegation right now in terms of getting that scientific advice and hopefully being able to act on it consistent with those interests that you highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a second question?
I do. When the US authorizing legislation was drafted by Congress, Congress included provision for an advisory body to the US section, and that's never been convened. The governors of the states of Alaska and Washington raised concerns about the inaction by either state or commerce to convene that. To my knowledge, there was never a response to the governor's concerns. And there's been certainly the similar advisory bodies played a valuable role in US representation on both the Donut Hole Agreement and the ICC. So it's been valuable, and it actually the presence of an advisory body such as the one that Congress authorized for this convention would go directly towards improving transparency and effective governance, at least from a US perspective. So my question is, are there plans from either commerce or state to convene that advisory body that Congress created and that the two state governors have expressed strong interest in having actually established?
Mr. Breaker, Mr. Hull, do you have an answer to that? I'm not sure if you're trying to speak. Mr. Breaker.
Sorry,
Oh.
I can take that. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. Certainly aware of the authorization and the legislation related to the advisory committee, and it's definitely something that we're considering. I would defer to Alaska Region colleagues if they have the history on the priority placed on development and making appointments to an advisory committee and setting that up in the past, because I've only taken leadership in the last year and I haven't seen that correspondence, but I would be interested in seeing that, and certainly something that we're considering and taking action on now that we've been able to make progress on some of the longstanding priorities in terms of the organization and its development.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate your perspective. You have
I do have a comment, and it actually goes back to the issue of the EU. The U.S. advisors to the donut hole agreement, and it's a body that now no longer exists, but the advisors, when that body did exist, and even following that, have been consistently expressing concern about allowing the EU to access representation that Poland had previously provided and the donut hole, because of their concern about the potential expansion of EU fishing interests in the North Pacific ecosystems, including the Bering Sea, and the lack of any real safeguards for what could potentially be expanded fishing interests if the EU takes over representation from Poland in the donut hole. And the same advisors who were watching the accession of the EU into the North Pacific were similarly concerned. And just as a comment, it's hard for many in the North Pacific to understand the factors that would allow the U.S. to support increased access much more broadly than Poland, who were the original actors in the North Pacific on both sides of the Aleutians. And there's concern about the potential ramifications of potentially increased fishing pressure at a time when the environment in both the Bering Sea and the North Pacific are undergoing some pretty dramatic changes. And so I just reflecting there the thoughts that certainly I've brought to that advisory body, but also reflecting the thoughts of the other advisors on that advisory body. And thank you. And again, Dan, it is really good to see you. Glad you're doing well. Appreciate your work on this. There's a lot of really good things. And I hope my 2 questions aren't taken as a condemnation of the work as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. See if there are any further questions. Seeing none, thank you both for the update and report. And thanks again for your many years of chairmanship and leadership on this council, Mr. Hull, and your continued willingness to serve on the commission. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all, and look forward to further questions, and we'll do research on our part to understand better the topics that you raised today. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're gonna, thank you, Mr. Brakey. I think we're gonna move on to our B9 report, the North Pacific Research Board report. And a reminder to the public, we will be taking up public testimony immediately following this report. So please do sign up if you haven't done so already. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you all again. My name is Lynn Polensky. I am the Executive Director of the North Pacific Research Board here in Anchorage. And with me is our Science Director, Dr. Matt Baker. And we are going to give you an update similar to what we did in Sitka, and I think in 2022 on what we're up to. Let's do it. Dance here. Oh, there we go. Okay. So for our update, I'll quickly revisit our mission and our unique relationship with the council. Then I will turn it over to Dr. Baker to cover how NPRB identifies its research priorities and how those priorities are tracked and searched. And then we'll cover recently funded projects in the areas that you are likely most interested in, including cod, crab, and salmon. And then we'll move into the integrated ecosystem research program and highlight how these programs have fundamentally informed and altered fisheries management. And then last, the board's most recent decision to release the Northern Bering Sea Integrated Ecosystem Research Program, the request for pre-proposals that's hopefully coming out in the next week or so. The board made that decision just 2 weeks ago, so we're excited about that. We'll talk a little bit about that program. It'll be relevant to a lot of discussions we've already had today, you've already had, and we'll discuss the timeline for that as well. So quickly embedded in our mission and our enabling legislation are directives to prioritize pressing fisheries management and ecosystem information needs, to support cooperative research with other research programs to not only leverage investments, but avoid duplication of research, and provide access to research information and data. Moving on quickly, highlighting our unique relationship. As you know, the council has a standing seat on the NPRB board and our executive committee, and we are currently in the good hands of member Mesereau for the last 4 years now, I think. In addition to that unique relationship with the council, the NPRB and the council have developed a coordinated approach to identify research priorities that all aim to inform fisheries management. And we then monitor and track those investments in research so we can report on what priorities are addressed and how that the research results may inform fisheries management. And now I'm going to turn it over to Matt, Dr. Baker, to provide more about the details of the research priorities and the recently funded projects and the IERP. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Through the chair. Is this going forward? So just a little bit more about research priorities. This is an area where NPRB has worked with the council for several years. And part of the reason to talk today is that we're looking to work with council staff as well as members of the SSC and then the council itself to build on some of the collaborations that we've been doing in the lead up to the February meeting when this will be brought back up, both in terms of trying to identify research priorities and then track those research priorities. So to determine what is actually done against those. And so to give you a sense of how we identify research priorities, one is we start with the council priorities. We also do a direct outreach to different management agencies such as NOAA, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and others. And then we have a solicitation that we send out both to the research community and to the general public. And so that's what's shown in the right side. We do an annual announcement where we remind people that we have an online submission system for that. The online submission system is open year round, but we send a reminder out to help let people know that if they want to put priorities in to inform our request for proposals for the annual call that we make to do that at that time. And so we also develop a database of the priorities that we receive, and that's what's shown in the bottom. So we have a database of different priorities that have come in, and we also do sort of a short list of some of the common priorities that we find across management agencies. We also have a searchable database that we've developed of the projects that we actually fund. And that's public and online. And so that allows us to track what priorities have been funded, what haven't been funded, where the investments have been made, and particularly, I think a difficult thing to track, but something that's very important is what has come out of that research, and then secondarily, have those outputs actually gone back into the management process and informed how we approach fisheries management. We are continuing to work on different ways to display this information or make this information available. So we're working with Blue Raster, which is a data visualization company. And so this is a screenshot of two different searches, one for red king crab and then one for sablefish, where it allows people to look at where that research has been funded. So if people are interested in certain stocks or certain regions or large marine ecosystems, then it allows them to look at that. And as Lynn had mentioned, we wanted to provide a brief update on some of the ongoing and current allocations that we've made towards three areas that have been expressed of interest in this council, which is Pacific cod, crab, and salmon. So we'll run through each of those. These are all projects that have, sorry, the display has been shifted a little bit here, but these are all projects that are either ongoing or recently concluded. The total allocation to cod is difficult to read there, but it's just under 3 million over the last several years. And the areas of interest that we've been, or the areas that we've been funding, they range from things like thermal effects on cod, so understanding marine heat wave effects in the Gulf of Alaska, validation and enhancement of individual-based models for cod movement, population structure and spawning habitat in both the Aleutians and the Bering Sea, and then passive acoustic monitoring up in the Arctic. So looking at how the extent to which these fish are actually moving up into some of the northern regions of the range, and then outside of the survey area that Dr. Foy had talked about before, not only in the northern Bering Sea, but even further than that. In terms of crab, we've funded about just over 2 million in the last several years, looking at all species of commercially important crab in Alaska. So looking at crab growth, blue king crab recruitment in the Pribilof Islands, and qualitative approaches to blue king crab management with local communities in that region. Projects have focused on tanner and snow crab, looking at response to temperature change and body condition, things like pathology of black eye syndrome. And then we recently funded two large projects, both involving the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, one led by NOAA, one led by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, looking at Bristol Bay red king crab. And so one is looking at movement and the other one is looking at settlement potential, with the idea that they are actually connected to each other, both of those proposals as well as those issues. So trying to get a better sense of what's happening with that stock. And then with Pacific salmon, we funded just under 3 million in the last several years. Similar to crab, those proposals range across the species of Pacific salmon. So looking at recruitment in Prince William Sound pink salmon, looking at survival and abundance for coho, new assays to do sex ID for Chinook, size and abundance of sockeye. We've also looked at salmon winter ecology, and we've also contributed to the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission International Year of the Salmon to look at dynamics of salmon offshore. And then the two most recent proposals have been focusing on Western Alaska salmon, which I know is of particular interest to this council. One proposal looking at engaging Yukon River fishers on Chinook and chum research, and then one looking at climate drivers of impacts to Chinook in the Yukon. So I think we'll end talking about our integrated ecosystem research program. As Lynn mentioned, we'll be releasing a request for proposals for that later this month. And that's a program that would be going on for probably about 6 years. So these programs are multi-institutional, multi-year, multidisciplinary projects where the intent is really to look at the mechanisms of different processes so that we can better understand structure and function of those systems, important interactions, important ecosystem attributes. And the idea of that is to help inform a broader understanding of maybe how we can forecast, improve forecasts or respond to change in the region. So these are designed to promote collaboration across different disciplines, academic disciplines like fisheries or oceanography or social science, to promote integration across different components of the ecosystem, so plankton, fish, physics, and then to help develop partnerships as well. So just to give you a sense of some of the past IERPs and things that have come out of that and how they might apply to management. One of the recent IERPs that we developed was in the Gulf of Alaska. One of the main conclusions that came out of that was that there are really fundamental differences between the Eastern and the Western Gulf. So you have a narrow shelf on the eastern side, you have a lot of freshwater input, you have different current regimes there, in contrast to the Western Gulf, where you have other dynamics such as the Shelikof Strait, you have a broad shelf. And in looking at this ecosystem over several years, there was continued insights that what was happening on the east and the west was often quite different. So looking at a particular phenomenon, looking at a particular species and recruitment indices, things might be going up in one system and down in the other. And so in the assessment phase of that program, we pulled in the stock assessment authors for the 5 focal groundfish species that we looked at in that. So that was cod, pollock, Pacific Ocean perch, arrowtooth flounder, and Pacific halibut. We also pulled in the ecosystem considerations chapter authors. And so we worked with Stephanie Zador, and in the context of a week-long discussion of different things, we decided to make a recommendation to the council and to the plan teams for the Gulf of Alaska to separate out the indices that were being developed for the Eastern and the Western Gulf, because where you had trends being in opposite directions on either side, you were essentially not seeing a trend at all. And so that it wasn't a very informative index. And so I'm sure that all of these look familiar to you, the ecosystem status reports that are presented to the council. This is one of the outputs of that type of program, or contributed to that. Our most recent IERP just recently concluded, that was in the Arctic. The intent at the time was to look at phenology or timing of processes in that system, look at ice extent, and look at Arctic cod. In the end, we looked a lot at walleye pollock because they were up there. And so rather than looking at age 0 Arctic cod, a lot of what we thought were age 0 Arctic cod were later identified as walleye pollock. We also saw adult size or commercially catchable size walleye pollock up there as well. And so this is something I know that this body is familiar with, that there's been a large movement of fish like cod and pollock further up into the northern Bering Sea, but also in this case up into the Chukchi Sea. And so as a result of that, our board decided to focus the next IERP, which is the one that we're launching on the northern Bering Sea. So this is a area that's in transition. It's also a transition point between subarctic and Arctic systems. And so the intent there is to look at that region as it's changing and try and understand what that means for communities in the region and what it means for fisheries as well. So the 2 main target groups and interest for this program are species and interactions that are of importance to coastal communities, and then secondarily, those that are of importance to industry stakeholders. And so this request for proposals that we're putting forward is intentionally fairly broad. We're looking for the researchers to tell us what some of the most important ways to address these issues are, but our board has identified 2 areas of interest. One is the influence of shifts in the environment on species of commercial, ecological, and subsistence importance. And then the second is looking at implications for fisheries management and the communities that are depending on these resources. And so I think with that, I will move to the timeline and ask Lynn to talk a little bit more about how we see this program shaping and moving forward in the next few months and years.
Thanks. Sure. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'm going to give just a brief overview of the sort of a broad timeline on this. And once the requests for pre-proposals come out in the next couple of weeks, the details will be in there. But starting with October on the far left, October 2023, just 2 weeks ago, the board approved the release of the pre-proposal RFP, so that will come out soon. What's not on here is a pre-proposal deadline of May of 2024. So it's between October and May that folks have the time to put together a pre-proposal for the RFP. In October 2024, so a year from now, the based on our normal review processes that go through our science panel and advisory panel review, that go to the board, and the board will invite full proposals or to PIs to submit full proposals to the council. At that time, and Matt didn't mention this, but we're offering additional small awards to, at that time, once a PI is invited to submit a full proposal, they're eligible for a $10,000 award to help coordinate between Western science, Indigenous science partners. So either way, either direction, it's a short time. It's really intended to cover some small costs associated with coordination at that point, travel, meetings, things like that. Then a full proposal would be due March 2025. Then over the summertime, NPRB staff will meet with potential funding partners, and we have several agencies and cooperative research groups, industry groups, and cooperative science organizations that are interested in funding this IERP, depending on the proposals that come in. So we'll be coordinating with them and hopefully securing additional money for this. Right now, the board has committed approximately $6.5 million to this effort. The final decisions for funding will occur October 2025. And then the work will commence as early as early 2026. And that's a long period of time between 2026 and 2031. The bulk of the field work will probably occur in the summer of 2027, but folks can start earlier if they're ready, depending on what the proposal looks like, available ship time, and other logistics. So that goes all the way through to the analysis and the outreach in the out years. So it's a pretty big deal. Like Matt said, this is our technically fourth IERP, and we're excited about it. We've come a long way. We've been talking about this for a long time, not only to folks like you, and reported last year on this. I think last time we came, we showed some Arctic IERP videos to you. I came with our staff person, Brendan Smith. Danielle Dixon on our staff has been reaching out to community folks, co-management organizations. We are attending as many conferences, workshops as we can to talk about this and invite input. And so all that culmination of work has resulted in a very quick right around the corner release of our RFP for proposal. So excited about that. With that, I'll stop there and see if there are any questions, but before we're finished, I wanted to just say that we're here to assist the council, and you should let us know how often you'd like us to report back on our core funding decisions, as well as this IERP process, and happy to do that anytime. So thank you.
Thank you both for the presentation and for your work. Before I ask if there are any questions, I'll go to Mr. Mesereau as our NPR representative and see if he has anything additional to add. It's okay if you don't.
Actually, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for coming. Appreciate it. One of the things that you didn't mention, because being asked for it, was the human dimensions work that's also been done recently, and that ties in to our LKTKS protocols and on-ramps. And I know I don't know them all off the top of my head, and I won't put you on the spot, but I do know we funded, an Indigenous Sentinels Network, which was like a citizen science program, and several other, human dimension science that will be beneficial in the future to help integrate local and traditional knowledge into our program. And I appreciate that. I think it's really nice to be able to take what we're hearing here and actually do things that result in concrete action towards a goal. And I think you guys have done a great job of picking up on that and moving it forward. So I appreciate it. I guess I have two questions for you. One of them is it appropriate at this point to mention here to this group about the possibility of a open seat on the NPRB board for fishing industry. Is that something that you have to publish, or is that not something that we can talk about here? We have a group of fishing industry people sitting in the room and listening online. If we want to get someone to apply for that, maybe sharing how we do that would be beneficial, or if I just violated some rule, I'm terribly sorry.
We're talking about the fishing industry seat, right?
The one that was
Yes.
vacated at the last meeting, yeah.
Yes. No, Matt, I think Matt is still on for,
No, the other one that was at a board member, not executive committee. We had two board members that were not going to renew their, I believe.
oh, right. Those are the Alaska state seats. So fishing, the Alaska state seat for fishing interests and for environmental interests and oil and gas, 3 seats.
And do people apply through the boards and commissions? Is that?
That's a good approach. Talk to the boards and commissions. They can definitely give me a call, give our chair a call, the folks over at ADFNG as well. So a lot of avenues.
And my second question, Madam Chair, do you see some way to find synergy in what Dr. Foy was talking about in regards to this large amount of money that they are going to be receiving at Alaska Fisheries Science Center to work into the Arctic IRP or any other aspect of NPRB work?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I think it's a good question. We are definitely talking with Dr. Foy and other representatives at NOAA and Alaska Fisheries Science Center to look at, as well as other partners, both industry agencies and community partners, to look at what resources are out there, what are some of those interests, and then help that inform what we end up funding in the end. I think with some of the monies that are available, and particularly the short-term timeframe through which they need to be spent, that might work well with augmenting some of the programming that we're looking at. We're also looking at kind of long-term partnerships in a variety of different areas. There's also some emergency funds that are becoming available through the state. And NPRB has noted that if it's useful to use some of the processes that we have to help vet that research and provide a peer review and a robust scientific view of that might be another avenue through which we could be of service in that way. So I think we are looking to work with a variety of different partners and take advantage of opportunities where our missions align and where there's common interests. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any other questions? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Baker, maybe just a quick follow-up on that response to Mr. Mesereau's question. Should the outcomes from those discussions between NPRB and Alaska Fisheries Science Center regarding sort of research planning, should that affect the council's work to determine research priorities for the next 3 years, or is there a way to have that a feedback back into that process too, or should that proceed independently?
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, I think my sense of it is that there's differences between kind of broader objectives and research priorities that are reflective, I think, of real research needs, and then particular programs that might be put in place. We have a competitive process for funding. So with all of the different partners that we're working with, we're trying to create kind of a transparent, open system for different groups to put in proposals, but also look at leveraging partnerships and interests with other entities, and as well as the in-kind resources that they might bring to try and make those programs larger. I think as we're developing this program, we are interested, as we're trying to move towards the February meeting, and identifying research priorities and processes. So explicit priorities, but also processes for identifying or tracking those. That's something that we could definitely bring to this body in terms of what we're hearing, where there's common interest in different priorities. And I think if the council would like to hear more about specific things in terms of this particular region, as we're focused on that region, we'd be happy to respond in that way as well.
Mr. Toy, second question.
Then just a comment, actually, I keep remembering the importance of some of the previous integrated ecosystem research programs, in particular, the BZERP, the Bering Sea, the Eastern Bering Sea one that was one of your pioneering ones for the NPRB, and just how the benefits of those to the council process just keep reverberating. So many things we've built off the scientific foundation that the BZERP laid. I just, as one council member, I'm just really pleased that you've found the resources to tackle the Northern Bering Sea. It's really the missing area from my viewpoint in terms of what your coverage is, the coverage you've been able to achieve with integrated research plans previously. And just, this is so exciting that you're at this point. And I just hope that the additional resources will make that 6.5 million go a whole lot further. Because it's certainly, it's an area that's complex and under a lot of stress. And I think it's one of those things where the more resources you can put into an integrated research plan up there now, the more benefits we'll have in the future. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Toy. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You noted in your presentation about your searchable database that it had information in it that was follow-ups basically from what was developed and what was implemented from that research. I applaud you first for doing that. That's not always included in at least some of the databases that I have been involved with. I guess the question is, how do you go about getting that information? Is it an expectation of your grant that, they have to supply that information, or how do you get that information that you include in the database?
Thank you, Mr. Williams, through the chair. Yes, so there is a requirement for any project that we fund for them to provide a final report. We ask that they also include publications and other things of that sort. We also require the data and metadata, and we work with Axiom Data Science and Alaska Ocean Observing System and other groups to make sure that that data is curated and quality controlled and then accessible, both through our website, but also through more public or well-known websites such as Data One, so that individuals or entities that might not be aware of North Pacific Research Board could still find that data. So that's a fundamental component of how we move forward with things. The second part of the question, which is what elements of that are useful and applied, is a much more difficult question. And where we've done that is where we've had specific direction from our board to explore some of those areas. And I think that's, again, something where we could look at specific aspects of that if the council had specific, questions or interest in particular outcomes. We've tried to keep track of some of the more obvious cases where they've gone into some of the most applied components of things, such as stock assessments and so on. But there's a lot of other types of information that go into helping to inform management that are a little bit harder to quantify or identify. So it's an ongoing struggle for us, but it's something that I think is important. And if there's particular areas that are worth looking at, we're happy to pay attention to those.
Seeing no further questions, thank you both for your report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, council members.
Okay. So that concludes our B reports, and we will be transitioning into public testimony. It looks like we have 15 people signed up. As a reminder to the public, individuals will have 3 minutes and organizations 6 minutes to testify. We will go mostly in order. We do have a request from one individual who has some travel restrictions. So we'll be taking Mark Fina first. For those testifying remotely, please make sure you have as much as you can, a good connection and in a quiet space so that we are able to hear you, and we will unmute you when your name appears on the list. So thank you. So we'll start with Mark Fina.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Mark Fina. I work for Silver Ray Seafoods, but in this case, I'm just testifying individually. I would like to speak a little bit about the efforts on climate resilience in our fisheries. And one gap that I see in some of the work being done, and I think there's some related work, but I think what I'm thinking of isn't quite, it's very consistent with some of the work, but not captured entirely. And what I'm concerned about is that we collect an awful lot of fisheries data, and there's an awful lot of environmental data that's collected, but we don't use them anywhere near close to real time, except for managing the in-season management. And I'm concerned that there are a lot of indicators in those data that we may be able to respond to more quickly when there's a crisis on the horizon, if we have a structured way in which to consider them, and if we've given some forethought into how those data may relate to what might happen to a fishery in a year or more likely in a coming year. And I'll use both the Opie fishery as well as the cod fisheries as examples where we had no survey the year before, and maybe things could have been mitigated. I don't think we could have in any case prevented fisheries disasters in those cases, but I do think we might have behaved a little bit differently if we were watching the data from the fisheries and watching some of the environmental indicators a little more closely leading into those seasons. And I think in order for this to work, you've really got to give it forethought. You've got to give some thought to how the structure might be set up, how your response may work, what the impacts might be, and how you're gonna move with the data. I think it requires probably some case studies. Those two fisheries are good examples where you could have case studies. I think also maybe you could look at the sablefish situation as a case study. There's a lot that's happened with sablefish that was a little bit surprising. I don't know what the response would be, whether you'd take more crab or fish out of the water in one year than another, or whether you would, but I think those are things that should be looked at. To me, it's a biological question. I think it should be led by the Science Center biologists. I know that Dr. Foy has some proposals for work that are fairly similar to this, but for me, I wouldn't collect new data at the start. I think we have a lot of data that we aren't using anywhere near to close to real time to try to see what's going to happen next year. I also think another use might be to prepare ourselves for what could happen if the agency if we aren't able to get enough money to fund our surveys. And it'd give us a better tool, or maybe could complement the risk tables that we already have. And I think it could benefit us in the long run. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned twice that this idea is really similar to a current Science Center project, or at least an idea that keeps being brought up. And Dr. Foy has talked about it before, using case studies to see what would we have done differently had we known or paid attention to other factors or information, for cod in particular, for crab. So where is the difference, I guess, in what you're suggesting? Is it that we should do that retrospective, looking at existing data, fishery data, observer data, particularly since we didn't have surveys those years, and see what we could have gleaned from that existing data that would have led us to work differently the following year?
I think that's part of the difference. For me, I start simple, and I know I think start with the data we have at hand and use those first before we start looking at, okay, what other data can we collect? How can we make this into something new? I think we have a lot of data, and you probably can get to more fisheries that way. I do think it's going to vary a lot species by species, because they all are biologically different from one another. And that's where I think it might be a little bit different from what he's proposing, or maybe as a subset of what he's proposing. And I have talked to Dr. Foy about it. I do think it's consistent. He thought it was, I think we both agreed it was a little bit different, but not completely different. And I think you can expand it out, but I think you'll get more out of it faster if you start simple with what we already have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Fina.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Todd Loomis, followed by Linda Bankin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Todd Loomis. I work for Ocean Peace, but I'm testifying on behalf of Groundfish Forum this afternoon. I read with interest the NIMS report and the potential changes to improve the maximum retainable amount regulations. And today I'd like to introduce a proposal that would modify trip triggers to reduce regulatory discards in the federal fisheries off Alaska. A copy of the proposal was uploaded when I signed up to testify, and I'd like to request that it be included in the discussion paper that NIMS is preparing. When people think of a fishing trip, most would say it starts when a vessel departs port and it ends when they return for offload. Unfortunately, the definition of a regulatory fishing trip is much more complex. And over the course of an actual trip, a single vessel has many regulatory fishing trips under the current trip trigger definitions and the MRA requirements. The system is very complex, it's difficult to enforce, and it leads to regulatory discards. I'd like to refer you to table 1 that was in the proposal, and I'll try to simply walk you through the 2 alternatives that were developed for consideration and compare them to the status quo. So the first, I'll talk about the first 5 columns of the table kind of together, and then I'll run through the punchline, which is in the last column. So under status quo, we have the highest level of complexity and the highest regulatory discards, and that largely flows from the complex nature and the multiple trip triggers that happen. So week ending date, anytime a species opens or closes to directed fishing, using a different fishing gear, entering or leaving special areas, all of these things trigger new fishing trips. And under the current regulations, you have instantaneous calculation for most of the species, if not all. And what that means is your basis species are the ones that are open for directed fishing, and you have to have them on board before you can retain against them. So you end up with on a vessel that's doing multiple management programs, you end up with sometimes upwards of 12 fishing trips that you're tracking, and it is a paperwork nightmare. Under alternative 1, we would reduce the complexity and we would get rid of all those trip triggers because they're largely meaningless in today's world, in my opinion. And you would have 1 fishing trip per management program for an actual trip. And you would have the same under alternative 2, 1 fishing trip per management program that the vessel would be required to track. And where this becomes really important is also which species you treat as instantaneous. So under the status quo in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, all species have an instantaneous MRA requirement except BSAI pollock and Bering Sea mackerel, where the MRA is applied at offload. And what that means is you can exceed the MRA at the beginning of a trip when you have very few basis species on board, but by the time you offload, if you're at or below the MRA, you're in compliance. In the Gulf of Alaska, non-central Gulf rockfish, all species have an instantaneous MRA. And in central Gulf rockfish, none of the species have instantaneous MRA, but it's applied at the week ending date. Under alternative 1, you would modify some of these rules, and the text in red shows you what the changes are. So in the BSAI, you would still have most species being managed instantaneously, but if you add cod, which is an IRIU species, you could manage that at offload to further simplify the system. and reduce the regulatory discards. For the Gulf of Alaska, non-central Gulf rockfish fisheries, all species instantaneous, but again, let's include the IRIU species and make it so you can balance the books at offload. And for central Gulf rockfish, none of the species are managed instantaneously, and let's apply it at offload rather than at week ending date, which really has no meaning in those fisheries. And then under alternative 2, which would be the simplest with the least amount of regulatory discards, we would simply apply the MRA for all species at offload. One final item that's worthy of inclusion in the discussion paper is there's currently tension within the regulations. Under the IRIU requirements, you have to retain up to, but no more than the MRA. And the MRA itself serves as a upper limit. And there's instances where there's operational issues, a vessel has a breakdown, you have a medical and you need to return to port. And if it makes sense operationally to offload that vessel, you can find yourself in violation of the MRA requirements. In conclusion, I believe this proposal, if adopted, would reduce the regulatory complexity. It would increase the enforceability of these regulations, and it would reduce regulatory discards. The proposal is consistent with the recently published National Seafood Strategy and the Alaska Bycatch Task Force recommendations. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Mr. Van der Hoeven or Ms. Van der Hoeven, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Loomis. I appreciate the table that you put together. I've always understood these MRAs, particularly for fleets like yours, to be super complicated and not really sure how you do it sometimes. And this helps, I think, really demonstrate that and what exactly the changes are that you'd be looking for. My question is more process oriented. This proposal that you've attached speaks more to moving into an analysis, but I thought you said including in the discussion paper referenced in the management reports. I just wanted to clarify which avenue you were looking to go.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Ultimately, I hope it ends up in an analysis, but I think including it in, it fits so well with some of the things that NIMS described in their management report that would fit in with this discussion paper they're already planning on doing. I think as a first step, it would be a good idea to just cover this in a discussion paper and let folks look at it. I've talked to many of the sectors out there, and I think there could be something in this for everybody, hopefully for other sectors who are looking for increasing some regulatory flexibility and decreasing the burden with an eye towards keeping more of the fish that they're already catching. So that would be the goal here.
Not seeing any further hands up. Thank you, Mr. Loomis. So next up, we have Linda Benkin, followed by John Govan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your new position and welcome to our new council member. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I have a few topics I want to try and cover in my 6 minutes. The first is the ANPR and the revisions or the comment period and revisions to the National Standard Guidelines. I just wanted to start by saying I hope you've had an opportunity to review some of the comments online. And if you haven't, I would ask that you try and make that time. You will find that they are overwhelmingly from Alaskans, and overwhelmingly those Alaskans are asking for revisions to the guidelines. Most ask that you infuse the guidelines with a commitment to equity and environmental justice, address bycatch, clarify responsibilities to fishery dependent communities, and some other related topics. As you know, Alaska fishing communities, particularly rural and indigenous communities right now, are struggling despite living on the shores and rivers of some very productive resources. Climate change is a factor, but so are some of the decisions that affect fishery resilience and the access of coastal residents to these resources. Alaskans are asking for help. They're asking for revisions to the guidelines to help you better address climate change and build resilience into these communities. From our perspective, there is time for this process to take place. 15 months may seem optimistic, but given the urgency of the situation, we think that it's adequate. I hope that you'll take a look at those and you'll take some of these perspectives into consideration if you submit additional comments. Moving on to the Inflation Reduction Act funding. This seems like a very exciting and unprecedented opportunity for this council. I really appreciate the focus on looking for transformative change. There's two areas where we would ask you to focus. The first would be on the topic that came up at the workshop down in Seattle, the SSC workshop, and has been discussed here, has been discussed again yesterday at the SSC. And that is to take a hard look at your harvest control rules, at the dynamic reference points, and at ways to better incorporate change and adaptability into the tier system for management and the stock assessment process. I just reflect back on the frustration we have felt over the past 4 or 5 years as the stock assessment team came forward to say that 4 year classes were making up 60% of the spawning biomass for sablefish, even though none of those year classes were fully mature, and that was driving a high ABC. But the rule said, set the ABC at that number. And as a result, we've ended up with unprecedented high levels of sablefish catch, some signs of some stress now in that population, and certainly some major stress in the industry and the fishery with the loss of markets. If we can incorporate greater precaution into approaching some of that ABC and tax setting process, keeping in mind that the climate and the environment in the future is like nothing we have seen in the past, and be more careful in that, in what we factor in terms of risk and climate considerations, environmental considerations. I think we can build more resilience into this system, and I hope you will do that. Second, we certainly support the suggestion that's, I think, page 2 of your paper from Mr. Ritherall identifies NIMS focus areas for building climate resilience into fishery dependent communities, particularly underserved communities, and what some of the on-ramps might be and some of the factors to take into consideration in doing that. And we support that as being a second really important focus for a proposal you eventually advance. Finally, just a quick comment. I did listen in last week, I think it was, on the workshop on pelagic trawling. I would say there was a lot of confusion around what the goals of the action should be or the focus of that work. I expect that this may come up, or I would ask that this come up under staff tasking, and would expect that some direction from the council on what the focus and goals of that work might be would really benefit that process. I'll end there, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony on the IRA funding and the first idea from your letter. I have too many tabs open, I apologize. Looking at the harvest control rules and changing, you said both ABC and tax setting process. And I think some of the conversation seems to evolve into that's the whole focus of the next national SSC workshop. So how can we then either tag on to that after we get the results of that workshop, or spend our money in a complementary way instead of just a duplicative way? And I just want to know if you had comment on that or the sequence of events for that, given that workshop topic has been just floated and confirmed now, and we're trying to get a lot of people from our region into that workshop.
Thank you for that question. I know you want to avoid duplicating effort. I understand there's a lot of support from the Alaska Fishery Science Center, certainly for doing this work. And yet it's really important for them to feel the support of this council for that work. So I would be hesitant to have this council step back and say, someone else is sort of doing it. But think it's really important that any proposal this council advances, that you recognize that as a very important product to incorporate into your system and into the work that happens here. So that may not completely answer your question, but just to say, I would ask that it remain a priority of this council, regardless of what's happening in other forums.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we have John Govan followed by Lauren Devine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative. I'd like to give you some testimony on the portion of B2 NPFMC report that touched on the spike in killer whale mortalities in the trawl fisheries. I'd like to provide information about what we now know about this increased killer whale encounters in Amendment 80 fisheries, particularly deep water flatfish fisheries that this has occurred in. Some new information about killer whale behavior around our nets, and give you some ideas of the steps that Amendment 80 has taken to explore gear modification, which we think has some promise. An overarching thought on this is we want to conduct our fisheries without harming orcas, and we're taking steps to avoid further mortalities. Like other fisheries that have had mortalities in killer whales, the steps to prevent additional mortalities need to be informed by a better understanding of killer whale behavior, particularly for us around our nets, and most importantly, how this has changed and resulted in the spike in captures. And I think we've made some progress in this regard, and I'm hoping to get to gear modification here, but I'll have to tick through this pretty quickly. Starting in 2020, Amendment 80 captains reported in deep water flats fisheries increasing interactions with killer whales and along the Bering Sea slope. Since this issue has increased, and interactions and captures have increased, we've sought scientific advice, experts with experience in killer whale behavior so we can understand what's going on. We contacted Robin Anglis in 2020, NIML, to see if she could provide some experts that could take some time and start to look at killer whale behaviors around our vessels. She wasn't able to do that, but she referred us to the North Gulf Oceanographic Society and Craig Matkin, who found us a Dr. Myers, now doctor from UAF, who has worked with us to better understand this behavior. We started in 2022 with putting cameras on our nets that were equipped with a microphone. We were hoping to observe the whale behavior in front of our nets or hear their calls to understand this. And unfortunately, we weren't able to pick up anything with just trawl cameras. But in May of 2023, we were successful in collecting killer whale calls with a specialized hydrophone gear mounted to the head rope of an Amendment 80 net. And Dr. Myers went out on the vessel and was able to observe the whale's behavior around the vessel. This hydrophone data is going to give a lot of information. It's only partially reviewed at this point. However, we do know now that killer whales are feeding in front of our nets in the deep water flatfish fisheries on bottom. We don't know the extent to which that's occurring versus them being around the net on hauling and retrieving. And this is really important. So we're hoping to review the rest of this data and unlock that very important information. Dr. Myers and others we've consulted with think that gear modification could be very important and successful at reducing the chances of catches of killer whales in our nets. Once we understand the behavior we'll know whether to focus that on when the shape of the net when setting and hauling versus when we're fishing. I'd like to say that this issue is not related to deck sorting. The spike in killer whale captures is not related to deck sorting because we're not deck sorting when there's whales around the vessel feeding on halibut. So, and this is something that the observer program tracks, and indications in our regular meetings with them is that the vessels are not discarding halibut on deck through deck sorting when whales are around the boat in deep water flats fishery. Just a few other things that we've done. We've tried moving away when the vessels are around the, when the whales are around the vessels. We've had vessels running 6 hours and more to try to move away from the whales before setting the net. It has not worked. They follow the vessels. We've gone to a protocol of no discarding during setting and retrieving of the net. We thought at first this was going to be effective, but it proved not to work. Under a scientific protocol with Dr. Myers, we're doing counts twice a day on every vessel to count the whales around so we can get a sort of N max of the number of whales that are engaging in following and scavenging fish around our vessels. And we're working on gear mods and hope to do more. One of our vessels explored a parachute device, which is a large kite. I'd like to show you some pictures of in a minute. And this we hope will create a visual signal by coating it with barium sulfate, so it makes it acoustically reflective to killer whales. And it will have a presence in front of the net to help the whales identify the mouth of the net and feel like it's a confined space. And we've submitted a proposal to BREP to get funding to both analyze the hydrophone data fully that we've collected, as well as do more work on gear modification. That was not funded, but we're looking for alternative sources of funding. If I can, and I apologize, 13 seconds. I just really hard to see there, but this is as the net's being set, that to the left side, that shadowy looking thing is the is this parachute that's in the mouth of the net. If you could go backwards one slide, thank you. This is what the parachute looks like in front of the foot rope. So on the bottom, that darker material, that's the foot rope, and then the mesh just above that is the fishing line. But this large mesh kite that's being flown right at the foot rope is this parachute device. And just the third slide, please. Just want to show you back to the shape of what it looks like when setting. I did like a scratch image of it. This is really important if the whales are getting in the nets during setting, to figure out how to get this to cover that space on a round net rather than the shape of the net when it's on the seafloor. Thanks for the extra time to walk you through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gavin, thank you for the work that you've been doing on this problem already. You're not the first fleet to encounter issues with killer whales. I heard you mention deep water flats a couple of times. Are you only seeing this problem in deep water flats? Or are you seeing it in other flatfish fisheries as well?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. As I mentioned, this increased interaction starting in 2020 that we saw were all in the deep water flatfish fisheries. So arrowtooth, flounder, Kamchatka flounder, turbot. And we have had whales around the vessels, killer whales around the vessels prior to that, but the activities that their sort of interest in the vessel definitely markedly increased in 2020. But that's the only fishery we've seen it. And then the captures of late have all occurred in that fishery, in the deep water flats fishery. And we're not seeing any differences in the other fisheries, any whales around the boats when we're handling fish or nets.
Second question.
Thank you. And did I hear you say that you are not deck sorting for halibut in the deep water flatfish?
Yes, starting, if I may, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, starting in 2020, we had communications with the We do regular meetings with the region and FMA about how deck sorting is going, and it's been made clear to us that if deck sorted fish are just being eaten by marine mammals, that defeats the purpose of deck sorting. So we've worked with the crews to understand that, and our understanding is that the vessels have followed that protocol, and the observers are tracking that. The halibut still goes back in the water, and that goes through the factory, and that's not something we can control. Those are the regulations.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Govan, I wonder if you could give us a sense of next steps with the gear modification investigations that you're looking at, and time frame for testing those out.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Curlin. And I wanted to say this, I overlooked it, but thanks for acknowledging that we have been working in communicating and trying to be proactive, as you said when you gave your report. At this point, and I think of the best way to do gear modification, it would probably be to work in a flume tank and take concepts and where you can get information about kind of the shape of things in a way that's really efficient. We didn't have that opportunity in the way this was unfolding this summer with these catches. So what's been done to date is a vessel testing this parachute idea. And I think they've made what I would say is amazing progress to get this thing to actually take a shape that looks like it may be useful to killer whale experts. So that's where we are with it. The next steps with that would be that and other approaches that we put into our proposal for research to go to a flume tank and focus on not just the shape, but the shape of this, whatever we're trying to do to help the whales identify where the net is during setting of the net, as well as when the net takes the shape it does when it's on bottom, which is really, these nets only have a 2-fathom vertical rise. So it's really different from that round shape that you see there. So that's a part of the steps of the research. But the other part that's really important is that we collected an amazing amount of hydrophone data with Dr. Myers on the vessel, and we need to get that systematically reviewed. Right now, it's been spot reviewed to check, are these whales really feeding in front of our nets? And we know that, but we really need to know the proportion of the time they're feeding in front of the net versus they're around the net when we're setting, to focus the gear modification on the most important times. So those are the two things we want to work on. And that is sort of job one. As we learn from that, we probably are going to need to revisit some things as we learn more, but generally that's the way field work goes. But these are the most logical steps that we're trying to do. And I think we're moving forward pretty well with aspects that we've done already, with a captain being able to at least get something to take the right shape during the fishery. Sorry, that's probably more than you asked for, but thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Govan, for your presentation. So if you're not deck sorting, those fish are going into the factory and then they're being discharged through a chute into the water. Is that correct? Can you hold them so that you're not still feeding the orcas when they're around the boat, or is that not, have you tried to do that?
Thank you for the question. And that really is an important thing to point out, Mr. Mesereau. The regulations for handling prohibited species don't allow us to hold the fish. So we have to put them back in the water with minimal injury. If we're not deck sorting them, which would be the preferred way we do it, save for the presence of the whales, they go out as soon as they come out of the tank and go over, are available to sampling in the factory, and they go back in the water. That can be delayed for some of them. It's not like deck sorting where all the fish are back in the water in probably 10 minutes max, usually in most cases, but that occurs. And yeah, that's that. If the whales are feeding around the vessel, then they would have access to them as they come out of the factory.
Thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. So my question really was the same as Mr. Mesro's question, but I just wanted to ask you, so your opinion on the effectiveness of stopping deck sorting. And deck sorting is a very good thing. And I want to also second Ms. Vanderhoven's comments on all that you're commending you on all that you're doing on this killer whale issue and for your testimony here today. So that my question is just your thoughts on what really is the effectiveness of stopping deck sorting when killer whales are present, when you're just going to be coming out the chute. I'm just wondering if we're going backwards here and causing more mortality than you would if you would have just continued deck sorting, and there would be a certain DMR rate or something that would happen when whales are present versus when they're not, similar to what they do in the sablefish fishery.
Yes, Madam Chair, for you and Mr. Down's question, thank you. So the reason we're not deck sorting is not based on a killer whale avoidance reason. We're not deck sorting because through our discussions with the observer program in the region, the purpose of the deck sorting is to reduce halibut mortality. We get assigned the vitality scores by the observers, but if marine mammals are eating the halibut, that's out of sync with what we're getting assessed. So we're getting a lower mortality rate than we're actually achieving. That's why we're not deck sorting, because the purpose of deck sorting is all the work that observers do and the crew do is to reduce the mortality. But if they're being eaten, then the observer program doesn't want us deck sorting if they're being eaten. So we don't do the extra work, and the observers don't do the extra work of deck sorting, because we would be getting a mortality rate that would say be whatever percent when actually the killer whales would be eating the halibut. That's why we're not deck sorting. It's not to discourage potential for the whales to eat the halibut. If they're around the boat, they are going to, and they want to eat the halibut, they're going to get it through the factory or through, I don't think they'd get fewer of them if we deck sorted them. We're just doing it for the reason I explained. I don't know if I'm articulating that well, but that's why we're doing it. Or we're not doing it, as it were.
Thank you. Mr. Down.
Yeah, just a follow-up, Madam Chair. So John, I understand that the technical aspects of why you're doing that, and that was a great explanation, but just your thoughts on, it still seems to me like you could be going backwards. In other words, you're deck sorting and the killer whales are present, and there's going to be a certain mortality if the killer whales are feeding on halibut, or whether they go through the factory and you're doing that. It just seems to me like, I'm just wondering your thoughts on whether all of this is really effective at reducing overall mortality, depending on, I'm just wondering if you, seems to me like you might be doing something that's going backwards, and I understand why you're doing it, but.
Well, thank you, through the chair. We are deck sorting in other target fisheries regularly, and we don't have this problem. So the benefits of deck sorting are there for these other fisheries. But when whales are present, the reason we're not deck sorting is I think the public wouldn't like the fact that we're getting a 45% mortality rate when in fact that wasn't really achieved. That's the reason. And so we don't want to have people opposing deck sorting because we're achieving a on paper mortality rate that may not really be achieved in the ecosystem. I think I got it that time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your
Thank you
testimony.
very much.
So Lauren Devine is up next. After Lauren, we will take our afternoon break. Welcome. No, that's not what I meant. Thank you. It's fine. Through the chair, council members, my name is Lauren Devine. I represent the tribal government of St. Paul Island. I will be very brief. I wanted to speak just to the IRA funding, and I apologize. I'm also up at the AP, so I'm going to hurry, and I'm sorry if I seemed rushed, but I just wanted to speak to the IRA funding. I do sit on the climate change task force under the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan. And so I speak a little bit to that work, but I know there has been several initiatives and actions or things that council has been supportive of or approved in the recent past, but have really lacked capacity to act on or implement fully. I really want to voice our support to prioritizing some of that work, such as the Community Engagement Committee, that the work that and recommendations that they put forward, the work that we are doing as a climate change task force that Mr. Witherwell put in his presentation and outlined that in the report very well. The LKTKS work that you'll hear at this meeting from and have been hearing from over the past couple of years. And I think that adding some short-term capacity to any and all of those efforts can really help advance the work in a lot of different ways. And especially I want to speak to the ability to improve non-economic social science and kind of the human dimensions issues and pieces of the council process that we've been talking about and many people have provided testimony for a long time. I want to highlight that I think there's some opportunities and partnerships with industry and other partners, such as we have been operating Skipper Science, which is a industry fishing communities, data collection. We have several special projects that have done amazing work on diet analysis for species, filling gaps in scientific questions that Alaska Fisheries Science Center has had and the region has had. And there are just a lot of opportunities for partnerships like that, where there's a wealth of expertise, knowledge, and experience that could be really utilized more to help us address some of the priorities that this council has around climate change, around fisheries management. And also, I just want to advocate for any opportunity there is to help the council improve the tribal consultation process such that it can be meaningfully engaging or integrated into council decisions that have fisheries management implications on communities and tribes. And I think I'll end it there in the interest of time. Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. I don't mean to, don't feel rushed at all. I apologize. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Devine, your very last comment about the council helping with the consultation process. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? What would that look like?
Through the chair. Yeah, thank you for that question. The formal tribal consultation process, as it's initiated for management actions, I think there are areas of improvement in that. We, speaking as a representative of a tribal government, we've initiated tribal consultation in the past and haven't been able to understand how what comes out of is summarized from results from tribal consultations have impacted decisions in final action. Oftentimes, tribal consultation happens after final actions occurred. We would like to see consultations happen and outcomes feed into the council decision-making process in a more transparent way. I understand that there's confidentiality and there are specific aspects that are not meant for a public forum, but I do believe that there's been a lot of progress around things like readouts and summaries and how information is communicated. Having council staff present in tribal consultations and meaningfully engage in tribal consultations is one way. And I will say we have been meeting and working with Emily Wilson and Kelly Cates and the tribal engagement team under Sustainable Fisheries around these issues and ideas and trying to work through how to improve the process. And so it would be really meaningful to maybe have Kate Hapala, and I would advocate for additional staff, like a dedicated tribal liaison, engage in those conversations and participate in tribal consultations as they happen to better communicate to us and be that bridge of making sure that we understand how it's coming into the council process. And I don't know if that's fully satisfying. I apologize.
Thanks. Just to follow up. So I understand the desire for improvements, and I think that's things we've had some ongoing dialogue about moving in that direction. But if I hear you correctly, it sounds like what you're asking for is for the council to devote some additional resources to this in addition to the agency to help with that sort of feedback loop. Am I hearing you correctly?
Through the chair. Thank you. I think that's a good assessment. Yeah. And a good summary of what I would be requesting. Thank you, Dr. Devine. Appreciate it. So we will take our afternoon break, come back in 15 minutes at 3:17 and continue on with public testimony. Alyssa Rogers will be up next. Council members, please come back to order. We will resume with public testimony on B reports. Next up is Alyssa Nadine Rogers testifying remotely, followed by Stephanie Madsen. Nadine isn't online. Okay, so we'll circle back to Nadine or Alyssa, excuse me. So next up is Stephanie Madsen, followed by Teresa Peterson.
Good afternoon, Council, members of the Council. Stephanie Matson, Executive Director of the ATSE Processors. First, congratulations, Madam Chair. It's kind of nice to finally say that again, so congratulations. Additionally, congratulations to Mr. Sakata. I'm going to have to practice that last name, but sorry about that, but we're going to get it down. And Mr. Downs on his reappointment, so congratulations to all of you. Additionally, I'd just like to highlight and embarrass the state staff. The governor awarded our 3 team, which is Rachel and Carla and Carrie Winkle, that's not here. You don't get to see her much, but she's very important in the background. The governor acknowledged them in a North Denali award for that team. Now, I'm not quite sure exactly why the governor chose them, but I don't think it's for their work here. I think it's for all the work that they do when they're not here. And I think that was really the disaster money and all the work that goes into that. And it's kind of thankless work. So I just wanted to acknowledge them. And I think it is also a statement of the commissioner to understand the importance of his staff and how hard they work, that he would promote them and put their names forward. So I wanted to make sure that they were acknowledged and know that I appreciate the team. Mr. Chairman, my other last thanks. But really the reason I came up, besides all that other stuff, is that I wanted to personally reach out and thank Coast Guard. I'm sorry that Commander Connor isn't here, but Lieutenant Commander Rasky reached out. I was one of the people that he reached out to pretty much immediately. Because it was one of our vessels that were in the area when the NORPAC information came out. And so I want to really appreciate the fact that you were quick, you knew how to respond, you put the asset out there. And then again, I really have to thank Senator Stevens because I think he encouraged, Senator Stevens, I wish, Senator Sullivan, to really acknowledging that and really helping Coast Guard and the industry understand the importance of working together and communicating. And I think that this last, your presentation today demonstrates that the Coast Guard was responsive. They worked with industry. They have their I's dotted and their T's crossed. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to personally thank them and on the record. So thank you very much. And please convey that to the rest of your team. Madam Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Thanks for bringing the awards to our attention. So next up, we have Teresa Peterson, followed by Alexis Kwachka. So Teresa is not in the room, so we'll go to Alexis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Alexis Kwachka. I'm not going to be around for staff tasking, so I want to talk about the pelagic trawl workshop a little bit. I think it's really imperative that you guys define what pelagic trawl is. Is it on the bottom? Is it off the bottom? We define critical habitat. We define closed areas. We do this through science. Those areas are protecting molting crab, spawning biomass and a multitude of other things from benthic habitat to sea lions to whales and on and on. And I just think that, you know, having the public's perception of pelagic trawling being non-impact to the bottom, and then coming to find out that it is impacting the bottom. State of Alaska has all bottom contact flows inside of 3 miles, close to non-pelagic trawl. I think that it'd be more appropriate to name this trawl and assume that it's all non-pelagic, and then protect the areas that we've already defined through science that we want to protect. Crab biomasses, spawning biomasses and such. It seems real straightforward to me, and we're chasing this the wrong way from my perspective. I'm not as professional in national standards, so don't corner me too badly here. I don't think that the council comments are reflective of where we are. You know, we're in vulnerable times. Things are changing. You guys have a plethora of stocks that are in concern and being over impacted and under impacted. And I can talk about bycatch, and I can talk about communities, and I can talk about allocations forever. But I just think that overwhelmingly, you look at what the state of Alaska's participation in that process was, and they said, we want to see those standards changed. I've heard in the background that says, well, let's wait and do this under Magnuson reauthorization. I think we can all look at the news and realize that we're at a stalemate in legislative bodies. And I don't think that it's responsive to the standards to wait. Let's define what we want to define and correct so we can be proactive instead of reactive. And it's just time that we do that. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. We'll see if there's any. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. The first part of your comments regarding pelagic gear, I heard you say something to the effect of that the gear is impacting the bottom, but in the context you spoke, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact phraseology that you had in there. I think you meant contacting, not impacting, because the fishing effects model indicates that any effect is minimal or temporary. And so I just wanted to clarify if there was something else that you were referencing to imply that there was some kind of negative impact.
Mr. Chairman, Ann, I think that contact is impact. And I think that we need to define whether or not there can be any impact on a lot of areas. I mean, we don't want to impact coral bodies. We don't want to impact potting crab. We don't want to impact, you know, halibut spawning biomasses, other spawning biomasses that are on the bottom. So I think that, again, the public's perception is that pelagic is off the bottom. Up until about 6 or 8 months ago, one of the largest trade industries had maps illustrating that it was not making contact with the bottom. Certifications say that this is not impacting the bottom. So define it. It's impacting or it's not impacting. And that's why I say that we should come back to all trawl is impacting the bottom, and then talk about how to protect areas that we want to protect. I'm not trying to put anyone out of business, but I don't want to be put out of business in the same regard. And that's my point.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. So we spend a lot of time regularly talking about the fishing effects model, and that has indicated, again, that there's no impact that's more than minimal or temporary. So is the issue with the fishing effects model that looks at that gear and what its potential impact is, or is it clarifying public perception of what that model's output means?
Mr. Chairman, and it's a model, and I don't know how much time we spend really analyzing what those impacts are. I can't tell you if a chain tickling the bottom has long-term impacts or not, but I don't know really where we're following up and seeing what those impacts are. I can tell you that a standard of X number of crab in a 60 or 100-foot mesh, there's no crab making it to the end. You know, that's not quantifiable, whether we're impacting the bottom or not, or we're seeing these declining stocks. We're seeing intensive work on top of them. I can't quantify to you, and I don't think many people can, what those impacts truly are. And so, well, again, I just think that if we're having impacts, we need to determine if you can sustain zero impact or a little bit. And I don't think we do a good job of defining that.
Thank you. No, I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Next up is Kevin Abina. I think he's testifying remotely. See if we can connect with Kevin.
Yeah, council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're a little faint. Can
Okay,
you
let
get
me see
close?
if I can change something. Just bear with me quickly. How about now? Any better?
That's much better.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, I want to thank you for the time to comment today, and I want to echo a little bit about what Alexis was saying and concerns to the workshop a few days ago on the performance standard with the bottom with the pelagic trawling. You know, in that workshop, the skipper of the Phoenix, I believe, was who said it. He the AFA boat, pollock producer. He said, you know, if we don't let pelagic nets touch the bottom, then we won't have a pollock fishery. I think that pretty much sums the whole thing up. You know, if that fishery, you know, all I'm trying to say with that is we should call it what it is. It's not pelagic trawling at that point. If they can't execute pollock without being on the bottom, that's not a pelagic fishery. That's a non-pelagic fishery. You know, and to go next to that, you have the A80 fleet that has an MRA on pollock, and when they go over their MRA, they are in violation. They're penalized. It seems like a pretty big double standard to allow the pelagic gear fleet, the AFA boats, any pelagic trawler in the Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands to spend any measurable amount of time on the bottom. I mean, to echo a little bit of what Alexis said, you know, as a chain dragging across the bottom, a tickler chain, is that hurting anything? Absolutely. Is that destroying coral? Absolutely. Is that killing crab? Absolutely. That contact does have an impact. The quantifiable amount of the impact, we have no idea. But the status of some of our stocks across the state, I mean, I wish they could speak because they'd probably let you know that there's a significant impact. You know, concerning the performance standard, we have different performance standard in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. In the Gulf of Alaska, you're allowed 10% of your time of trawl on bottom. Bering Sea has no definition like that. It seems to me that we need to do something that measures all of them on the same playing field. And if that playing field is showing that they are spending the majority of the time on the bottom, it's non-pelagic trawling. I wanted to also mention about Coast Guard boardings in the last few years. Ms. Madsen just brought that up, kind of jogged my memory, but in 2021, you know, there's been some talk from the council and within the industry, trawl industry, about enforcement actions in the last year on trawlers. It's kind of surprising, but in 2021, 85% of Coast Guard boardings were on IFQ vessels, halibut and black cod. In 2020, it was 90% of boardings were on IFQ vessels. I think that kind of speaks toward enforcement. I think if you looked at landing reports and NIMS boardings at the dock, I think you'd see something very similar. And if you looked at enforcement action with all that, I think you'd see something very similar, that it's heavily skewed away from the trawl industry. All this is talking about performance standard and being able to have some kind of enforceable measures on the trawl industry. I think it's pretty clear that there isn't a lot right now. And these 30-year-old rules that we're following, they're outdated. And we have stocks that are paying for it and people that are paying for it. The last thing I wanted to mention or ask, I guess, there's been some talk about these killer whale incidences out west of the A80
Mr.
fleet.
Abina, I'm sorry, your
Yep.
time is up. If you have a concluding statement.
Yeah, it was a concluding
Yeah.
question. I'm wondering if, do you still have me? Yeah.
We do, yes.
Yeah. I'm wondering if those interactions were with the directed sablefish targeting from the from the A80 fleet, or if it was from the bottom fishery. I'm hearing both things, wondering if you guys have any answer to that.
Thank you for your testimony. We will see if there are any questions for you, Mr. Urbina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So next up is John Moranchuk, followed by Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, members of the council, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, I should say, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager with Oceana. Just taking the opportunity today to testify on a number of issues here, including in your B reports, you should see a flyer for our Gulf of Alaska Habitat presentation and workshop, where we're going to be presenting some recent research, showing some seafloor habitat video and do some walking through of the data and our analysis that we use to develop a conservation proposal for the Gulf of Alaska, how we looked at the trawl tracks and fishing effort and fishing footprint. And I please invite you to join us later at 5:30 in the AP room. With regard to other issues in front of you, I do want to commend Mr. Govin for raising the issue of the orca bycatch in the Bering Sea. I was surprised we hadn't, and I apologize if I missed it, but I haven't heard a discussion about this issue yet in front of the council. But to no surprise, I'm sure you can imagine it is a topic of state and national discussion. And of course, you know, this won't be the last time you hear about it. I'm sure the Fisheries Service will plan to give you a presentation or update around the potential biological removals and what stock the orcas were from, and all those kind of measures. And I'm sure you will find out whether they've hit triggers and thresholds for various legal stuff. But leaving all that aside, I think it's pretty obvious and clear that there's a problem in the Bering Sea with interactions with these marine mammals, these orcas. This year, it was limited to largely one fishery and one fishery target. It was a deep water bottom trawl fishery. I'm looking forward to the Fisheries Service, and I reiterate and ask to release all information possible in relation to this fishery interaction, because people are interested and concerned. But I think the council could start thinking ahead and start to take a look at ways to mitigate or avoid these type of interactions. As I mentioned, you know, this occurred in one fishery, in one target. It's the deep water flatfish. And you should also kind of think of it as deep water flatfish / sablefish trawl, because that is one of the, we'll call it covariates, but one of the variables that's new to this equation. 10 years ago, the trawl sablefish catch in the Bering Sea was 127 tons of a 672 ton quota. So they ended up catching as background levels of bycatch around 20% of that quota. This year, the trawl Bering Sea sablefish catch was 2,700 tons of around 3,300 ton quota. They caught 80% of that quota. So I think what you can maybe, at least one of the alternatives or one of the things to think about is how much targeting for this trawl sablefish is occurring on the Bering Sea slope. Sablefish, which are a part of the sea or the orcas' diets naturally. I mean, they do feed on these things. That's part of their natural feeding grounds, deep waters of the slope. Feeding in front of the nets. Well, a lot of things feed in front of the nets, you know, so maybe it's new behavior. Maybe they're just there. Maybe they're associated with discards. I don't know, but I think we can start to help everyone put the pieces together and address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. See if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I don't have so much as a question, but I wanted to ensure that you did know we did have this discussion and receive a briefing from Mr. Curlin this morning, and had a discussion around the table about the information he's willing to share at this time and what he might be willing to share in December, similar to you, the council is interested in additional information that talks about the actual number of whales, the genetics and the samples that are being taken, and whether some whales were already previously dead when they were caught. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we did have that discussion. So you'll have to kind of go back and catch that up. But thank you for that testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Warrencheck, just to follow up briefly on Ms. Kimball's point, I just call your attention to page 6 in the NIMS management report. I do have a question though. Right at the very end of your testimony, you suggested that a lot of things feed in front of the nets. And that was news to me. I'm just wondering what kinds of things feed in front of the nets?
Well, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Twite, and through the chair, for the question. Perhaps that was me being a bit, well, not facetious, but I was trying to get, or at least hint to the point that these habitats are the feeding grounds of a lot of these animals, everything from Chinook salmon to orcas. And, you know, the animals feeding in front of the nets, maybe they're being herded or something, but I want to flag that these are multi-use habitats, I guess, in a way. And if we can identify, you know, hotspots or places of importance of feeding for these animals, then the fact that if they're feeding in front of the nets isn't the animal's fault. It's no one's fault, but it's just identification of what is normally and naturally happening in that habitat type. They're their feeding grounds.
Thank you, Mr. Warrencheck. I'm not seeing any other questions. I appreciate your time. So next up, we have Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher, followed by James Kearns.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council, and congratulations, Madam Chair, in your new role. I'm Jamie Goen, and with me is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the harvesters of king, snow, and bear-eye crab in the Bering Sea. I'll be speaking to 2 points, and then I'll turn it over to Corey. On the resilient fisheries and IRA funding, really pleased to see this money coming forward in the expedient timeline that it's moving on. I'd like to see crab as a focus of some of these funds and how to build a resilient fishery. We are seeing firsthand the impacts of climate on a fishery, and I think we would be a good test case. Along those lines, we've created a resilient fishery action plan that's available on our website that could be used as a roadmap to start defining projects to be done under this. One of the things I've noticed in some of the presentations is that I would like to see more focus on the human dimension side of this equation for resilient fisheries. There's a lot of focus on biology and environmental factors, which are important, but there's the other half of that equation on fisheries and communities and how to help them be resilient. Mrs. Kimball had a comment to the presentation earlier about what is a climate-ready fishery. And if I heard the answer correctly, it was to better address changes and be quicker to respond. I think that's true on the management and governance side. But again, it's missing that half of the equation on the fishermen and the communities. And if you look at the definition of resilience, it's the ability to bounce back from a disruption. So we need to be looking at what will help fishermen and communities bounce back from a disruption. A lot of what we heard, and you'll see this in our Resilient Fishery Action Plan, is that we need to help fisheries diversify and communities diversify. I also heard during the presentation plans for capacity building. We would like to see efforts to pull industry capacity in as partners in this IRA funding and resilient fishery work. We have vested interest in and knowledge about what is needed. I mentioned that we've developed this resilient fishery action plan that could be used as a roadmap to help inform actionable steps forward. And we'd like to see funds used to partner with industry as those who are affected and use crab as a test case for resilient fisheries. Turning to another topic on the advance notice to proposed rulemaking for national standards 4, 8, and 9. Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers was concerned and troubled with the council comment letter on this, particularly the comment to remove unobserved fishing mortality from National Standard Guideline 9. We know that it's a type of bycatch from direct interaction with fishing gear, and the council has analyses that show that it is having an impact. We just haven't been able to estimate that impact. So I would hope this council would support holding that, figuring out the accountability for that, how to estimate it, and support having that in the national standard guidelines. And with that, I'll turn it over to Corey.
Thank you, Jamie. Through the chair, Corey Lesher, for the record. And don't have a ton to add here, but I just wanted to touch on the trawl gear performance standard. And first, just would like to acknowledge that I really appreciated the opportunity for the public workshop and the Office of Law Enforcement came forth and put together a presentation and invited industry and other stakeholders. I think that the intent of the workshop there were good intentions. Unfortunately, I think that things could have had a little more direction from council to be more productive. And this is a very timely matter. We'd like to see this come forward in February, tied to the Red King Crab Savings Action. And I believe we'll hear a report from council staff and Office of Law Enforcement will be available to answer questions. But just asking for a little bit more council direction on what is it we're looking for with the gear performance standard. I think we've heard in the past at several council meetings that it's currently not working. And I would love to see Office of Law Enforcement and industry put their heads together to come up with a performance standard that can work, especially with crab populations fluctuating up and down and historically going down. Maybe 20 crab is not the performance standard, but I think there's a lot of people that were at that workshop that could contribute to coming up with metrics that would be fill the need for an appropriate performance standard. So I think there will be more coming, but would just like to emphasize that this is a timely issue, and we would like to see this move forward quickly and again in February.
Thank you both. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, thank you for your testimony on the IRA funding. I appreciate some other ideas to spend the council funds, and we're really looking for feedback on how to spend a really small amount of money, $375,000, fairly quickly to get our foot in the door. And so have you also been talking to the agency about what they can do with their $1.2 billion that might help the crab industry, either through the survey mechanisms or other research that you think is critical?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, we've started those conversations, and really what I envision here is kind of a patchwork of, there's several different bins in this IRA funding, and part of what we've envisioned anyway with this Resilient Fishery Action Plan would tap into several of those bins. So it gets back to my point of partnering with industry, and we can create a comprehensive collaborative project that could tackle several of these things and hit both the environmental and biological science side and the human dimension side, and connect all those dots. And I envision communities and tribes would be involved in that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. A separate topic on your testimony on the workshop, the OLE workshop for the performance standard. Is there another workshop planned that you're aware of that we need further direction or clarification of the previous council motion? Or are folks from your group just trying to ensure that that work gets forwarded and put in our crab analysis that we're going to see in an appropriate way. I think by background, I think the council direction was fairly clear, and I'm not aware there's another workshop plan. So I just wanted to understand what you're looking for.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I'm also not aware of another workshop. There was discussion at the workshop of potentially providing another opportunity for public to provide comment. And I know that could alter the timeline. And so as much as I would love more opportunity to contribute and participate, this is really important that it comes forward in February with the Red King Crab Savings Action. And so planning, I'm not aware of how that would work, but don't believe that there is intention for another workshop.
Mr. Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lesher, just following up on that same comment, you asked for the council to provide additional guidance relative to the trawl performance standard for the Red King Crab Savings Area. So I wonder if you could elaborate on what type of guidance you think would be useful. Are you looking for guidance to tailor the effort specifically to addressing the performance of non-pelagic trawls in the Red King Crab Savings Area, as opposed to it being a broader issue, or how would you characterize it?
Through the chair, Mr. Carlin, thank you for the question, and maybe I can clarify. To me, it looked like there was confusion at the workshop and why we were gathered there, and what maybe the intended outcome of the workshop was. And I think when I look at this action, I think of the performance standard as it relates to pelagic trawl bottom contact in the Red King Crab Savings Area, and whether that expands outside of the savings area or into the Gulf. I think that's beyond why we were there at the workshop. But as far as council direction, to me, I think the Office of Law Enforcement would or could benefit from a little more clear direction on what they're looking for through that motion, and for OLE to bring forward in February.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jamie and Corey. Jamie, my question is for you. So you mentioned on the removal from National Standard 9, the unobserved mortality, that what exactly would you ask that the council do on that? Are you asking for some kind of a correction here, or some kind of clarification as to why that recommendation was made, or what exactly is it that you would like to see the council do at this meeting on this issue that I think that was your issue you highlighted when you started off. So I'm curious as to what you're asking the council to do, or maybe you're just pointing something out and you're not asking the council to do anything, but thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I was noting concern over what I saw in the comment letter. I'm not asking for an action per se at this meeting, but I would hope that this council supports taking a hard look at the national standard guidelines, given what we're seeing around the country with fisheries and what they're facing with, there's a new EEJ policy out, equity and environmental justice policy out, and what we're seeing with climate happening to fisheries around the country. I think it's time to periodically take a hard look at these national standards. And I would think this council would support that hard look. And given that what we're seeing with crab stocks in Alaska, I would think we would particularly be supportive of unobserved fishing mortality as a component of bycatch, and that it should remain in National Standard 9 guidelines. And the emphasis would be coming from this council to support working towards ways to estimate that, how to incorporate it in not only stock assessments, but in management of fisheries to keep them sustainable. We know in countries, Russia, Canada, and Japan all protect crab when they're molting and mating from trawl fishing because of concerns over how that impacts those crab from unobserved fishing mortality. And with what's going on here in Alaska, I would think this council would support figuring that out, keeping it in National Standard Guideline 9.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing that question. I was just a point, I was just, I thought maybe I was missing something that had happened, and appreciate the clarification that this was from the comment letter, because I was sitting here thinking, well, if I missed something that the council did, and so I appreciate that allowing that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So next up, we have James Kearns testifying remotely, followed by Heather McCarty. Dan. James, if you could try to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Okay, there I go. Hello, my name is James Kearns, and appreciate the opportunity to testify, Madam Chair, and for the members of the council. I was commenting on the ANPR and the talk about allocation issues and the NS4, and I didn't see much relative to the substantial recreational fisheries. And so I wanted to just address the fact that, you know, in the halibut fishery, we have a catch sharing program with commercial fisheries and actually only one group of recreational sport fishermen. And that does not seem, never has seemed fair or equitable or even appropriate or responsible. And so what I'm advocating for is that the council consider that the halibut recreational fishery in Alaska, both the guided and the unguided, be put into a separate allocation of the halibut resource that separates this recreational fishery from the commercial fisheries, which are two different things. They are, I mean, they're completely different. And I would think that it would need to be managed in a way that all recreational users, whether they're guided or unguided, participate in resource conservation by managing how many fish are taken, you know, daily bag limits, those kinds of things. But anyway, that's my comment, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'll see if there are any questions for you, Mr. Kearns.
Okay.
I'm seeing none. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
So next up, we have Heather McCarty, followed by Megan Williams and Becca Robbins-Gisclair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations. And council members, new and old. I mean, not old, new and back. Okay, so I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm testifying on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group for St. Paul Island. I'm going to address several of the topics that were brought up in B reports. The first one is NMFS's use of the IRA funding that they're being granted. Dr. Foy's presentation was the embodiment of the agency's response to the changing environment and the recognition of the need to raise all boats, all sectors, all communities. The agency proposes to move carefully into the present and the future. Dr. Foy received congratulations and thanks from the council and several questions from the council as to what the goals for this work might be. And I think one of the questions was, what tools should the council be identifying? One of the tools for managing fisheries successfully and equitably, particularly in regard to climate resiliency and fair access for underserved communities, might be to support reasonable and focused revisions to the guidelines for national standards 4, 8, and 9. However, the council letter to the agency opposing guideline revisions reads as a clarion call for the status quo. The letter says that revisions are not needed, that the council and the public have the guidance they need as they work towards the goals of responding to climate change, to moving stocks to reduced resources, and for consideration of the survival of fishers and communities across coastal Alaska. From the audience, there seems to be somewhat of a disconnect between the goals and focus of the agency in working toward the objectives in Dr. Foy's presentation on one hand, and the council's rejection of considerations of guidelines revisions on the other. Referring to the council's letter, it makes mention of the council's successful record of completing allocation actions and major quota-based management systems. Good work has been done in this process, and we are all very proud of that work. However, what it does not say is that at least one of those allocative actions, Amendment 113, was nullified by a judge who cited NIMS guidelines as legal documents as they interpret the national standards. This is management by litigation, the discarding of council work, and on the basis of NIMS guidelines regarding national standards 4 and 8 in this case. This should serve as a warning to us all. The guidelines are important to durable and legally defensible fisheries management actions, and they need to be carefully considered and possibly updated. We encourage council members to take another look at the tone and the import of your response. And please consider that along with public comments against guidelines revisions, there are also many comments from the public in favor of positive change. The second topic I'd like to talk about is research. You had a council call for research priorities. You had Dr. Foy's presentation on agency research and the presentation by NPRB on their research priorities and the potential use of their process by the state of Alaska for review of crab research projects. We are particularly interested, as you probably know, in crab research, as are you. And as you know, the state is proposing to use $34 million of the crab disaster funds for crab surveys and for an RFP for crab research projects, which we heartily support. It struck me as I had all of this research conversation that it seems like with this kind of money being focused on crab research, that there ought to be some sort of a coordination between and among the various agencies and entities that are working in the Bering Sea. The last time we got a big chunk of money like this that I can recall was when Senator Stevens granted a big chunk of money for sea lion research. And I think at that time, there was a coordinated body that talked about a plan. You know, the NPRB, I used to serve on the NPRB board as a fisheries representative, and I know the process and I respect it. It includes pretty careful discussion of the RFP as it comes out and what its priorities are and what its criteria are, and not just the review of the results of the RFP, but a planning process that goes ahead of that. And so I would suggest maybe considering that kind of coordination for what looks to be millions and millions and millions of dollars being spent on crab research over the next few years, which again, we heartily support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you, Ms. McCarty. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Megan Williams and Becca Robbins-Gisclair. We'll circle back to Alyssa Nadine Rogers and Teresa Peterson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Congratulations, Madam Chair, and welcome to our new and returning council members. Megan and I are here representing Ocean Conservancy today. And you know, it's not common that we actually comment during B reports, but there's just an overwhelming number of issues I think before us right now that the council really needs to be paying attention to. So we'll try not to overwhelm you at the end of the day on the first day of the meeting. But with that, I'll turn it over to Megan to walk through a few of these.
Sure. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Megan Williams. I'm a scientist with Ocean Conservancy. We've come to you sort of continuously and repeatedly talking about the need for closing the loop on ecosystem-based fishery management. And we've spoken about the ecosystem matrix and tax setting, but we think the need to better consider the impacts of fisheries on the ecosystem really extends to all action items. And we think we can be doing better in the North Pacific. So we have a few comments and I'll try to blow through these not too quickly. First off, with regards to the IRA funding that is designed to really target climate readiness in the short and long term, medium term with funding. We urge the council to utilize these funds to advance the programmatic, the PEIS. These funds could give the council and the agency the ability to undertake a much needed comprehensive analysis of North Pacific fishery impacts. I also urge you to think about ways that these funds could support the 2024 CCTF a scenario planning workshop. So I think that would be another really important use and tool for which these funds could be used. So number two, I want to talk a little bit about the performance standard and the workshop that occurred. We feel it must be a priority to revise the trawl performance standard so it is clear, enforceable, understandable, and meets council objectives. The current standard is from 1993, is sorely outdated. It's biologically very questionable with regards to how it's linked to crab abundance. And it is time to revisit this performance standard in its entirety. Therefore, we urge the council to initiate a discussion paper to identify accountability measures that meet these objectives and delineate bottom trawl versus pelagic trawl in terms of their bottom impacts. We'll come back with this request at staff tasking, but we wanted to bring it to you early in the meeting. And we know that pelagic trawl is on the bottom a significant amount of time. And simply put, the council should not allow these fisheries to continue operating in areas close to bottom trawl. Okay, taking a breath. Number three. So the next thing I wanted to spend some time is just elevating the issue of marine mammal bycatch. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion about this, but at least 10 killer whales have been caught in trawl fisheries in 2023. And I fully appreciate that no one wants to see these interactions occurring, but this level of take is not sustainable and must stop. Killer whales are highly intelligent, they're socially complex, and they have really dynamic and important social groupings such that the take of one individual from a small matriline can have lasting consequences. For the past 6 years, I've served as the chair of the Alaska Scientific Review Group for Marine Mammal Stock Assessments. So it's like the groundfish plan team, but for marine mammal stock assessments. And I would like to note that these comments are mine and not the group's. But in 2022, the Alaska SRG formally did request that we reviewed the Eastern North Pacific Alaska Resident Stock Assessment, and we urged NMFS to reevaluate the stock structure at that time. That's because there is evidence suggesting that there is a more refined scale of stock structure for killer whales in the Bering Sea. And sadly, this has implications for what these takes could mean. And so I think that's really worth flagging. And this recommendation came before the mortalities in 2023. NMFS agreed that the stock structure concerns were real, but didn't have the funds or the timing to respond. So I think, in short, based on the stock structure and what we suspect we know about killer whales, these takes may represent a real conservation concern. And I really urge the council to be proactive in addressing this issue. There are things we can do, and the council should not continue to authorize this level of marine mammal take. And I think bycatch overall of marine mammals is something we need to be paying more attention to.
And just a couple more quick things. Supposed to stick to 3, but there's too many. One, I just wanted to touch on the issue of Chinook salmon bycatch. You received the updated 3 River Index for this year, and it's really notable how incredibly low that number is. And it's really at a level that I think when we were designing and adopting Amendment 110, like it was kind of unfathomable that the run sizes could be this low. And it's even worse when you look at those specific runs. So the upper Yukon this year, the return was at 16,000 fish. That's a run that, normal is well over 100,000. As you know, these fish are the foundation of food security and culture throughout Western Alaska. And it's at these levels, I think any amount of Chinook salmon bycatch is really troubling. And as we know, those limits are significantly higher than what's being caught in river. So with all of these changes, I think it's really time for the council to take a fresh look at the Chinook bycatch limits. The other issue, a little less controversial, perhaps, the North Pacific Fishery Commission. I think I share many of the concerns raised by Mr. Twite during that presentation, and just briefly would just encourage the council to keep an eye on this. I think the council and through all of the various international fishery protections has really done a good job of protecting adjacent waters from distant water fleets. And I think there are a number of things at play that could make that more of a concern in the future. So I would encourage you to keep that on your radar screen and keep paying attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you both. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Curlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Williams, with regard to the trial performance standard, I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked Mr. Lesher. Recognizing that from your testimony, you see this as a broader issue. But Mr. Lesher was focused particularly on the Red King crab savings area. So I wonder if you could be a little bit more specific as to what action you think the council should take at this point. Should there be a focus specifically on the trawl performance standard relative to the Red King crab savings area at this point? Or are you seeing that it should be a broader undertaking at this point in time?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I don't want to contradict Mr. Lesher. So, but I do think that this is a really important, in fact, a critical issue that needs to be addressed on its own. I think there is a lot of content with regards to taking something that is really important in defining gear type and bottom impacts and impacts to crab. So I absolutely see how important this is to crab action items, but this measure needs to be a standalone item where we directly address what these definitions mean and make sure that pelagic fisheries aren't operating in areas that aren't on the bottom, in areas that are close to bottom trawl. And I think what I did learn from the workshop, and I agree, it was, I think more council direction on this will be really helpful. I think there's an opportunity to even do a discussion paper before February that would inform what comes back to the council in February. But I think what I learned from the workshop is that there are technologies that could support us really being able to assess if the gear is on the bottom and to what extent it is. So sensor technology is real, and I think it's worth exploring.
And Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks, Dr. Williams and Ms. Robbins, just clear. I'd like to go all the way back to the programmatic. I understood your support for devoting some additional resources to the programmatic. I'm wondering what you think as well about timeframe. That was another issue we sort of discussed in B reports, is the issue of the new statutory requirements for NEPA processes, potential mismatches with some of the important things we have going on. Do you have any thoughts about any ways to sort of resolve that issue, particularly is there a way to sort of fit that into the time frame of the resources that could potentially become available through the IRA funding?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Twite. I think there are a few things here in terms of timing. One, it does seem that the IRA funding is really, this was one of the questions the council was struggling with, is how are we going to do this work? And the IRA funding to some extent really helps with that capacity issue. So I think we want to make sure to do it within that time frame where we can take advantage of that funding. And then within the new NEPA guidelines, obviously there's a shorter time window to do it. I think it is imperative that, the council continue down this track and signal strongly that you are undertaking a programmatic. There may be some potential to do some pre-scoping work, but I think it's critical that the council proceeds down this avenue of undertaking a programmatic EIS without much delay.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks. How do we signal that we are moving forward on it as the resources come in, assuming that's what the council chooses to do? How do we signal that people, a lot of folks, I think, have been looking for the formal initiation of scoping as sort of the signal of the council's commitment to move forward expeditiously. We've talked a little bit about the problems with doing that. Is there another way to sort of, without starting a probably compressed time frame, is there another way to sort of, for the council to signal its commitment? You mentioned briefly pre-scoping. I'm not quite sure what that would look like. And would that signal it? Is there a way to sort of inform our potential partners in this about how this might unfold?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I'm not exactly sure how you could do that. And to be honest, I think there's also an underlying legal issue here in terms of NEPA obligations. And so we still believe that the council needs to undertake a new programmatic EIS since the current one is dramatically outdated. So I think that would caution in favor of starting this process as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you both for your testimony. Appreciate it. So I'm going to circle back to Alyssa Nadine Rogers. Is she online? Okay. I don't think we have a connection with her. Now we'll go to Teresa Peterson. She'll be our last testifier.
Good afternoon. Congratulations, Madam Chair. Welcome to a new council member. I'm Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. First, I wanted to take this opportunity to comment on the IRA funding and opportunities to advance climate-ready fisheries. The presentations by Dr. Foy and Ms. Evans were really helpful to understand the potential use of funds. With the focus for canceled proposals on fishery management and governance topics, which meet overarching goals, there are actions under development which would clearly benefit from funding to advance discussions. With the proposals being competitive among council regions, it's critical to bring forward proposals which have a high likelihood of success. The council certainly has the staff that can put together a winning proposal. The programmatic is well suited to support an identified priority to develop and implement management changes and processes to address climate vulnerability and improve climate resiliency of fisheries to account for changes in ecosystems related to climate change, which includes those that are important to underserved communities. The programmatic is a major undertaking, and it's critical that it be done well with dedicated resources, which results in a document that is meaningful and understandable, both in text and visual graphics. IRA funding to support development and completion of a comprehensive analysis of North Pacific ecosystems and impacts of federal fisheries management in our changing ecosystem is critical to inform federal fisheries management and support climate adaptive fisheries management in an equitable and precautionary manner. It is well aligned with the timeline and responsive to climate readiness themes highlighted by Ms. Evans. Switching gears, I listened to part of the discussion about the trawl performance workshop, and I believe this discussion would benefit from council direction. I realize that the workshop will be discussed during staff tasking, but wanted to share some initial thoughts. I believe AMCC believes it's important to revise the trawl performance standards so that it is clear, enforceable, understandable, and meets council objectives. Council direction to revise the standard should inherently include revisions that are not linked to existing language. The current standard from 1993 is outdated and unenforceable, and it's time to revisit this in a comprehensive manner in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. Limiting pelagic gear interactions on vulnerable crab species should remain part of the focus action in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion, but the discussion is obviously much bigger than that single topic and should be treated as such. The council should establish a process to identify objectives and initiate a discussion to identify accountability measures which meet the objectives. Sorry, I lost my place here. If an identified objective is to limit time on bottom of pelagic trawl in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea in areas close to bottom trawling, then it should be stated outright. Alert the public that the review of the trawl performance standard will apply to the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska, and outline a process and timeline for moving the discussion forward. I recognize that the workshop report is coming back in February, but it seems this conversation would benefit from a discussion paper that comes back at the same time, which provides some basic background to inform the decision moving forward. Some ideas that come to mind are highlight council objectives when the performance standard was put in place, outline the different regulatory requirements for the Gulf and Bering Sea, as well as their similarities, bring forward information on the efficacy of cameras and sensor technology on mobile gear, including examples from other regions. Include the noted enforcement challenges with the current definition as illuminated in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab paper. Bring information from the EFH fishing effects model, which provide estimates of time on bottom of pelagic trawls. Review conservation values of areas closed to non-pelagic trawl, and review available information on habitat disturbances in sensitive areas closed to non-pelagic trawl. It's time to take a look at this and make sure the areas that are closed are working as intended. And I also wanted to take a moment and speak in support of revisions to national standards 4, 8, and 9 to improve fisheries management in a changing climate with a focus on equity and environmental justice. AMCC and the vast majority of Alaskans who provided comments support taking this first step to open up the discussion, and we applaud the agency for doing so. We believe this can be done in a manner that captures the intent to support coastal communities and build climate resiliency in a way that doesn't undermine the flexibility of the council, but strengthens the guidelines to improve the overall process. It's critical that National Standard 9 work in tandem with National Standard 8 to support the state's sustained participation of fishing communities, and National Standard 4 to provide equitable allocations of fishery resources to meet the challenges of fisheries management in a changing marine environment, which supports the principles of the EEJ. If you haven't done so already, I'd encourage council members to read through the comments as you consider potentially providing additional comments. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. We heard similar comments on the need for a discussion paper, a look at the trawl gear definition and the performance standards. I think we heard from Alexis and Kevin and John Warnchuk and Corey Lesher. I wrote the names down, and Megan Williams and yourself, all about the kind of the similar testimony. So, and all with the recognition that we have a discussion, we have a paper coming on the Bristol Bay Red King Crab paper in February. I think you listed 8 or 9 things by my count of that you would like to see included in a discussion paper that would be outside of this. And the timing to me seems a little tight, maybe even unrealistic, but I don't want to say that. Are you planning to come back with some kind of a refined thing, or could you provide those things in some written format that you're really asking for? Are you planning to come back at staff tasking with something like that? Or I'm just trying to think about the idea that somehow we might be able to get a discussion paper done before February in concurrence with what we're already doing, and some of that information might be in that paper as well. So.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Downs. I'd be happy to do both. I kind of threw all this out there during this discussion of B reports, knowing, hoping to energize conversations amongst all of us through the week. And while that was kind of a lengthy list, let's kind of look down, and I'll work to get a better understanding of the time commitment involved with that. But just kind of after listening to the overall confusion and the direction of the trawl performance workshop, and my own confusion, are we talking just specifically about the Bristol Bay Red King Crab area, but yet we're talking about the Gulf, or we're talking about other areas? I just thought this overall conversation would really benefit from the council, stepping back. Okay, is this an important thing for us to discuss? Which I think it absolutely is, given the information that came from the fishing effects model, and kind of these very different understandings of the interactions with the seafloor from a different user groups. For example, we have all the state waters closed around Kodiak Island. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much interaction with those bottoms from the pelagic trawl takes place, even though we have a limitation of 10% per tow. we've also understand that we have an enforcement definition that's very, very challenging to enforce that. From my understanding, it quite frankly doesn't work. And then I was like, well, what about areas that don't have any crab? And so I just think this is something that should be further discussed, and it's really important to move forward. Timing wise, I recognize there's challenges with timing and capacity, and that's always going to be there. But I just thought this is going to be a good time to start talking about it. Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. And thank you for your willingness to provide the list later in the meeting that Mr. Down has requested. And so my question in relation to that list, can you also designate on there which of those items have already been discussed in previous discussion papers and versions of the Red King Crab Savings Area analysis? Because I feel like a lot of those things have already been covered, and maybe they just weren't in one place when you were looking for them. But can you designate that? Because we do have a very short timeline to try to get that if we're going to incorporate it in the package. I think that would help facilitate the discussion at that point when you bring it back.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peterson. On the ANPR and the National Standard Guideline revisions, and we've had some testimony on this already, and the council's letter was concerned with the short time frame in order to do the revisions, shorter than anything we've seen before, and just the lack of detail in the ANPR about what might be changed. So there was not any kind of evidence provided to say that there are things that the councils just can't do under current guidance to deal with issues like EEJ and climate resilient fisheries. Like, we could not find things that we weren't allowed to do and pursue that were really stemming from the current guidance. And so I'm asking if there are specific things that you think the guidelines could outline for councils that would allow them to do or interpret the national standards differently than we do now. How are we constrained? That's my main question.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Well, one direct action that comes to mind is Amendment 113. Council really intended to provide for the sustained participation of the fishing community of ADAC through that allocation. And that was challenged in court, and due to the guideline language and my understanding, kind of the lack of identifying a conservation benefit, that was vacated, and that was clearly counter from council intent. And so, that's one example. And overall, and we've submitted letters. Part of the challenges that I think many of us find that are working within the council process is kind of a greater recognition and a need to consider what the allocations mean in terms of bycatch allocations to the sustained participation of fishing communities, and then how that relates to National Standard 1, which, of course, is always going to maintain the strong conservation measures. That's always first and foremost. But it feels like they could be strengthened to recognize this increased recognition that we want a more equitable process and more inclusive process. And in terms of bycatch, it seems like sometimes it's pretty challenging to reduce bycatch to a level that's meaningful for the bycatch user due to concerns that it impacts the economics of the fleet that could be constrained. So looking at it more from the cultural values of fishing communities, I think that's important. And I know it's just always working to improve and change. And I don't think that they need a major overhaul, but it feels like there's some changes that could be done that are going to better meet the intent and the vision for fisheries management.
Thank you for that explanation. Maybe we can keep pursuing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Peterson. And appreciate your work on the ecosystem committee. The programmatic, you indicated some pretty strong support for devoting a fair amount of additional resources that will hopefully come through the IRA to getting the programmatic done. It seems like it's going to take some time to get those resources in place. We talked some about timing at the ecosystem committee. I'm wondering if you've had any opportunity to sort of think through afterwards how we sort of stage the various parts of the programmatic. So it's clear we are making some progress, but so we don't get out ahead of resource availability or don't inadvertently put ourselves in a position where we have to produce a rushed product at the end.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. I've been thinking about it all day and kind of wrestling back and forth and looking at these different timings. So part of what I heard from Ms. Evans is the need to clarify our alternatives better to help provide greater direction for staff. So that kind of made me think, well, maybe there's a single signal informal scoping that the council's seeking input in December to come back with additional ideas, additive language or, different ideas that people would like to see in the alternatives. And kind of one of the benefits I see from that is that, the ecosystem brought forward its work. The council now laid out the purpose and need and alternatives with some changes. And now folks have had the chance to see them. So maybe we can kind of work to build off that a little bit more. So there's a little bit more meat on the bone, so to speak, before there's a notice of intent released. And that might match up a little bit better with the winning proposal that's submitted and funding and then the capacity to do the work and this new timeline that the council's going to be working over. So that working under, that's kind of one thought to come to mind. I like one part of me is urgent. We need to move this forward, but then another part recognizes all these moving parts of things. And so maybe that'd be a way to signal it's absolutely moving forward, seeking some additional input and proceeding. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's one thought.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Okay, that concludes our public testimony on B reports. And I guess we have a little time left in the day. I will ask council members if there's a desire to take any action on B reports or flag anything for staff tasking at this point. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm particularly interested in the MRA issue, and so I would like to flag that to circle back at staff tasking.
Thank you. Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think there is one thing that we could potentially just take up right now. I'd ask Lieutenant Commander Rasky to plug his ears so it's a big surprise to him when we do it. But I think the council should write a letter of appreciation and acknowledgement to the Coast Guard for the steps they took to be prepared for what actually played out this year in terms of Russian military exercises within our EEZ and how well it worked this year from the standpoint of not making sure that there wasn't interference with our actual fishing operations, that a lot of the problems that we saw 2 years ago that could easily have recurred didn't because of the steps the Coast Guard took. And I think just echoing what we heard in public testimony in letter form would be really appropriate. This is a really big deal. And the Coast Guard really performed admirably. And I'd like to acknowledge that and acknowledge our appreciation for that.
Thank you, Mr. Toy.
think I'm getting a lot of head nods, so seems like there's concurrence there. Okay, we don't need to take any form. Okay. Mr. Down.
Yeah, just to flag and thank you, Mr. Twite, for that. I think that's quite appropriate as well. But just to flag that we heard a lot of public comment, and I already listed the names of the people that we've heard public comment from, but it was the majority of the people that we heard on the performance centered on some way that the council can follow through with the workshop that was that happened on Monday, and whether that's a discussion paper. I'd just like to flag that I'll be thinking about that, and I'd be happy to talk to anybody from the public about any ideas on that, and other council members as well, as to what a proper follow through might be in addition to what we're already going to be doing in February. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just confirming, Madam Chair, that we heard a lot of ideas about IRA funding, but we've already scheduled waiting on deciding how to move forward with that until staff tasking. So that's what we'll revisit. Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's my understanding as well. Thank you. We'll be hearing from the SSC and perhaps the AP as well. Okay. Anything else at this point? Okay. So let's stand down just for 60 seconds here. I'm gonna confer on timing as far as starting C1. Thanks. Thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll break for the day, reconvene in the morning and start with C1 staff presentation. And hopefully we can catch up some time tomorrow. Thank you. So we'll reconvene at 8 a.m.